Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember that winter so clearly, mostly because of how heavy the snow came down around Christmas, but also because of how badly it shook me up inside. It was about 5 years ago, just before I got married. My mom had started dating again after being alone for a long time, and at first I felt happy for her. She met this guy on a dating site. She said he was polite and quiet, and she liked that he wasn't loud or rude like some other men she'd dated before. When she first told me about him, I didn't think much of it. I had met my own wife online too, so I didn't see anything strange about online dating itself. The first time my wife and I met him in person was at my mom's house. It was just a small dinner. My mom cooked her usual baked chicken with rosemary and garlic potatoes. The guy showed up wearing a dark green wool sweater with these old brown slacks that looked like they belonged to someone's grandpa. He didn't talk much. I remember he kept his eyes closed half the time. When he did open them, it was like he only opened them a tiny bit, like he couldn't be bothered to use them fully. The whole dinner he sat there with his mouth closed tight, unless he was chewing. I remember thinking it was like he was asleep with his eyes half open. My wife didn't like him from the start. She's a very warm person, always giving people a chance, so it stuck out to me that she seemed to stiffen around him. Later that night, after we left, she told me there was something off about him. She couldn't say what exactly, just that he felt wrong. I tried to brush it off and said maybe he was just shy, but over the next few visits, I started to notice what she meant. One time, my mom put out some chocolates after dinner. My wife reached for one, and he grabbed the box and said in this really slow voice, "These are good." Then he put one in his mouth, closed his eyes, and made this long moaning sound while it melted. Not a normal sound. It was like he was enjoying it way too much. My wife put her chocolate back on the plate after that. He did stuff like that a lot, little weird moments that made the air feel heavy. Another time, my mom went into the kitchen to make tea, and I watched him sitting there with his eyes closed, breathing through his nose loudly like he was meditating or smelling the room. When he realized I was looking, he opened his eyes a crack and smiled, but it didn't look like a real smile. It was too slow, like he was trying to remember how to move his face. I still didn't think he was dangerous. Just odd. I mean, there are tons of quiet, weird people in the world who never hurt anyone. But then there was that one visit before Christmas. My wife and I were visiting my mom, and she got called into work suddenly for a short shift. She told us to just hang out until she got back. Her boyfriend was already over. We thought he would just sit with us in the living room while we watched TV, or maybe read a book at the table. Instead, he went straight into my mom's bedroom and closed the door. He stayed in there the entire time, for hours, never coming out once. We heard nothing. No music, no TV, no cough, nothing. It was like he turned into a statue behind that door. We even checked the driveway to see if he left without us noticing, but his car was still parked out front. My wife kept giving me looks like she wanted to leave. When my mom finally got back, he came out of the room like nothing happened, smiled at us with his eyes barely open, and sat down at the table. I asked my mom later what he was doing in there, and she said he just liked to lie down and relax. I didn't know what to say to that. About a week before Christmas, my mom started calling me a lot, more than usual. She was upset with him, saying he had been acting cold, ignoring her texts, and when they were together, he seemed lost in his own head. She said he would sit in her kitchen staring at the floor with his eyes closed for an hour at a time. He would only answer with short, yeah, or no when she asked him questions. I didn't know how to help her except to listen. My wife told her she deserved someone who made her feel happy, not scared or unsettled in her own home. She made up her mind to break up with him, and she decided she would do it on Christmas Eve. I don't know why she picked Christmas Eve, but she said it was better to get it done before the holiday, so she wouldn't be pretending around family. We spent the night with her that night, slept in my old room, and got up early on Christmas morning to drive over to my dad's house. My parents split up years ago, but stayed on okay terms. We were only supposed to stay a few hours and then go back to my mom's for dinner, but the snow came in fast and thick that afternoon. Within an hour, the roads were completely covered, and it kept coming down until evening. My dad had a guest room, so we stayed the night there instead of risking the roads. That night at my dad's house was nice. We played cards and watched an old Christmas movie, and my wife kept checking her phone every hour, texting my mom to see if she was okay. My mom didn't reply after 9 p.m., but we figured she went to bed early. She often did that if she worked a morning shift. Still, my wife couldn't shake her bad feeling. She woke up first the next morning and shook me awake, telling me we had to check on my mom on the way home. I was half asleep and grumbled that my mom was probably fine, but she insisted, saying her stomach hurt with worry. So after breakfast, we packed up and started driving back to town. The roads were clear by then, just packed snow on the sides. My mom's street looked normal, no snow at all because her town was south of the worst part of the storm. Her little white Toyota sat in the driveway like usual. I remember feeling a little annoyed as I parked, thinking we were being dramatic for no reason. But my wife's hand was shaking when she reached for the door handle. My mom never locks her door, which drives me crazy. I always tell her that anyone could just walk right in, but she says she likes knowing her friends can come by anytime. That day it felt wrong opening her door without knocking, but we did anyway. The house smelled like coffee and old candles, a smell I grew up with. At first, everything looked normal. Her shoes were by the door, her purse on the table. The TV was off. The place was quiet. Too quiet. My mom usually had the radio on low even when she wasn't home. We stepped into the kitchen, and my wife froze, grabbing my arm so tight it hurt. I followed her gaze and saw this deep red liquid dripping down from the fridge water dispenser. The little tray was overflowing and a dark puddle had spread onto the kitchen tiles. It was so red and thick that for a second my vision blurred, and I thought I was going to pass out. I could hear my own heart beating in my ears. My wife started to cry, holding her hand over her mouth. The smell hit me next. Not the smell of blood exactly, but something sweet and rotting mixed together. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the worst moment of my life. I pictured opening the freezer and seeing my mom's head shoved in there, her eyes frozen wide open, her mouth frozen in a scream. I could see her boyfriend doing it. I could see him closing his eyes as he did it, humming to himself like he was enjoying a piece of chocolate melting in his mouth. I don't know how long we stood there. The dripping sound was so soft, but it felt like it echoed through the whole house. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. I wanted to run outside, to throw up, to scream, but I couldn't leave if my mom was here somewhere, hurt or dead. I reached out for the freezer handle. My hand was shaking so badly that I had to grab it with both hands to pull it open. My wife backed up against the counter, covering her ears, tears rolling down her face. Inside, there was a half-empty bag of frozen cherries that had tipped over and fallen against the ice dispenser. The cherries had melted completely, leaking their dark juice down through the dispenser, mixing with bits of ice, dripping out like blood. For a long moment, I just stared at the bag. It didn't look real. My brain refused to process what I was seeing. I closed the freezer and leaned against it, feeling my knees nearly give out under me. My wife was still crying, asking me if it was my mom, but I couldn't speak yet. I just shook my head over and over until I managed to say, "It's cherries. Just cherries." We found my mom asleep in her bedroom. She had worked a double shift and hadn't even noticed the mess. When she woke up, she laughed when I told her about the cherries and apologized for scaring us. But my wife and I didn't laugh. My mom didn't know how close we came to thinking she was dead, how real it felt in that kitchen with the red juice dripping and the silent house pressing in on us. I went out later that day and bought her a lock for her door. I didn't care if she didn't want it. I installed it myself that evening. Her boyfriend never came back after Christmas Eve. She said he left quietly when she told him it was over, didn't even say goodbye, just nodded with his eyes closed and walked out. She never heard from him again. Sometimes, even now, when I go to get ice from our own freezer, I think about those melted cherries dripping out of my mom's fridge. I think about how quickly your life can split in two. The moment before you think someone you love is dead, and the moment after you realize they're still alive. And I think about how your heart can carry that fear forever, the fear of what almost was, even when nothing actually happened. It's like carrying the echo of a nightmare, always there in the back of your mind, waiting for the next quiet morning to wake up and remind you just how fragile it all really is. I never thought I'd be the type of person who would feel scared walking in their own neighborhood, but it happened. It was last summer, middle of July, and the evenings were long and hot. I was living alone in a small rental house on the edge of town. My yard backed up to a thin strip of woods, which ended at a farmer's field. It wasn't a thick forest or anything, just enough trees to block the view of the fields and the highway further out. During the day, it looked peaceful, birds in the branches, squirrels chasing each other. But at night, when the sun went down and the yard lights went off, it turned into a pitch-black wall of shadows. That evening, I'd spent most of my time sitting on my porch, listening to the cicadas buzzing in the trees. I remember I didn't feel like cooking, so I just had leftover pizza cold out of the fridge. Around 9:30 p.m., the air felt cooler, so I decided to take a walk down the street. My neighborhood was made up of old houses, some kept up nicely, some looking like no one had lived in them for years. The streetlights were spread out far, leaving long stretches of darkness between them. I put on my shoes, left the porch light on, and walked down the gravel driveway onto the road. As I walked, I noticed no other houses had their lights on. Most people around here went to bed early. The gravel crunched under my shoes. Crickets chirped in the ditches. I felt calm at first, just enjoying the breeze after a hot day. I walked to the end of the street where it curved around an empty lot. There was a broken fence there, with knee-high weeds growing through the gaps. I stood for a moment looking out past the fence, where the lot opened up to another cluster of trees before meeting the highway. A semi roared by in the distance, its headlights flashing between the trunks before disappearing. I turned back and headed home. That's when I started feeling it, like something was different. The air felt heavy in my chest. The bugs had stopped making noise. I walked slower, listening, but all I could hear was my own breathing. I told myself I was being dramatic, that it was just a quiet night. But as I got closer to my house, I started to feel like someone was behind me. I didn't hear footsteps, but I felt watched, like something just outside my vision was following each step I took. I quickened my pace until I reached my driveway. I turned in, eyes scanning the woods behind my house. The porch light glowed softly, lighting up the gravel and the lower branches of the trees, but everything past that was black. I walked up the steps, feeling my hands shake slightly as I pulled the screen door open. I stepped inside, locked the deadbolt, and leaned against the door listening. Nothing. I let out a long breath, almost laughing at myself. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, sat on the couch, and turned on the TV. For a while I forgot about it, zoning out to some boring late-night show. Around 11 p.m., I decided to head to bed. I turned off the lights, checked the locks again out of habit, and walked down the short hallway to my room. I left the window cracked open because the house was stuffy. My bed was right under the window. I lay there, listening to the quiet hum of bugs outside, trying to keep my mind blank so I could sleep. That feeling came back, like I wasn't alone. I lay still, staring at the dark ceiling, hearing the cicadas outside. Then I heard it. It sounded like breathing. At first, I thought it was my own, but then I realized it was coming from outside the window. I froze. The breathing was slow and steady, like someone trying to keep quiet. I didn't move a muscle. I listened hard, ears straining, heart hammering against my ribs. I thought maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or a stray dog, but the breathing sounded human. I could hear the air sucking in through a nose, then blowing out softly. It was right on the other side of the screen. I don't know how long I lay there, staring up at the ceiling, too afraid to even turn my head towards the window. It felt like forever. My mouth was dry, and my arms felt numb from staying still. The breathing kept going. In, out, slow, quiet. Then it stopped. I waited, counting the seconds in my head, not daring to move. The bugs outside had gone silent again. The whole night felt heavy and dead. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, careful steps moving along the side of the house towards the back door. The gravel crunched under each step. I sat up quickly, my hand grabbing the baseball bat I kept next to the bed. I stood there, knees shaking so hard I thought I might fall. The steps stopped by the back door. I heard the quiet rattle of the handle. Then nothing. I waited in the dark, listening to my own breathing. I tried to calm down enough to think clearly. I reached over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. My hands were trembling so bad I almost dropped it. I turned it on, but I didn't call anyone. I just held it, screen glowing dim blue in the dark room, as if that little light would keep me safe. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I didn't sleep at all. I stood by the window, looking out through the mesh screen into the dark yard, but saw nothing. Finally, around 5 a.m., when the sky started turning pale blue, I walked around the house, checking every door and window. Everything was still locked. I walked onto the porch and looked out at the woods. The trees stood silent and empty in the morning light. Birds started singing again. It felt so normal, so calm. I almost thought I'd imagined it. That day I tried to go about things as usual. Made coffee, took a shower, sat on the porch for a while. But I kept looking at the edge of the woods, wondering if someone was out there watching. When evening came again, I didn't go for a walk. I sat inside, watching the window as the sun went down. When it was completely dark, I turned on every light in the house. I sat there all night, baseball bat in my hands, listening. But nothing happened. For a few days, I tried to shake it off. I went to work, came home, stayed inside. One night, after a long day at work, I was feeling more relaxed. I ate dinner, took a shower, and decided I'd sit on the porch for a bit to get some fresh air before bed. It was around 10 p.m. The night was quiet, just the sound of crickets and a dog barking faintly far away. I sat there in the dark, sipping on a glass of water, staring at the tree line. That's when I saw it. Just a flicker of movement between the trees. My eyes locked onto the spot. At first I thought it was an animal, but then I realized it was too tall. I saw the outline of a person standing there, half hidden behind a trunk, just far enough that I couldn't see their face. They weren't moving, just standing and watching. My whole body turned cold. I stood up slowly, my knees weak. I backed up towards the door, never taking my eyes off the spot where they stood. The figure didn't move. I reached behind me, feeling for the doorknob, heart pounding so hard it hurt. I finally got the door open and stepped inside, slamming it shut and locking it. I stood there, staring out through the glass window in the door, but I couldn't see them anymore. The trees were still and silent. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room, lights on, clutching the bat to my chest. The next morning, I called the landlord and told him I needed to break my lease. I didn't tell him why. I packed up my stuff that day, shoving clothes into bags, not caring how messy it was. I left before the sun went down. I drove straight to my brother's place 2 towns over. I never went back to that house. A few weeks later, when I went back with my brother to grab the last few boxes, the new tenant was already there. I didn't tell them what happened. I just grabbed my things and left. Now, even in my new place, I keep all the windows locked. I check the locks 3 times before bed. Sometimes, when I lay down at night, I hear breathing outside my window. I tell myself it's just the wind, but deep down I know what it sounds like. Slow, quiet, human. I never open the window at night anymore. I never walk alone in the dark, because I know he's still out there. And I know he remembers me just like I remember him, standing in the shadows, watching me breathe in my own home, knowing I could never see his face. I always knew the house next door was abandoned. It was a small 2-story place with faded yellow paint peeling off in long strips, windows coated with dirt and dead bugs, gutters hanging off at the corners. When I moved in, people told me no one had lived there for at least 25 years. The story was that the owner left for California and just never came back. He didn't sell it, didn't rent it out. It just sat there, sinking further into the ground every rainy season, leaning to one side like it was tired. I used to stand at my kitchen window at night and stare out at it while eating dinner. The outside light above its front door still worked, which was weird since no one paid the electric bill. Maybe it was tied into mine somehow, or maybe it was a separate line that stayed alive all these years. But the glow of that one orange bulb, flickering and attracting moths and mosquitoes, made the place even creepier. One Saturday evening in late October, I decided I was finally going to check it out. I don't really know why. Maybe because I had nothing to do. Maybe because I kept thinking about it every night while watching TV, picturing what was inside. I grabbed my black work gloves from the garage, a strong LED flashlight, and a small crowbar just in case any doors were stuck shut. I walked over at around 8 p.m. when it was fully dark, stepping carefully so none of my neighbors saw me. I knew they'd call the cops if they saw someone breaking in, even though no one lived there. I tried the back door first. It was locked. The handle turned a little, but didn't budge. I walked around the side, tripping a little on a broken paving stone hidden by dead weeds. I got to a small window that led into the basement. It was grimy as hell, covered in webs and dead flies, but when I pushed on it with my gloved hand, it gave way and slid open with a crackling squeak. Cold, damp air came out, smelling like mold and rust. I pulled myself up, sticking my flashlight through first, and dropped down into the basement. The floor was concrete, covered in old newspapers that had half melted into the ground from water leaks. The air was freezing. My breath came out in small puffs. I shone my flashlight around, slowly moving it from one side to the other. Against the far wall was a grand piano, the top of it covered in dust so thick it looked like snow. I walked over to it, my boots crunching on broken glass and dirt. I pressed one key and it gave out a sad, warbling note, completely out of tune. The strings vibrated for a while, echoing through the empty basement. It felt like it was announcing that I was there. Next to the piano was a pile of green canvas bags. I kicked one open with my boot and saw old WW2 helmets, a rusted canteen, folded uniforms with patches eaten away by moths. There were medals still attached to one shirt, though I couldn't see what they were for under all the dirt. It felt wrong, seeing all that left to rot in the basement, like leaving someone's life story to be chewed up by rats. On the wall behind the piano, someone had hung posters decades ago. The colors were faded almost to gray, but I could still make out what one of them was. Elvis, smiling wide, with a bright blue background. I moved closer and saw writing near the bottom. A signature. It was real. A real signed Elvis poster just sitting in this basement. I couldn't believe it. The paper was curling off the wall in wet layers, the ink smudged but still readable. I kept walking around, finding more instruments leaning against the walls. A trumpet with dented valves, a saxophone covered in green tarnish, a violin missing 2 strings. On top of a crate was a broken wedding picture frame. The glass was shattered, the photo yellowed and curling at the edges. It was a man and woman smiling at each other in front of a church. Their faces were still clear despite the rot. I stared at them for a long time, wondering why he left it behind. Why he left all of this behind. I climbed the old wooden steps to the main floor. The railing was loose and rattled when I touched it. My flashlight beam moved over the kitchen first. The fridge door was half open. I walked over and pulled it open wider. Inside was a brick of something that used to be meat, covered in green and black mold, fuzzy like moss growing on rocks. There were cans of beer on the door shelf. I picked one up and shook it. Solid. Frozen solid from decades of sitting there. On the stovetop was a rusted pan with a grayish lump inside. I couldn't tell what it used to be. Pasta maybe, or some meat dish. The smell was sour, stale, like old garbage. The sink was full of dishes. Bowls, forks, spoons, some stained coffee mugs. The water had long since evaporated, leaving rings of crusty residue. I stepped around to the living room. There was an unmade bed pushed against the wall under the window. The sheets were still on it, twisted and yellow with age. On the nightstand next to the bed was a clock radio with red LED numbers that no longer lit up. An ashtray sat beside it, filled with cigarette, but so old they had collapsed into themselves like little burnt bones. I walked back into the hallway. The lights were still on. Not all of them, just a few. One in the living room, one in the kitchen, one in the hall near the stairs going up. It was the kind of dim yellow light that made everything look sick. I stood at the bottom of the staircase, staring up into the darkness above. The banister was covered in thick dust. Spider webs hung from the ceiling corners, some with dead flies and moths trapped in them. I started to walk up, shining my flashlight ahead of me. Each step creaked loudly under my weight, like it was announcing my presence to anyone or anything upstairs. When I reached the landing, there was a long hallway with 3 rooms on either side. The doors were closed except for one on the right, which was half open. The smell up there was stronger. Old urine mold rot. As I took a step forward, I heard it. A faint sound coming from the room on the left at the end of the hall. At first, I thought it was the wind whistling through a broken window. I stood still, holding my breath to hear better. That's when I realized it wasn't the wind. It was crying. Quiet, muffled crying. It sounded like a woman, or maybe a young girl. My throat closed up instantly. The hair on my arms stood straight up. I felt cold sweat forming on my back under my jacket. I turned and ran. I didn't even look inside the rooms as I passed. I just ran down the stairs, almost slipping on the last step. I sprinted through the kitchen, down the basement steps 2 at a time, and grabbed the window frame to pull myself up and out. My foot slipped once on the concrete, banging my knee hard against the floor. I bit down a scream and shoved myself out the window, falling onto the grass outside. I lay there for a few seconds, staring up at the night sky, breathing so hard my chest hurt. My knee throbbed, and when I rolled over to stand up, I could feel blood running down my shin under my jeans. I limped back to my house without looking back once. I slammed my back door shut, locked it, and sat down at the kitchen table with my head in my hands. My gloves were dirty with dust and old spiderwebs, and I ripped them off and threw them on the floor. I never went back after that night. For weeks, I kept thinking about what I heard. It wasn't possible for anyone to be up there. No one lived there. No one had been there for decades. But I know what I heard. I didn't imagine it. Sometimes, when I lie in bed at night with the window open, I think I hear faint crying coming through the darkness. It's probably just cats or raccoons fighting in the alley, but part of me knows exactly what it sounds like. Months later, I saw city workers going in and out of the house. They wore hazmat suits and carried out boxes sealed in plastic wrap. I asked one of them what they were doing, and he told me they were clearing out everything before the house got demolished. I didn't ask what they found upstairs. I didn't want to know. Now there's just an empty lot next door, full of weeds and broken glass and old bricks stacked in piles. Sometimes at night, I look out the window and imagine the house still there, lights on, shadows moving behind the curtains. But I tell myself it's gone for good. There's nothing there anymore. Nothing at all. I try to believe that. I really do. I always thought our old house in Pasadena was beautiful. It was built in the 1930s with a wide porch out front and a garden lined with rose bushes that the previous owner clearly loved. The wood beams under the porch ceiling were dark from decades of sun, and the front steps had a slight curve worn into them from so many feet stepping up. When we moved in, it felt like stepping back into a quiet time. My wife fell in love with the place the second she saw it. She said it reminded her of her childhood home in Oregon, especially the smell of old wood and dust when the afternoon sun warmed the floors. Back then, our son was about 3. The years had gone by fast since her mother passed away. That was one of the hardest things my wife ever went through. Her mom was her best friend, the kind of woman who could walk into a store and come out with 5 new friends. She joked about everything, laughed at the dumbest movies, and always called my wife by her childhood nickname. Nobody else ever called her that, just her mom. After she passed, we never used that name. It was like an unspoken rule, something too sacred to repeat casually. My wife missed her mom every day. Sometimes she'd stand by the sink and just stare out the kitchen window, tears sliding down her cheek before she even realized she was crying. That night started like any other. I'd just finished work and was giving our son his bath before dinner. The bathroom in that house was small and old. White hexagon tiles, original to the house, were cracked in places with gray grout darkened over decades. The clawfoot tub creaked when you shifted your weight against it. I'd kneel on the bath mat and let him play with his plastic boats and dinosaurs while I washed his hair. The old ceiling light flickered sometimes when the wind blew outside, like the wiring was a bit loose. I always meant to fix it. He was splashing around, making his little green dinosaur roar and stomp over the soap dish when he paused and looked past my shoulder. Not like kids usually do when they stare off into space. He was focused on something. I felt a small chill run across my back. I turned but saw nothing, just the towel rack and the pale green wall tiles. I asked him if he was okay, but he didn't answer right away. He just kept looking. Then, in his soft voice, he asked me why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. For a moment, I didn't even register what he meant. I thought he was talking about my mom, who visited sometimes. I asked him what name he meant. He kept staring behind me, water dripping off his chin, and he said Grandma calls Mommy that name, the nickname only my wife's mom ever used. I froze. My hands were still in the bath water. I looked at him and asked where he heard that. He blinked and turned his eyes to me with the blank honesty kids have and said, "The farmer told me." I didn't say anything. I just kept washing him, but my mind was racing. The farmer? Who the hell was the farmer? We lived in Pasadena. There weren't any farmers around here. When he finished his bath, I wrapped him in his towel and carried him to his room. That night I told my wife what he said, and she started crying. She just sat there on the couch, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her old hoodie, and whispered, "There's no way he could know that." We sat there for a long time, the TV flickering in front of us, both of us thinking about her mom and wondering if somehow she was watching over us. The next weekend, it was just me and him at home. My wife worked Saturdays at the local department store. I spent the morning cleaning the kitchen while he played in his room. The sun came through the windows in thin, bright lines that cut across the dusty wood floor. I remember how quiet the house felt that day. Around noon, I heard him in his room talking. Not just the normal babbling kids do with their toys, but like an actual conversation. Short sentences, pauses, laughter. I dried my hands on the dish towel and walked to his doorway. He was sitting on the carpet, trucks spread out around him, talking softly. He didn't notice me right away. I asked what he was doing. He said, without looking up, playing. I asked with who. That's when he finally looked up at me and said, the farmer. Something about the way he said it made the hair on my arms stand up. I asked where the farmer was, and he said, he left when you came in. I felt a tight knot form in my chest. I didn't want to scare him, so I just nodded and told him to come out for lunch. That afternoon, he played quietly in the living room while I watched TV. But my mind kept going back to what he said. That night when my wife got home, I told her. She didn't say anything at first. She just sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing the tiredness out of her eyes, then whispered that it was creeping her out. Neither of us slept well that night. The old house made noises, creaks and pops in the walls as the air cooled. Every shadow seemed a little darker than usual. A few nights later, we woke up to hear him talking again. It was around 2 in the morning. His little voice carried down the hallway. We lay there, listening. Then we heard him say, "Grandma says you and I can't be friends anymore." My wife turned to look at me, her eyes wide and scared. We both got out of bed and walked to his room. He was sitting up, his small blanket pulled around his waist. The moonlight through the window lit up his hair in a silver glow. I asked if he was okay. He said, "Yeah, Grandma says I can't play with the farmer anymore." That was it. After that night, he never mentioned the farmer again. Ever. He grew up like any normal kid. He's 13 now, all into video games and basketball, with no memory of any of it. But we remember. We remember every word. Sometimes, years later, I'd think about it when mowing the lawn out back, or painting the trim around the windows. I'd think about who the farmer was. Was it just an imaginary friend his young mind created? Maybe. Kids do that all the time. Or maybe it was something deeper. Maybe it was just a memory glitch, something he overheard once from my wife without us realizing. That's what I tell myself when I think about it too much. I think about his little face when he told me Grandma said they couldn't be friends anymore. I think about my wife sitting on the couch, holding her mug of tea, staring off into space, and remembering her mom. I think about all the empty spaces in old houses where sounds echo and shadows gather. I think about how children see the world with clear eyes, unclouded by fear or reason. And I think about the silence after that night, how he never once said the name the farmer again. In the end, life just kept moving. We repainted the living room from faded beige to pale gray. We replaced the old ceiling light in the bathroom, so it didn't flicker anymore. We changed the cracked tiles one by one. We lived in that house for another 6 years before moving to a newer place closer to my work. The day we left, as I walked through each empty room, making sure nothing was left behind, I felt something heavy in my chest when I got to his old room. The carpet was still soft under my feet. The windows still rattled slightly when trucks went by. I stood there for a while, looking at the place where he once sat talking to the farmer, remembering that time in our lives when the world felt so big and unexplained. Outside, my wife was packing the last box into the back of the SUV. Our son, now almost as tall as her, stood with his hands in his pockets, staring down the street with that same faraway look she used to have. I closed the door to that room, hearing the latch click for the last time. I walked down the hall and out into the warm California morning, ready to leave the old house behind, but carrying the memory with me, knowing some questions in life never really have answers. I was sitting in my living room that night, the TV screen glowing in front of me with the volume turned down low. I never liked having the volume up too high when I was home alone. It always made me feel more exposed somehow, like someone could hear exactly what I was doing inside. The rest of the house was dark, except for a dim kitchen light in the far corner and the faint blue of the TV. I had a thin blanket draped over my legs and was sitting sideways with my knees up, resting against the arm of the couch. I wasn't really paying attention to what I was watching. It was just background noise to keep the silence from feeling too heavy. Every now and then I'd check my phone, scrolling through the same apps over and over, just waiting for time to pass until I felt tired enough to go to sleep. It was sometime past 10 when I heard the doorbell. It wasn't loud, just a short ding-dong sound echoing down the hallway from the front door. My body tensed up right away. I didn't move at first. I just sat there, staring at the TV but not actually seeing it, listening to the quiet of the house. Sometimes I think I imagine noises when I'm home alone at night, but this wasn't one of those times. The doorbell had definitely rung. I reached for the TV remote and muted it completely, the silence suddenly feeling heavier than before. I sat there for a while, not moving, just listening. My ears felt like they were straining against the silence, trying to hear if someone was walking outside, or if maybe the doorbell had been a mistake. After about 30 seconds, I slowly pulled the blanket off and set it down on the couch. My feet felt cold against the tile floor as I stood up. I moved as quietly as I could, walking around the corner and into the hallway that led to the front door. I didn't turn on any lights. I never did when someone rang the doorbell at night, especially if I was alone. I always thought if someone was outside and they saw a light turn on, they'd know for sure someone was home. If they didn't see a light, maybe they'd think no one was there and just go away. I approached the front door, stepping lightly on the floor so it wouldn't creak. I stopped about 2 feet away from it, listening again. Nothing, just silence. I took a small breath and leaned forward to look through the peephole. Outside, it was dark. The small porch light wasn't on, and the street light was a bit far from my house, leaving the doorway in shadow. At first, I couldn't see anything. It just looked like a black blur, maybe the outline of the bush near the steps, or the edge of the porch railing. I squinted and adjusted my eye against the peephole. That's when I saw it. There was something there. It wasn't a clear figure, like a person standing with shoulders and a head. It looked small, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall. Its shape wasn't exact. It looked more like a black blob against the darkness, but it was moving. The way it moved didn't make sense to me. It was dipping down slightly, and then raising up, almost like it was dancing. Its arms, or what looked like arms, moved outward in a smooth, slow motion, like wings opening gracefully. Then they would come back in, and it would dip down again. I just stared. My heart was beating fast, and I felt this sick feeling in my stomach, like the kind you get when you're about to throw up, but worse. The figure didn't make any noise. It didn't knock or speak or move around quickly. It just stood there, doing that slow, dipping dance, its arms stretching out and in again and again. I don't know how long I stood there, my eye pressed against the peephole, holding my breath so hard my chest started to burn. I felt frozen. Something about it felt so wrong. Even though it wasn't banging on the door or trying to break in, it felt worse because it was just there, moving in that slow way, like it didn't care that someone might be watching it. Eventually, I couldn't look at it anymore. My eyes were starting to tear up, and I felt like if I kept looking at it, something bad would happen. I stepped back from the door and just stood in the dark hallway, shaking. My hands were cold, and I could feel sweat on my back. I wanted to go back to the living room, but I couldn't move. I didn't know if it was still there, or if it was going to ring the doorbell again, or try the handle. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but I have no idea how long it actually was. Finally, I forced myself to look again. I moved back to the door and leaned in slowly, my eye lining up with the peephole. I could feel my pulse in my neck. When I looked through, it was gone. There was nothing there. Just the porch steps, the faint glow of the streetlight in the distance, and the bush swaying slightly in the breeze. I stared out for a while, waiting to see if it would come back. Nothing moved. No shadows. No black shape. Just darkness and quiet. I backed away from the door and stood there, staring at the wood, listening. Part of me thought maybe it had gone around to the back of the house. I wanted to check all the windows, but at the same time, I didn't want to move from where I was standing. I felt like if I walked away from the door, something would come back and knock loudly or try to open it. Eventually, I forced myself to walk back to the living room. I turned off the TV completely and sat down on the couch with my legs pulled up against my chest. I didn't turn any lights on. I just sat there, listening to the silence, feeling every tiny noise in the house vibrate through me. The hum of the fridge, the faint ticking of the clock on the wall, the sound of my own breathing. I stayed like that until I saw the first hint of dawn outside the window. When the sun started to rise and the light filled the house, I finally felt like I could move again. I got up and checked every window and every door, making sure everything was locked. I opened the front door just a crack and peeked outside. There was nothing there. No footprints on the concrete steps. though I wasn't sure if I would have even seen any if it had been a person. I stepped out onto the porch and looked around. The street was empty. The yards were empty. The only sounds were the morning birds and a few distant cars. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. I thought about it almost every night for weeks after. Every time I heard a noise outside, my stomach would twist up in fear, thinking maybe it had come back. Even now, when I think about it, my chest tightens. I still don't know what it was. I've tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a kid messing around, but the way it moved didn't feel like a prank. It felt like it didn't even know or care that someone might be watching. After that night, I started turning on the porch light every evening before it got dark. I kept the curtains closed all the time and made sure every door was locked, even if I was home during the day. A few months later, I bought a small security camera and installed it near the front door. I never caught anything unusual on it, but it made me feel a little bit better. Just knowing that if something like that ever came back, at least I wouldn't have to rely on my own eyes alone to prove it was real. But deep down, I know that if it ever does come back, I still wouldn't want to look at it. I wouldn't want to see it moving like that again, dipping and spreading its arms so slowly in the dark. Because whatever it wasn't right. It wasn't normal. And even though I never saw it again, I know that if it wanted to come back, there's nothing I could do to stop it. That night taught me something. Sometimes the scariest things aren't loud or violent or fast. Sometimes they're silent. Sometimes they just stand there, moving in a way that makes no sense, existing in your world when they shouldn't. And that quiet, watching feeling is what keeps me awake at night more than anything else ever has. I was 4 or 5 years old when it happened. My parents had just separated, and my mom was living alone with me in a small 2-bedroom apartment. It wasn't a big place, just a regular old apartment on the first floor with windows that faced out to a patch of grass and bushes before you reached the parking lot. The rooms were simple, with cream-colored walls, old wooden doors with paint peeling off at the edges, and thin carpets that smelled faintly of dust even after vacuuming. My mom had set up my room with colorful bedsheets and toys, but I hardly ever used it. I always ended up in her bed by midnight, curling against her, because I didn't like sleeping alone in a new place without my dad around. That night it was hot. The air felt heavy and warm, even though it was the middle of the night. My mom had the window behind her bed open, but the screen was still in place so mosquitoes wouldn't come in. I remember the smell of the summer air mixed with the faint scent of my mom's shampoo. It felt calm. We had a small standing fan by the dresser, pushing warm air around the room in quiet circles. The sheets felt damp with sweat, sticking to my legs. I couldn't sleep well because of the heat. I kept waking up, rolling over, falling asleep, then waking up again. I remember sitting up at some point, the room lit only by the yellow glow of a streetlight outside filtering through the curtains. Our cat, a small gray and white tabby, was usually curled up at the foot of the bed near my feet. But when I sat up, he wasn't there. Instead, I saw him standing in the doorway of my mom's bedroom. The door was open, and from that spot, I could see past him into my room across the hall. He was staring into my room, ears forward, his tail low. Then he took a few steps into my bedroom and meowed. It was a small, soft sound, but in the silent room it felt loud. I didn't think much of it at first, because he sometimes wandered around at night. But something about the way he meowed made my chest feel tight. It wasn't his usual meow, like when he wanted food or attention. It sounded almost worried. I turned to my mom, still half asleep, and shook her arm to wake her up. She was laying on her side, her arm tucked under her head. It took only a few seconds for her eyes to open, but in those seconds my heart started beating hard. I felt scared, but I didn't know why yet. When she opened her eyes and looked at me, her face went from tired to alert in a split second because she could see the worry in my eyes. I turned back to the doorway, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing in the doorway, right where our cat had been. At first my brain didn't process it. I thought maybe it was my dad coming in, even though I knew he didn't live with us anymore. But it wasn't him. The man was tall, wearing dark clothes that looked almost black in the dim light. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the outline of his body as he stepped slowly away from my room and into the hallway, like he was trying not to make any noise. My mouth felt dry. My chest felt like it was squeezing itself shut from the inside. I couldn't move. My mom's body tensed. I didn't see her face, but I felt her grip tighten around my wrist like a vice. In one quick movement, she sat up, grabbed me by my waist, and turned towards the window behind the bed. I didn't know what was happening. My mind couldn't keep up. The next thing I knew, the screen popped out, and my mom was pushing me through the window. I felt the night air rush against my sweaty face, and then I hit the grass outside. It wasn't a long fall, maybe 3 feet, but the shock of landing knocked the breath out of me for a second. I turned around just in time to see my mom climb out after me, pushing the screen aside with her foot. Her hands were shaking as she grabbed my arm and pulled me up to stand. I could feel the tremble in her grip. She didn't say anything. She just grabbed my hand and started running. The grass was damp with dew, soaking my socks as we ran. The bushes scraped against my legs. The whole world felt silent and loud at the same time. My ears were ringing with my own heartbeat. We ran across the grass and into the parking lot. The pavement felt rough and cold under my feet. I remember seeing a car parked a few spots away, its windows fogged up from the night air. The smell of hot asphalt mixed with gasoline filled my nose. My mom started screaming, this loud, panicked scream that didn't even sound like her. Lights started turning on in other apartments around us. One by one, people looking out through blinds or opening their doors. I just stood there, feeling so small and scared, my mom's hand gripping mine so hard it hurt. I don't know who called the police, but they came quickly. Red and blue lights flashed against the buildings and cars, making the shadows jump around. 2 officers came over to us, their badges shining under the parking lot lights. My mom was crying and shaking, her hair sticking to her wet face. I just stood there staring at the apartment door, waiting to see if the man would come out after us. The police went in to check. I remember sitting on the curb, feeling the cold concrete against my legs, and staring at my bare feet. There were little pieces of gravel stuck to my skin. My mom sat beside me, her arm wrapped tight around my shoulders. The police walked out after what felt like forever and told us there were no signs of forced entry. They said the front door was unlocked. My mom kept saying over and over that she locked it. She was sure she locked it, with the deadbolt and the chain, but they told her maybe she forgot. She never forgot. She always double-checked before bed. She was like that even before we moved to that apartment. She was careful, always careful. That night we didn't go back in until the police said it was okay. Even then, my mom kept looking over her shoulder as we walked back inside. The apartment felt different. It didn't feel like home anymore. It felt invaded. I didn't sleep in my room again after that, not even to play during the day. My toys sat untouched on the shelves, gathering dust. My mom moved a dresser in front of the front door every night after that. She also bought a piece of wood and wedged it into the sliding window so it couldn't be opened from the outside. I started noticing that she kept the hallway light on at night after that too. She said it was for me, so I wouldn't be scared, but I think it was for her. About a week later, she was cleaning the kitchen. I was sitting on the floor with some crayons, drawing pictures on scrap paper, when I heard her open the small closet next to the stove. It was a narrow door with chipped paint. Behind it was the water heater, pipes running up the wall, and a bit of empty space to store cleaning supplies. She pulled out the broom and mopped to sweep when I heard her suck in a sharp breath. I turned around and saw her staring at something on the ground. She bent down and picked up a small notebook. It was old and dirty, the cover bent at the corners. She opened it, and I saw pages filled with scribbles, like drawings and words, but I couldn't see what they said from where I was sitting. She also pulled out a pair of gloves and some old gum wrappers. Her face looked pale, almost gray under the kitchen light. She called the police again. They came and took the notebook and gloves. I remember one of the officers flipping through it slowly, his eyebrows pulling together. Later, my mom told me they thought the man had been hiding in our apartment, maybe in that closet, waiting until we were asleep. They didn't know for sure. They couldn't prove anything. They said there were no fingerprints other than hers on the closet door. But that didn't mean he hadn't been there. It just meant he was careful. The thought of him sitting in that dark little closet while I was watching cartoons in the living room, or while my mom cooked dinner, made my stomach twist. I kept thinking about him breathing quietly, listening to us laugh and talk, just waiting for the right moment to come out. After that, my mom didn't want to stay there anymore. She started looking for a different apartment, somewhere with better locks and no sliding windows at ground level. A month later, we moved to a place on the second floor with bars on the windows. My room there was smaller, just enough for a bed and a small dresser, but I didn't care. I never spent time in it anyway. I always slept in her bed, even as I got older. That night stayed with me. Even now as an adult, I still sleep with my bedroom door locked. I keep my windows shut tight no matter how hot it gets in summer. I check every closet before bed, even though I know it's silly. Sometimes late at night, I think about that man. I think about how he got in, what he was planning to do, why he was in my room, what he thought about while he was hiding in that closet. I think about what might have happened if I hadn't woken up, if my mom hadn't thrown me out that window, if he had been faster than her. I think about how small and quiet my cat looked when he walked into my bedroom that night, and how he was the only reason I woke up at all. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't woken up to see him. I don't like to think about it for too long. All I know is that after that night, nothing ever felt completely safe again, no matter where we lived. And even now, I still find myself waking up in the dark, listening for quiet footsteps in the hallway, just in case. I moved to my dad's when I was 10. Everything felt different there. The streets, the air, even the smell of the rain felt different than my mom's old neighborhood. My dad lived in a small town with cracked sidewalks, roads lined with dried leaves and overgrown weeds pushing up through the concrete. The houses were old, paint peeling from the sides, rust clinging to metal gates, yards littered with forgotten toys and rusted bikes. I didn't know anyone at first, and I spent most of my days after school sitting on the back steps of the house, just watching cars go by, wondering what my friends back home were doing. But my dad was friends with the family nearby. It was a single mom with 3 kids. I remember the first day I went over there with my dad. Their house felt warm. The smell of something cooking on the stove, cartoons playing quietly in the background, shoes scattered near the door, backpacks thrown against the wall. It was loud, busy, but it felt like a place where nothing bad could happen. There was a girl there, older than me by 2 years. She was 12 when I met her. She had long brown hair tied in a low ponytail, freckles scattered across her nose, and these tired-looking eyes that somehow still managed to be friendly. We weren't close, but over the next couple years, I saw her often enough. Birthday parties, barbecues, random evenings when my dad would go over to fix something for their mom. We never really hung out alone, but we ended up having the same friends. She'd sit near me when we were outside with the others, and we'd talk about school or TV shows or music, simple things. Time passed like that. Quiet, normal, boring. Until that winter when everything changed. I was 12 then, almost 13, and it was the year everything felt like it went from childhood to something else, something I didn't have words for back then. That night, it was cold. I remember because my dad was cursing at the heater in the living room. I was in my room, wrapped in blankets, playing on my phone until I fell asleep. I didn't know anything was happening down the road, just a few blocks away, where my friend Rob was hanging out with her and her younger brother. Their mom was at work, a late shift. She worked in healthcare, something to do with helping people with mental disabilities or the elderly. I never really knew exactly what, but she helped people. That's who she was. Always working late, always tired, always making sure her kids had food on the table, even if she was barely standing up straight. That winter she had been helping this woman from work. She got to know her pretty well, always talked about how sad her situation was, how her family was struggling, how she had a sister who'd been in a mental institution for a long time. The kids knew about her. They heard their mom talking on the phone or venting to friends in the kitchen. The sister had been in and out of institutions for years, but that year she had been released. I guess no one thought much of it. People get released from those places all the time, right? I don't think anyone ever imagined it would matter to them. While their mom was at work that night, Rob was there hanging out. He wasn't supposed to be there, but you know how kids are. Their mom wasn't strict, but didn't like boys in the house when she wasn't home. Rob was a skinny kid, shaggy hair, always wearing hoodies too big for him. He was funny though, always making everyone laugh. That night, they were just hanging out in the living room, watching TV, probably eating snacks they weren't supposed to touch until dinner. Her younger brother was there too, playing with his toys on the floor, half listening to the movie they were watching. Then there was a knock on the door. I found out later she thought it was her mom. Her mom always knocked a certain way before coming in, so she didn't even think twice. She got up and answered the door. Rob told everyone later that when she opened it and he saw it wasn't her mom, his first thought was he needed to get out of there before he got caught. He didn't even really look at the woman standing there. He just got up, went to her bedroom, and slipped out the window. His house was down the road, so he ran home and didn't think about it again. That decision probably saved his life, because it wasn't her mom at the door. It was the sister of the woman their mom had been helping. Through her conversations with her sister, she had found out where they lived, their mom's work schedule, when the kids would be home alone. All those little pieces of information, just normal harmless details in everyday conversation, somehow turned into a map for her. I didn't know the details back then. I still don't know all of them now, but I know enough to never want to know more. After Rob left, the woman came inside. Their little brother somehow managed to get away. I think he was in the hallway when it happened. He ran to the neighbors, barefoot in the snow, banging on their doors, screaming until they opened up and called the police. When they got there, it was too late. My friend was dead. They said it was brutal, that she was decapitated, left naked in the bathtub, her head hidden somewhere in the house. The police had to search for it. I don't know exactly where they found it. Some said it was in the closet. Others said it was wrapped like a present under the tree. No one ever really wanted to talk about it. Everyone just said different things, and all of it was horrible no matter what was true. I remember the morning after. My dad came into my room, sat on the edge of my bed. He looked like he hadn't slept all night. His eyes were red, the lines on his forehead deeper than I had ever seen them. He told me what happened in the simplest way he could, that she was gone, that something bad happened, that I wouldn't see her again. I didn't understand at first. How could she be gone? I had just seen her at the bus stop a few days ago. She was wearing this red scarf, the one with the little white stripes near the ends, and her hair was up in a messy ponytail, strands falling out around her face as she laughed with her brother about something stupid he said. She was alive, just a normal girl. And now she wasn't. School was silent that week. Even the teachers seemed like they didn't know what to say. Kids cried in the hallways. Some were quiet, staring at the floor all day, refusing to speak even when called on in class. No one wanted to talk about what really happened. The rumors were too horrible to say out loud, but everyone knew them anyway. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. My dad said it was closed casket, and he didn't think I should see that. I didn't fight him on it. I didn't want to see it either. I didn't want to see her mom's face as she buried her daughter a week before Christmas. I didn't want to see her little brother standing there in the cold, staring at the ground, wondering why this happened. I didn't want to hear the prayers, or the crying, or the sounds of shovels scraping against the frozen dirt. I didn't want to hear anything. I just wanted it to not be real. Christmas came a few days later. I remember sitting in the living room with my dad, staring at the tree. The lights twinkled, reflecting off the shiny glass ornaments. There were presents under the tree, but everything felt heavy and quiet. My dad didn't say much that day. He just sat there staring at the TV that was playing some Christmas movie. The sound turned down so low I couldn't hear what anyone was saying. I sat beside him, opening my presents without really looking at them. Nothing felt like it mattered. I just kept thinking about her, about how she would never open another present, never see another snowfall, never walk down the street with her brother, laughing about something small and stupid. She was just gone, and there was no fixing that. The town changed after that. People locked their doors more. Kids weren't allowed to walk home alone anymore. Parents waited at the bus stops, even in the freezing cold. Everyone knew what happened, but no one talked about it directly. They just said things like, "Be careful," and "You never know these days." But we all knew why. We all knew that monsters weren't hiding under our beds or creeping around our closets. They were real people, walking down the street in old coats, with tired eyes and forced smiles, holding bags from the grocery store, just like everyone else. And you never really knew what was going on in their heads. Years passed, but I never forgot her. Sometimes when I walked past her old house, I'd see her brother outside, taller now, playing basketball alone in the driveway. He looked different, older, sadder. I'd think about how none of us ever really healed from it. We just learned how to carry it without screaming. Even now, as an adult, every winter when the air turns cold and the sidewalks are dusted with salt, I think of her. I think of the last time I saw her, that red scarf, her hair messy from running to catch the bus. The way she smiled at her brother, half annoyed, half amused. I wonder what she would have been like if she had lived. What her laugh would sound like now. What her dreams were, if she ever told anyone. If she was planning to go to college. If she had a crush on someone. If she was excited about her Christmas presents that year. But all I have are questions, because there will never be any more answers. Just an empty space where a girl used to be, where a life used to exist. And the worst part is knowing that even though the rest of us kept breathing, the world just kept moving forward like nothing happened. The snow melted, flowers bloomed in spring, kids laughed again in playgrounds, and the world kept spinning. But for her, it just stopped in the most brutal way possible, and nothing can ever make that okay. That's the thing about real horror. It's not ghosts or shadows moving in the dark. It's not creaking floors or flickering lights. It's the knowledge that someone's life can be taken away in an instant, for no reason, by someone who decided their pain was more important than anyone else's existence. That's what keeps me up at night. That's what makes me check the locks twice before bed. That's what makes me watch people closely, wondering what's behind their tired eyes. Because monsters are real, and they look just like us. I was sitting in my room upstairs, just like any normal day after work. I had come home about half an hour earlier, and I was feeling tired. My back was aching from sitting on that broken office chair all day, and my eyes felt heavy from staring at the computer screen for so long. I had thrown my backpack onto the floor by the side of my bed and kicked off my shoes under my desk. My room was a mess, honestly. There were old snack wrappers on my desk, a half-drunk bottle of water by the window, and my laundry basket was overflowing with shirts and jeans I hadn't folded yet. Outside, the sky was already turning orange and purple, and I had my window cracked open to let in the breeze because it was stuffy in there. My little brother was downstairs watching TV. I could hear the muffled voices and sound effects coming up through the floorboards. He always had the volume up too high, and sometimes I wondered how he didn't go deaf from it. Our dog, a big black Labrador named Millie, was sleeping outside my door in the hallway. She always liked to lay there because she could keep an eye on both the stairs and my door at the same time. She was old, with a white muzzle and cloudy eyes, but still strong and still protective in her own way. I was scrolling on my phone, reading random posts, not really thinking about anything, just relaxing after work, trying to let my brain switch off before I went down to make something to eat. I remember I was thinking about dinner, actually. Thinking about whether we still had frozen pizza in the freezer, or if I'd have to microwave some leftover rice and chicken from last night. I was hungry, but too lazy to get up yet. Then, out of nowhere, Millie started going nuts. She jumped up so fast I heard her nails scratch against the wooden hallway floor. She started barking loud and sharp, that deep chest bark that always made me jump. She was jumping around like someone was there, nails clacking and sliding on the floor. Her tail was thumping hard against the wall as she turned in circles, and she let out a long howl that made my chest tighten up. She never howled like that unless she saw something that really got her attention, like a stranger at the front door or another dog outside. I frowned, confused, and started to get up from my chair. As I was pushing myself up, I heard a man's voice say, "Oh, that's a good girl." The voice was calm, almost friendly, like it was praising her for doing tricks. But it didn't sound like my little brother at all. It sounded older, deeper. For a second I thought it must be our roommate. He was my dad's friend who rented the spare room from us. He usually didn't get home until later in the evening because of his shifts, but I figured maybe he had come home early today. I said, "Oh, you're home early," as I opened my door. I expected to see him standing there, probably bending down to pet Millie, because she always loved him. I expected to see him with his black backpack still on his shoulder, or maybe his work boots leaving dust on the floor. But as soon as I stepped into the hallway, my stomach dropped. There was no one there. Millie was standing in the middle of the hallway, tail wagging fast, staring at the far end of the hall where it turned towards the bathroom and the stairs down. Her ears were up and forward, like she was listening closely, and her eyes were locked on that empty space. I looked around quickly. There was no one near the stairs, no one in the bathroom. The hallway was dim because the sun had already gone down, and we didn't have any lights on up there yet. The only light was coming from inside my room behind me, and the faint blue glow from my brother's TV downstairs. My heart was beating fast, and I felt cold all over. I called out softly, "Hello," even though I didn't want to. The air felt thick, like when a storm is coming. Millie kept staring at the end of the hallway, tail wagging so hard it was thumping against the wall, and her mouth was open with her tongue out like she was happy. But I couldn't see what she was looking at. Suddenly my brother came stomping up the stairs, the way he always did, like an elephant. He looked angry. He said, "Why'd you get her all riled up?" She's barking so loud I can't hear my show. I turned to him and shook my head. I didn't do anything. I heard someone say good girl, so I thought it was / roommate's name. Isn't he home? My brother's face changed a bit. He looked confused for a second, and then he frowned. No, I thought that was you. I heard the voice too. He stood next to me, and we both looked down the hallway where Millie was staring. I felt a chill on my arms, goosebumps rising. It felt wrong, like the air was heavy and still. Millie finally stopped wagging her tail and sniffed the ground, then walked away like nothing had happened. But she kept looking back over her shoulder at the end of the hallway as she laid back down outside my door. We decided to check the house just in case. I grabbed my butterfly knife from my desk drawer. I never really used it for anything except opening packages, but I held it anyway. My brother grabbed his BB gun from his room. It was one of those cheap plastic ones he got from the flea market. He always kept it by his window to shoot at soda cans outside. We didn't really think we'd find anything, but neither of us wanted to say out loud that we were scared. We started upstairs, opening every closet and looking under the beds, even though we knew no one could hide under there without us hearing. Then we went downstairs. Millie followed us, walking ahead with her tail up, ears forward. She sniffed every corner like she was looking for something. We checked the kitchen, the laundry room, the small bathroom by the back door. Nothing. No shoes out of place, no back door unlocked, no open windows, no sign that anyone had come inside. We even went down to the basement. I hated that basement. It was unfinished, with concrete floors and bare walls, and it always smelled like damp earth and rust. We turned on the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling and walked around slowly, checking behind the old shelves and the pile of boxes we never unpacked from when we moved in 2 years ago. There was nothing there except dust and cobwebs and the sound of our own breathing echoing off the walls. When we were done, we stood at the bottom of the stairs for a second, looking at each other. I could tell he was spooked too, but he was trying to act tough, holding his BB gun like it was going to protect him. We walked back upstairs without saying anything. For the rest of that night, neither of us went anywhere alone. If he wanted something from the kitchen, he'd wait until I was going too. When I finally went to bed, I closed my door all the way and locked it, which I almost never did. I left my window open a crack for the breeze, but I kept thinking about that voice. It hadn't sounded angry. It had sounded calm, friendly even. But it was a man's voice, and there were only 3 of us in that house that night, me, my little brother, and the dog. The next day, our roommate came home from work around the usual time. I asked him if he came home early the day before. He shook his head and said he'd been working all day, even stayed late for overtime. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't want to sound stupid, but I watched him carefully as he talked, listening to his voice. It wasn't the same. His voice was scratchier, a little higher when he talked fast. The voice we heard was smooth, deep, calm. Weeks went by and nothing else happened. Millie went back to sleeping in the hallway outside my door every day. Sometimes at night she'd sit up suddenly and stare down the hallway again. Every time she did it, my chest would tighten up and I'd feel my hands go cold. But she never barked like that again. Never howled like she did that night. I still think about it sometimes, when I'm home alone or when I'm walking up the stairs at night with the lights off. The sound of that man's voice saying, "Ah, that's a good girl," plays in my head like it happened 5 minutes ago. I wonder if it was just my imagination, or if there was someone in the house who got out without us knowing. Or maybe someone was standing right there at the end of the hallway, and we just couldn't see them. I don't know. I'll never really know. But after that day, I always kept my door locked at night, and I always checked every window before bed. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever spoke to Millie wasn't supposed to be there. And deep down, I was glad she hadn't run towards that voice, because I don't know what she would have found if she had. I remember that winter night more clearly than I remember most of my early birthdays. It was sometime in the late 80s, maybe early 90s. I was 6, almost 7. My sister was 14, nearly 15. There was a big age gap between us, but we got along better than most brothers and sisters I knew. Maybe because she liked feeling responsible for me, and I liked feeling protected by her. Our parents trusted her to watch me whenever they went out for dinner with friends or drove to nearby towns to visit relatives. That night was nothing different, or at least that's how it started. Our house was small, but it felt big to me back then. It sat near the edge of our little Texas town where desert stretched out forever behind us. Everyone in town knew everyone. It wasn't unusual to leave the doors unlocked or to sleep with windows open in the summer. That night was winter though, and the desert air had gone cold fast after sunset. We kept the back doors and windows shut tight to keep the warm air in. The heater rumbled from the hallway vent every so often, but the air in the common room still felt chilly on my skin. We were both sitting on the carpet in the common room, me with my little blanket wrapped around my shoulders, her with her knees up under her chin. The TV was the big old box type, sitting on a wooden stand with little doors that hid our VHS tapes and board games. The only light in the room came from the TV and the kitchen down the hall, where a yellow glow spilled out and dimmed as it spread into the living room. The show we were watching was something like 48 Hours or Hard Copy. I didn't pay much attention to what it was called. I just knew it was about bad people doing bad things. That night it was about a quiet man who lived next door to some family and one night snapped, killing everyone inside except a little girl who he took with him. The show showed the cops walking around the neighbor's yard with flashlights, showing yellow tape and blurred out bodies. They said he hadn't been caught yet. I felt a weird, sick feeling in my stomach watching it, but I didn't say anything. I wanted my sister to think I was brave. Behind us, taking up almost the whole back wall, were floor-to-ceiling windows with a big glass sliding door in the middle that led out into the backyard. During the day, sunlight poured through and warmed up the couch and carpet. At night it turned into a giant black mirror. If you didn't turn the porch light on, you couldn't see anything outside, just your own reflection staring back at you. Sometimes if the moon was bright, you could make out the edge of the swing set or the old metal shed by the back fence, but not that night. That night was just black glass. The front door was on the other side of the room, past the coat rack and shoe mat, where the carpet turned into the yellow linoleum of the entryway. It was a heavy wooden door with a small peephole, but no windows. Outside of it, we had a glass storm door that clattered shut every time you let it go. About 45 minutes into the show, I was half leaning against my sister's shoulder and half lying down with my blanket pulled up to my mouth. The newsman on the TV was talking about the manhunt, how the killer could be anywhere, how they had people searching abandoned barns and roadside motels. I was staring at the TV, but also thinking about how cold my toes felt when suddenly there was a loud bam 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 right behind us. I thought my heart stopped. It was so sudden and loud that I couldn't even scream right away. My sister grabbed onto me and we both screamed at the same time, sharp and high like sirens. The banging stopped. Everything went silent. The TV was still on, but neither of us could hear what it was saying. All I could hear was my own heart thudding in my chest, and my ears ringing from how loud our screams were. I stared at my sister. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was open, but she wasn't making any sound anymore. We both sat there on the carpet, the blanket falling off my shoulders, staring at the front door. I started thinking maybe the wind had blown something against it. Out here the winds could blow so hard it rattled the tin roof of the shed and made the swing set creak back and forth, even at midnight. Maybe the rocking chair on the porch tipped over and hit the door. I wanted it to be the wind so badly. I think she did too. A minute or two went by. I don't know how long exactly, just long enough for my teeth to start chattering from fear or cold or both. I felt like I couldn't take a full breath, like my lungs were squeezed tight. My sister was holding my hand so hard it hurt, but I didn't say anything. Just when I started to think maybe it really was the wind, I heard the sound of the storm door outside closing. It wasn't loud, but it was clear. The soft scrape of metal on metal, and the clunk as it latched shut. That sound made my whole body feel hot and cold at the same time. I felt something drip down my nose and realized I was crying. Someone had been out there. Someone had to have opened the storm door to bang on our front door like that. There was no wind strong enough to pull that storm door open. The handle stuck, and you had to yank it hard to get it free. I knew then that it wasn't the wind or a planter tipping over. Someone had come right up to our door. Neither of us moved. I was still sitting on my knees with my legs folded under me, and my sister was crouched halfway between sitting and standing. Her breathing was shaky and fast. I looked down at her hands. They were pressed against her thighs, shaking so much I could see them in the dim blue light of the TV. Then, for some reason I still don't understand, I turned around to look at the back windows. Maybe I was hoping to see the lights of a neighbor or a passing car. Maybe I just needed to look at something other than the front door. As I turned, I saw the reflection of our dim living room in the glass. The TV's glow cast our shadows onto the windows. That's when I heard the sound. The back door knob turned, just a small quiet turn, and the metal clicked softly as it tried to move past the lock. My eyes were locked on it. I saw the handle wiggle back and forth, slow and careful. Someone was gently testing it. My sister hadn't moved yet. She was still staring at the front door. I couldn't speak to tell her to look. I couldn't even breathe. Then all at once, the gentle turning turned into violent shaking. Bam, 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 bam. The glass door jerked back and forth in its frame so hard that the windows around it shook. The glass vibrated, and the whole black wall seemed to ripple with each pull. I could see my reflection shaking, turning blurry, then clear, then blurry again. I felt like I was going to throw up. My chest hurt so bad it felt like my heart was trying to claw its way out of me. I still couldn't scream. My mouth was open, but nothing came out. My sister finally turned around to see what I was staring at. The moment she saw the door handle jerking, she let out a scream, so loud it echoed off the windows. She grabbed my arm and yanked me to my feet. My knees buckled from how long I'd been sitting there frozen, so she half dragged, half carried me down the hall to her room. She slammed her door shut behind us. Her room was small, just her twin bed, dresser, and a little nightstand with her reading lamp. She let go of me just long enough to grab the edge of her mattress and shove it onto the floor in front of the door. She grabbed anything heavy she could find, her boom box, her books, her backpack full of school stuff, and piled them on top of the mattress to block the door. I sat on the carpet by her closet, knees pulled up to my chest, blanket wrapped tight around me again. I was shaking so bad my teeth kept knocking together. She grabbed the phone off her nightstand. It was one of those beige cordless phones with the long metal antenna that always bent to the side. She held it in her shaking hands, staring down at the buttons. I could see she was trying to think. Back then you had to dial the sheriff directly, number 911 in our little town. I saw her thumb hover over the numbers, and then she pressed redial instead. I could hear the ringing through the speaker. I didn't know who she was calling, but I didn't care. I just wanted someone, anyone, to come save us. She started talking in broken gasps, her voice so high and thin it didn't sound like her at all. She was telling whoever it was that someone was trying to get into our house, that they needed to get there right now. I heard her say, right fucking now, and the word fuck sounded so strange coming from her mouth that even through my terror I noticed it. My sister never swore, not even when she stubbed her toe or dropped a glass. Hearing her swear like that made everything feel even more wrong. I sat there curled up on the floor, rocking back and forth, staring at her, and then at the door. I was waiting for it to start rattling like the back door had. I kept picturing the doorknob turning, the door jerking back and forth until it broke open. I was so sure we were going to die that night. My stomach felt like it was twisting around itself. Every little noise, the creaks of the house, the heater turning on again with its low rumble, made me flinch so hard my neck hurt. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. Then we saw headlights sweeping across the walls of her room. She crawled to the window and peeked through the blinds. I saw her shoulders sag, and she let out a sob of relief. It was her friend's parents. They pulled up into the driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel. I heard car doors slam. My sister threw open her bedroom door, shoved aside the mattress and all her stuff with shaking hands, and ran down the hall. I ran after her, stumbling over the blanket around my legs. Her friend's dad was at the front door, knocking and calling out. My sister unlocked it and threw herself into his arms, sobbing so hard her whole body shook. I stood there next to her, gripping her t-shirt so hard my fingers hurt. Her friend's mom came in and hugged me, rubbing my back. I felt so small standing there between them, the smell of cold winter air rushing into the house through the open door. They checked around the house. Her dad walked out onto the porch and around back with a flashlight. He didn't find anyone. There were no footprints in the hard-packed dirt of the backyard. No signs of a person trying to break in. Just a couple of I woke up before the sun that day. The room was cold, and the windows were covered with condensation from the night. I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes, feeling that dull ache in my lower back from sleeping on that old thin mattress. I got dressed slowly, pulling on my work jeans that were stiff with dried dirt from the day before. I grabbed my thermos from the table by the door and stepped out onto the porch. The air was wet and heavy with the smell of grass and damp wood. I could see my breath coming out in little clouds. I stood there for a moment, just looking out across the field. The fog was thick and low, hugging the ground and hiding the fence line in the distance. My boots felt cold as I stepped down the 3 wooden steps and walked toward my truck parked by the oak tree. Its metal body was wet with dew, and as I unlocked it, I saw the marks left by my fingers on the cold glass of the driver's window. I drove down the gravel driveway, feeling the stones crunching under the tires. The world felt silent. No birds yet, no cars, no wind. Just the hum of the engine and the scrape of branches that reached out over the road. I turned onto the paved highway and headed west toward the work site. It was a long, empty road lined with pine trees on both sides. The sun was still not up, but the horizon was starting to turn blue. After about 15 minutes, I turned down another gravel road that cut through a thick stand of trees. I slowed the truck down as the road narrowed and curved, making my way through until the trees opened up to the clearing where we were working. It was an old farm property that someone bought to build a new house on, and I was there with a few other guys to clear brush, burn old stumps, and start preparing the area for the construction crew. When I parked, there was only one other truck there. I could see the glow of a cigarette near the big oak stump where Rick always sat before we started. I got out and walked over to him, nodding a hello. He just sat there, staring into the trees, smoke curling up in front of his face. I poured myself coffee from the thermos and sat on a fallen log across from him, feeling the steam rise into my nose as I drank. My hands felt warm around the metal cup. Eventually the other guys showed up, one by one, their trucks crunching up the gravel drive and their headlights sweeping through the trees. We started working as the sun rose. It was just like any other day, really. We cut small trees with chainsaws, hauled brush into piles, burned what we could in metal barrels. The smell of burning would mixed with the smell of fresh pine sap. My arms felt tired by noon, and the front of my shirt was wet with sweat. After lunch, the boss told me to take the ATV up the hill to check the fence line at the north edge of the property. I was glad to get away for a bit. My shoulders hurt from lifting logs all morning, and driving the ATV sounded easier. I grabbed the keys from the toolbox in the back of my truck and climbed onto the small red ATV. The seat was cracked and the handlebars were sticky from sap or fuel. I couldn't tell which. I drove slowly up the narrow dirt trail that curved along the hill. The trees got thicker as I went up, and the light felt dim even though the sun was out now. The trail was rough with deep ruts from rain, and I had to keep shifting my weight to keep from tipping over. As I went higher, I started seeing the old fence posts that lined the edge of the property. Most of them were leaning or broken, and the wire was rusted and sagging to the ground in places. I stopped at a section where a large pine tree had fallen across the fence. The trunk was thick, probably 3 feet across, and the roots had torn a huge hole in the earth when it came down. I turned off the ATV and climbed off to take a better look. The ground was uneven here, covered with moss and rotting pine needles. The smell was strong, like damp earth and old wood. I walked around the base of the fallen tree, checking to see if I could cut it away later with a chainsaw. The roots had left a pit where they ripped out of the ground, and as I stepped closer to it, I saw that it wasn't just a hole. It looked like the edge of the pit had broken away to reveal something underneath. I crouched down and pushed aside some loose dirt with my gloved hand. Under the dirt was a dark hole, about 2 feet wide. It was lined with old stones, stacked on top of each other like a well. I felt a cold draft coming up from it. I bent down further to look inside. The hole went straight down into darkness. I couldn't see the bottom, but I could smell it. It smelled like old wet rock and something sour, like rotting leaves or maybe dead animals. I stood up quickly and wiped my hands on my jeans, feeling uneasy. I told myself it was probably just an old well or root cellar from when this place was a farm. Still, I didn't like standing near it. The pit was quiet, no echo, no drip of water, just silent. I felt my skin crawl. I decided to go back to the ATV and mark the spot so the boss could bring a backhoe later and fill it in. I turned back to the ATV and started walking toward it. I had only taken a few steps when I heard a sound behind me. It was faint, but clear enough to make me stop. It sounded like a scraping noise, like something dragging across stone. I turned around fast and stared at the hole. There was nothing there, just the same darkness. I stood there for a long minute, just listening. The woods felt silent again. No birds, no breeze in the trees. I could hear my own breathing loud in my ears. I shook my head and told myself it was probably a stone shifting in the walls of the pit. I turned back and kept walking to the ATV. As I started it up and turned it around, I felt like I was being watched. I couldn't see anything in the trees, but I felt it, like eyes on the back of my neck, making my shoulders tense up. I drove down the hill faster than I should have, bouncing over ruts and rocks, gripping the handlebars tight. Back at the work site, I parked and walked over to the boss to tell him about the pit. He just nodded and said we'd deal with it later. The rest of the day passed slow. My mind kept going back to that dark hole in the ground. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. The mossy stones, the cold draft, that sour smell. We finished work around 5. I got in my truck and drove back down the long highway toward home. The sun was setting behind me, turning the sky pink and orange. My eyes felt heavy, and my body was sore. I just wanted to eat and sleep. When I got home, the house felt cold and dark. I turned on the lamp by the couch and sat down, pulling off my boots. I could still smell the smoke and pine sap on my clothes. I made a quick dinner of eggs and toast and ate it standing by the counter, staring out the small kitchen window into the dark yard. I could see the reflection of my own face in the glass, and behind it, just darkness. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. My mind kept playing tricks on me, making me hear that scraping noise in my memory over and over. Around midnight, I got up and made tea just to have something hot in my hands. I sat at the table, listening to the quiet creaks of the old house. The clock ticked on the wall. The fridge made a faint humming sound, but otherwise it was silent. I decided I needed to get it out of my head. I put on my boots, grabbed my flashlight, and walked outside. The air was cold and smelled like wet dirt. I walked down the gravel drive to where the field started. The grass was tall and moved in waves when the wind blew. I just stood there for a while, feeling the wind on my face, trying to calm down. But then I saw it. At first I thought it was nothing, just a shadow from the trees. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something standing near the edge of the field, right where the grass met the woods. It was tall, maybe 6 feet, and thin. I could see the shape of it against the dark tree trunks. It didn't move. It just stood there. My chest felt tight. I lifted my flashlight and aimed it at the figure. The beam cut through the dark and landed on a tree trunk. There was nothing there. I lowered the light and blinked hard. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I turned around and walked back to the house quickly, my boots crunching the gravel. Inside, I locked the door and sat on the couch, breathing hard. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I went back to the work site. I kept looking at the tree line as I drove up the gravel road. Everything looked normal. We spent the day burning more brush piles. In the afternoon, the boss sent me up the hill again to mark more broken fence posts. I didn't want to go, but I didn't argue. I drove the ATV up the trail, the same as before. The woods were quiet. When I got near the fallen tree, I slowed down. I could see the pit from the trail, dark and open between the roots. I parked the ATV and sat there for a moment, engine idling, just staring at it. I felt that same cold feeling in my chest. I climbed off and walked closer. The dirt around the edge was disturbed, like something had been moving there. I crouched down and looked into the hole. It was still just dark. I listened. No sound, just the distant rumble of the ATV behind me. I was about to stand up when I saw something at the edge of the darkness. It looked like a small piece of cloth caught on a stone. I reached down and grabbed it. It was old and dirty, gray with dark stains on it. I turned it over in my hand. It looked like a piece of a shirt or pants, torn and frayed at the edges. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. I dropped it and stood up quickly. I backed away from the hole and turned to go back to the ATV. My hands were shaking as I grabbed the handlebars. I drove back down the trail without looking back. When I got back to the site, I told the boss about the cloth. He just shrugged and said it was probably an old rag from the farmers who used to live here. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. That night, I dreamed about the pit. I dreamed I was falling into it, deeper and deeper, and something was waiting at the bottom. I woke up sweating and gasping for breath. The next day, I called in sick. I don't really talk about these things much anymore. There was a time when they shaped my life every day, but these days I try to just keep them buried deep down where they can't touch me. Still, sometimes, on quiet mornings when I wake up before the sun and the world feels still and hollow, I remember everything again like it never left me. I had just graduated high school back then. Life felt open, like there was nothing stopping me from doing anything I wanted. I'd been working part-time at a hardware store, saving money for college, or maybe just for freedom, and I felt like I was finally stepping away from being a kid. I thought my life was just getting started. I remember that morning so clearly it's like the memory is burned into my eyes. I woke up in my room, the small square one with posters of rock bands and a little old TV in the corner, and I felt a weird quiet in the house. It was summer, so the air was warm already, and the sun came through the blinds, dust floating in the light. I stretched and got up, thinking about cereal or maybe toast, and I opened my bedroom door. I walked down the hallway like any other morning, my bare feet against the wood floor, hearing the creaks I always heard. I didn't think anything was wrong. There was just that quiet, a kind of emptiness. When I turned into the living room, I saw my dad lying there on the floor. His arms were twisted in a way that didn't look right, and his eyes were open but not blinking. I ran to him. I remember screaming, "Dad," but it felt like the word was stuck in my throat, like it couldn't even get out of me. I dropped to my knees next to him and started CPR. I'd learned it in health class and thought it would work. I pushed on his chest, felt his ribs shift under my hands, breathed into him, pushed again, but he wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing. His skin was already cool. I tried so hard, but it felt like I was pushing against a wall that wouldn't move. I don't know how long I was there, trying to save him, tears dripping down onto his chest, while my own breathing turned into choking gasps. When the paramedics came, they told me he'd been dead for hours. It was his heart, they said. Just stopped in the middle of the night. That's what people say. Just stopped, like it's something simple, like a car engine that ran out of gas. But it wasn't simple for me. It wasn't simple at all. I think something in my brain broke that day. After the funeral, after the family left, after the casseroles went cold and the cards were stacked on the kitchen table, I stopped sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. But it wasn't just seeing him dead. It was knowing that if I walked down that hallway again, I would see him dead all over again, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I started having nightmares where I was back in my room. I'd wake up in the dream, thinking it was morning, and I'd start walking down the hall. Each step was heavier than the last. I could feel my feet sinking into the floorboards. My chest would tighten. I knew what I was about to see, but I couldn't stop myself from walking. I'd get right up to the living room doorway, and I'd see his legs on the floor, his feet twisted sideways, and I'd start screaming before I even saw his face. Then I'd wake up in my bed, my throat raw from screaming for real. It kept happening, almost every night for a year. I started staying awake for days at a time, because sleeping meant seeing him again. I'd sit on the floor in my room with my back against the wall, staring at the door, knees pulled to my chest, just listening to the sounds of the house. The fridge humming, the heater clicking on, the distant traffic if the window was open. Anything to keep me grounded in the present. I drank so much coffee my hands shook nonstop. My body started feeling like it didn't even belong to me anymore. I lost track of time. I'd wake up after finally passing out on the floor and not know if it was morning or night. I think I started to go crazy. Then one afternoon, maybe late spring or early summer, I broke. I was sitting in the living room with my girlfriend, who's now my wife, just sitting there trying to watch TV, pretending to be normal. Suddenly my whole body went stiff. I remember feeling like my brain was stuck on one memory, like a record skipping over and over. She told me later that my muscles locked up so hard I looked like I was having a seizure. It lasted almost an hour. In my mind, it felt like days. I was back in my nightmare. I was waking up in my room again, walking down the hallway again, feeling that heavy dread in my chest again. But this time it didn't end when I screamed. I stopped myself from going into the living room. I just stood there at the end of the hall screaming, over and over, a scream that felt like it came from my bones. My wife told me that in real life I was screaming too. Every time I tried to step into the living room in the dream, my body would lock up again, and I would scream. It happened again and again until finally, I couldn't hold back. I had to see him. I stepped forward and walked into the room, and there he was, lying on the floor just like before. I fell to my knees next to him, and I didn't try to save him this time. I just sat there crying. In the dream I stayed there for what felt like hours, just holding his cold hand. When I came out of it, I was drenched in sweat, and my wife was crying, holding me tight. I felt empty, completely drained. But after that, the nightmares stopped. I never had that same dream again. It was like my mind had finally accepted it. Years passed. I got older. Time moves whether you're ready or not. In 2005, I joined the Army. I wanted a purpose. I wanted to feel strong again, like I had control over my life. They sent me to Iraq. I was leading convoys through desert roads, endless sand and heat waves shimmering off the ground. Every day was hot and smelled like dust and oil and sweat. You learn to live in that fear, to carry it like another piece of gear strapped to your vest. One day we had intel that insurgents were using children, sending them out into the road to stop convoys so they could ambush us. We were told not to stop, to keep going no matter what. That morning I was leading the convoy, driving down a cracked asphalt road lined with bombed-out buildings. The sun was burning through the windshield, and sweat dripped down my back under my armor. I felt the familiar tightness in my chest that I always felt on convoys, waiting for an IED to go off or for gunfire to rip through the glass. Then I saw him. A kid. Couldn't have been more than 10 years old. He ran out into the road about 300 meters ahead of me, arms flailing, barefoot, wearing a long, dusty shirt. My hands froze on the steering wheel. For a second I thought about my little cousins back home, their small hands and scrawny arms. I couldn't move. My truck chief was screaming at me to floor it. He was pounding the dashboard, cursing, telling me to keep going or we were all dead. My brain felt like it was made of thick mud. Finally, I pressed down on the gas. The truck roared forward, and the kid dove out of the way at the last second. We sped past him, my chest heaving like I'd just run 10 miles. Later that day, we got to the FOB. I parked the truck and went to my cot. My whole body felt numb, my muscles shaky from the adrenaline wearing off. I lay down on the thin mattress in the dim tent, the smell of diesel and sweat and sand filling my nose, and I closed my eyes to sleep. But sleep never came easy for me. As I drifted off, my mind started its dark work again. I was dreaming I was driving. Same road, same heat, same vibration of the armored truck under my hands. I saw the kid run out again, but this time I didn't freeze. I floored it and hit him. The truck thumped over his small body, tires bouncing up and down. My stomach twisted. In the dream, I stopped the truck. I had to see him. I got out and walked to the back, each step making my legs shake harder. My boots crunched in the sand and gravel. I rounded the rear bumper, expecting to see the boy's crushed body. But instead, it was my father, lying on the cracked desert road with his arms twisted the same way they were on our living room floor all those years ago. His eyes were open, staring up at me with that empty look. My chest felt like it was caving in. In the dream, I dropped to my knees and started screaming. It was that same primal scream I used to have in my nightmares, the one that ripped out of me without words or thought. A scream that wasn't just from my lungs, it was from my whole being. Then I woke up, but I wasn't in my cot. I was outside, running full speed. My feet pounded the hard dirt and gravel of the FOB. I didn't even know where I was at first. I just kept running until I couldn't breathe anymore. When I finally stopped, bent over with my hands on my knees, sweat dripping off my nose onto the ground, I realized I was on the far side of the base, near some shipping containers. My heart was hammering in my chest, so hard it felt like it might burst. My whole body was shaking. I sat down on the ground, pulled my knees to my chest, and just sat there breathing, staring at the dusty rocks between my boots. After that dream, I didn't have the nightmares anymore. Not that exact one, at least. But it left a scar in my mind. It's been years since Iraq. I have a wife now, kids, a job that doesn't involve guns or death, or driving through towns waiting to explode. But I'm always afraid. Afraid of sleeping. Afraid of dreaming. Afraid that my mind will take me back there again and show me things I can't unsee. Some nights I lie awake in bed, listening to the quiet house, feeling the weight of the memories pressing down on my chest like someone is sitting there. I look at the dark ceiling and feel that old dread crawling up my throat. I wonder if my kids will ever have to see me dead the way I saw my dad. I hope not. I hope they never have to carry that with them. I don't know if the nightmares are gone for good or just hiding. My mind is like a dark forest at night. I walk through it with a flashlight that barely reaches 10 feet ahead. Anything could be out there in the dark, waiting to jump out at me. But for now, I'm still walking. I'm still here. That's all I can really say. I still remember that day clearly, down to the way the morning sun looked when I left the house. It was a Thursday. I had woken up groggy because I hadn't slept well the night before. I think it was around mid-October because the trees in our front yard were already half bare, and the lawn was littered with yellow leaves that stuck to my shoes when I walked to my truck. I remember feeling annoyed about it, thinking I should rake them before they got wet and messy. It was chilly enough that my breath made small clouds when I exhaled, but not cold enough yet to see frost on the windshield. I didn't bother warming up the truck for long before driving off to work. The roads were clear that morning. I remember that because I got to work about 10 minutes earlier than usual. I sat in the parking lot drinking coffee from a metal thermos, staring at the steering wheel, just thinking about the day ahead. Back then, work felt like a routine I walked through with my eyes closed. I worked for a distribution company as a logistics supervisor. My job was to keep track of shipments going in and out, making sure drivers had their schedules, and calling clients to confirm delivery slots. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either. It was just something I did. I remember clocking in, scanning my card through the reader near the break room, and nodding to a few coworkers. The building smelled like coffee and dust, the way it always did in the mornings. There was an odd comfort in it back then, knowing that each day started with the same noises. The beep of scanners, the rolling carts echoing down the warehouse lanes, the low murmur of forklifts reversing with their warning beeps. I went to my desk, switched on the computer, and sipped coffee as I pulled up the day's schedules. It was a couple of hours into the shift, maybe around 10, when my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number at first because my wife was calling from her mobile, and she usually didn't call me during the day. She worked nights at the hospital, so daytime was when she caught up on sleep. Seeing her name on the caller ID made me worry immediately. I thought something had happened at home, or maybe she needed me to bring something on my lunch break. When I picked up, her voice sounded strange. She wasn't crying or panicked, but her tone was low and uneasy. She told me I needed to call my friend Danny. I asked her why, thinking maybe she heard something on the news about him or saw something on Facebook that bothered her. She just said, "I had a dream, but I can't remember it. You need to call him and make sure he and his family are okay." I remember the way she said that. It wasn't frantic, but there was something about the way her words came out that made me feel cold. It's hard to explain. It was as if she wasn't talking to me from our house down the road, but from somewhere far away, like an echo from a cave. There was an emptiness in her voice that felt heavy. I asked her again what she meant, and she repeated that she couldn't remember the dream. She just knew it involved Danny, and that I needed to call him. After we hung up, I sat there for a moment, staring at my phone. I felt embarrassed even thinking about calling him. I'm not the kind of person who calls people to talk about dreams or gut feelings, but there was something about her voice that made me do it anyway. I dialed Danny's number. He picked up after a couple of rings, sounded a bit surprised to hear from me in the middle of a weekday morning. We hadn't spoken for a few weeks, just casual texts about football scores or weekend plans. I told him my wife had a dream and wanted me to check in. He laughed softly, that kind of polite chuckle you give someone when you don't really get the joke, but you're trying to be kind. He told me everything was fine, that his wife was at work, his son was in school, and he was working from home that day because he had a mild cold. He thanked me for checking in and asked me to thank my wife for her concern. I ended the call feeling foolish. I shook my head, almost embarrassed that I let my wife's weird intuition push me into making that call. I called her back and told her Danny said everything was fine. She didn't sound relieved. She just said, in that same distant voice, and then she hung up. The rest of the day went by like normal. I finished paperwork, argued with one of the drivers about a late delivery, and walked around the warehouse to check on some damaged pallets. By the time I clocked out, I had almost forgotten about the call altogether. The sky was already darkening when I left work, that gloomy autumn dusk that happened so early in the evenings. I remember seeing the streetlights flickering on as I drove past, orange halos glowing in the chilly air. When I got home, my wife was awake in the living room, sitting on the recliner with a blanket over her legs. The TV was on but muted. She was staring at it without really watching. I remember her face looked pale and tired, her dark hair messy around her shoulders. I asked her if she was okay, and she just shrugged, saying she felt weird all day, like something heavy was sitting on her chest. I went to the kitchen to grab leftovers for dinner, and while I was reheating them, I checked my phone out of habit. That's when I saw a missed call and a voicemail from Danny. It was left just after 5 that evening. I remember feeling confused, thinking maybe he wanted to chat more about the call that morning. I pressed play on the voicemail and listened. At first, I couldn't even understand him. His voice was shaking, words coming out choked and cracked. He told me his uncle from Florida had called him earlier that afternoon to tell him that Danny's son had been found dead. He had hanged himself in the bedroom closet. His son was 13. I stood there in the kitchen, holding the phone to my ear with the microwave humming behind me, staring at the floor tiles. The beige linoleum pattern blurred as my eyes filled with tears. I walked into the living room and sat on the armrest of my wife's recliner. She looked up at me, saw my face, and she already knew. I didn't even have to say the words. Her eyes welled up, and she pulled the blanket tighter around her chest. For a long time, we just sat there in silence, the only sound in the room coming from the muted TV, flickering images of a cooking show playing out in silence. Later that night, after she went to bed, I sat in the kitchen alone. I couldn't stop thinking about Danny, about his wife, about their son. I tried to imagine what his morning was like, waking up thinking it was a normal day, getting my call, laughing about my wife's strange dream, probably rolling his eyes after hanging up. Then, just an hour later, getting another call that split his world open in a way it would never heal from. I thought about my wife too, the way she knew something was wrong without knowing what it was. She didn't even remember the dream, only that Danny and his family were in it, and that it felt wrong. I remember looking at her that night as she slept, her hair spread out on the pillow, her chest rising and falling softly. I wondered what it felt like to carry that sort of intuition, to feel something dark approaching without any explanation. It seemed like a burden I was glad I didn't have. I never told Danny the full story. I never told him that my wife felt something was wrong before it happened. I figured it would only make him feel worse, like the world was full of signs that he couldn't read, warnings that he couldn't hear. What good would it have done? He had already lost enough. There was no comfort to offer him in that moment. I sent flowers to his house. I went to the funeral a week later, stood in the back in my only black suit, watching the way his wife clung to him as they sat in the front row. His son's photo was on a small table next to the casket, a picture of him from their last family vacation, wearing a goofy bucket hat and smiling with his front teeth missing. He looked so young in that picture. I kept staring at it, feeling the tears gathering in my eyes, feeling them run down my face. I didn't wipe them away. I just let them fall. After the funeral, I walked back to my truck alone. The parking lot was half empty, and the cold wind blew leaves around my feet as I walked. I sat in the driver's seat with the door open, just listening to the wind rustling the oak trees that lined the cemetery grounds. I remember thinking about all the little moments in life that don't feel important when they happen. A phone call, a dream, a conversation about nothing, a half-finished cup of coffee. Then suddenly one of those moments breaks open and shows you the darkness that was hidden behind it all along. That night, I drove home with the radio off. My wife was sitting at the dining table when I walked in, holding a cup of tea in her hands. She looked up at me, and I could see her eyes were red from crying. I sat down across from her, and for a long time neither of us spoke. There wasn't anything left to say. We both just sat there, staring at the steam curling up from her cup, feeling the silence in the house settle heavy around us like dust. After that day, I thought a lot about life and death, about how close we all walk to the edge without knowing it. I still think about Danny sometimes. We lost touch after a while. I guess grief changes people, makes them drift away from everything that used to feel normal. I think he moved away eventually. I heard from someone that he and his wife divorced a couple years after their son died. I can't imagine the kind of pain that does to a person. As for my wife, we stayed together for a few more years after that. Eventually, we separated and then divorced. There wasn't one reason, just a lot of small reasons that added up over time. I still think about her sometimes, wonder if she still gets those feelings, those dreams that brush past her mind like a cold wind. I wonder if they still haunt her. Sometimes, when I'm driving home from work late at night, I find myself thinking about that morning, about how normal everything felt when I woke up. The leaves on the lawn, the taste of lukewarm coffee in my thermos, the dusty smell of the warehouse, and how beneath all that normal, there was a darkness quietly blooming, getting ready to split open a family's life forever. It makes me feel small, knowing how little control we have over any of it. I don't believe in premonitions or fate. I don't believe I woke up before my alarm that day. The sun wasn't up yet, and the whole room felt cold, not because it was winter, but because I'd left my window open overnight without realizing. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling fan that wasn't moving. I could hear the quiet ticking of my old clock on the bedside table. It was too early to get up for work, but I didn't feel like sleeping anymore. My body felt heavy from yesterday's gym session. My arms sore when I stretched to rub my eyes. I sat there in silence, just breathing for a while, letting the early dawn dimness soak into my eyes until I finally got up and went to the bathroom. I turned on the tap and let the cold water run before splashing my face. The mirror was foggy from the sudden change in temperature, but I wiped it with my palm. My hair was a mess, sticking up in all directions, and there was a faint red mark on my cheek from sleeping on top of my hand. My eyes were puffy. I filled my glass with water and drank it while looking out of the window beside the kitchen sink. It was still mostly dark, though the sky near the hills was turning a dull gray. The street lights were still on, casting long beams onto the empty road. I decided I would go for a walk before work. I hadn't done that in a while. My neighborhood was quiet and safe, small single-story houses with tiny front gardens and white metal gates. There were a few old trees lining the road, and sometimes you would see cats walking on the walls. I changed into sweatpants and a hoodie, pulled on my trainers, and stepped outside. The cold air made me flinch for a second, but it felt fresh against my skin, so I started walking down the pavement with my hands in my pockets. The road was empty. No cars were passing by, no dogs barking in yards yet, no kids going to school. It felt peaceful, just the sound of my footsteps and the distant chirping of some birds waking up. I walked down to the small park near the end of my street. It was just a patch of grass with 3 benches and a broken swing set that squeaked whenever the wind blew strong. I sat down on one of the benches and stared at the swing moving slowly back and forth. There was a slight breeze, just enough to keep the chains shifting. After a while, I stood up again and kept walking, deciding to go around the block before heading back home to shower and get ready for work. As I turned a corner, I noticed a white car parked on the side of the road with all its windows fogged up from the inside. I didn't think much of it at first. Probably someone waiting for a friend or trying to nap before their shift. I kept walking past it, but I couldn't help looking back once, wondering why the headlights were slightly on, casting a dim light onto the curb. It looked empty, but the back window was too foggy to see clearly. I walked on, shaking the thought away, and focused on the cool air hitting my face. My nose felt numb by the time I reached back home. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, shutting the world out again. I took a hot shower to get rid of the cold in my bones. The water hit my back, and I stood there for a while, closing my eyes and letting it run down my head. Afterwards, I made toast and coffee. The toast was burnt on one side, and I scraped off the black bits with a knife, watching them fall into the sink. My coffee tasted bitter, but I drank it anyway. I checked my phone. I had a missed call from an unknown number around 4 a.m. No voicemail, just a missed call. I didn't call back. It was probably spam or some automated marketing nonsense. I got ready and left for work, locking the door behind me and checking the handle twice to make sure it was shut. The drive to work was uneventful. The roads were getting busier, and school vans were pulling up to houses to collect kids. I reached the office on time, scanned my card at the entrance, and went up to my desk. The day passed slowly, work emails, calls, meetings, the usual. When it was finally time to leave, I felt drained. I said goodbye to my coworker sitting next to me, packed my bag, and left. The sun was still up, but it was getting close to dusk. The sky was turning golden, and the clouds looked pink near the horizon. On the drive back, I saw that same white car parked near the park. It was in a slightly different spot, but I recognized it from the morning. Its windows were still fogged up, and it had moved just a few meters down. I slowed down my car for a second to look at it. This time, I saw the outline of someone sitting in the driver's seat, but their head was turned away, leaning against the window. The lights were off now. I felt uneasy, but I kept driving. It wasn't my business. That evening, I cooked rice and chicken curry for dinner, ate it while watching some random show on YouTube, and washed my plate afterwards. I lay down on the couch for a bit, scrolling on my phone mindlessly. Later, I took my trash out to the street bin. The street was quiet again, with just a couple of porch lights on. When I walked back inside, I locked the door and checked the windows to make sure they were shut tight before going to bed. The next morning, I woke up again before my alarm. My body felt tense, like I'd had a nightmare but couldn't remember it. I got up and went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth while staring blankly at myself in the mirror. I went to the kitchen to drink water, and as I stood there by the sink, I noticed the same white car parked directly across the street from my house. Its windows were still fogged up, and this time I saw the driver's seat was empty. The back seat window had a small circle wiped clean, like someone had rubbed it with their palm to look out. A chill ran down my spine. It was too early to call anyone about it. I didn't want to sound paranoid. I made coffee and sat at the table, staring at the car through the gap in my curtains. I kept thinking, what if someone was hiding in the back seat? What if they were watching houses, waiting to break in? My mind was racing with worst-case scenarios. When I left for work, I locked the door and walked quickly to my car, glancing at the white car as I passed. The inside looked dark. I couldn't see anything through the fogged windows except that clear circle at the back. The day at work went by with that thought stuck in my head. Every break I got, I found myself thinking about that car, who was in it, what they were doing, why they moved it slightly each day but never left the street. By evening, my curiosity was mixing with fear. On the way back, I drove slowly past it again. It hadn't moved this time. It was parked under the street light, and I could see faint marks on the windshield from where someone had wiped away condensation with their hand. That night, I couldn't sleep properly. I kept waking up every hour, checking my window, looking at the car across the street. Around 3 a.m., I saw movement inside. Just a slight shifting of shadow, like someone sitting up straighter. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear the blood in my ears. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling, my hands cold and clammy. I didn't know if I should call the police. What would I even tell them? That someone was parked in their own car on a public street? The next morning, I decided I would walk past it before work. I wanted to see who was in it. I left my house early, wearing a hoodie to hide my face, and walked down the pavement. As I approached the car, my steps slowed. The windows were still fogged, but that circle at the back was bigger now, like someone had pressed their face against it overnight. I felt sick to my stomach. My breathing got faster, and I forced myself to keep walking until I passed it completely. I didn't look back. When I reached the end of the street, I stopped and turned around to see the car from a distance. I could see a shadow in the back seat. It was definitely a person, sitting upright, facing forward, their head bent down slightly. I walked quickly back home, locked my door, and sat down on the floor with my back against it, heart racing. I didn't go to work that day. I called in sick, then sat by my window, watching that car for hours. Around noon, a garbage truck passed by, and the driver honked at the white car to move out of the way. No one came out. The garbage truck drove around it and continued down the road. I realized whoever was inside wasn't planning to leave anytime soon. That evening, just before sunset, I gathered enough courage to walk up to the car. My hands were shaking as I approached it. I could smell something strange as I got closer, like rotting food or old sweat. I stood there, trying to see through the front window, but it was too dark inside. I knocked lightly on the driver's side window. No response. I knocked again, a bit louder this time. Still nothing. My stomach twisted. I bent down to peek through the small wiped circle on the back seat window. At first, I saw nothing but dark shapes. Then my eyes adjusted, and I realized I was staring at someone's knees, pulled up to their chest. Their arms were wrapped around their legs, and their head was bent down between their knees. They weren't moving at all. I felt bile rise up in my throat. I banged on the window, shouting for them to wake up, but there was no reaction. I called the police immediately. My voice was shaking so much I could barely get the words out. They arrived within 15 minutes, 2 cars pulling up with flashing lights. Neighbors came out to see what was happening. I stood there shivering as the officers knocked on the window, then forced it open when there was no response. They opened the back door, and I saw one of them step back quickly, covering his mouth. The smell hit me even from where I was standing. They pulled the body out onto the pavement. It was a man, probably in his 40s, wearing a dirty hoodie and jeans. His skin was grayish, his hair matted with sweat, and his eyes were half open, dried out. He'd been dead for a while. One of the officers told me to step back and asked if I knew him. I shook my head. My knees felt weak, and I sat down on the curb, staring at my shoes. My hands were trembling uncontrollably. The neighbors whispered among themselves. Some of them looked at me like I'd done something wrong. Later, the police told me he was a homeless man. He'd probably been living in his... I woke up early that morning feeling heavy. My body didn't want to get out of bed, but my mind was already awake. I could hear the wind brushing against my window, the faint whistle of morning air sneaking through the cracks. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, wondering if I should even bother getting up or just turn off my alarm and sleep the day away. But eventually, I forced myself up. My room felt colder than usual. The floor felt like ice under my feet. I walked over to the window and looked outside. The sky was still that soft bluish-gray color it turns before sunrise. I could see the trees in my backyard swaying slightly. The neighbor's dog was barking again, probably at a squirrel or something invisible to everyone but him. I went to the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and washed my face with freezing water. My reflection looked tired. There were small dark circles under my eyes. I had been staying up late every night for the past week, scrolling through my phone or reading random articles until 2 or 3 in the morning. I didn't even know why. I felt like I was looking for something to keep me awake, as if I was scared of falling asleep too soon. After I washed up, I got dressed in a gray hoodie and old black jeans. My shoes were by the door. They were dirty from the last hike I went on with a friend a few days back. We had climbed a small trail on the edge of town. I remembered how quiet it was up there, how the trees stood still like they were holding their breath. I grabbed my backpack from the kitchen chair and left the house without eating breakfast. My stomach felt tight anyway, like it didn't want food. Outside, the air was sharp in my lungs. The sun was starting to rise, turning the sky pale yellow. I walked down my driveway and headed towards the main road. The streets were quiet. Only a few cars passed me. Their headlights cut through the dim morning light. I kept walking until I reached the bus stop. No one else was there. I sat on the cold metal bench and waited. I could hear birds chirping somewhere behind me. I watched the sun slowly climb over the rooftops. After about 15 minutes, the bus arrived. I stepped on, scanned my card, and sat in the middle. There were only 3 other people, all sitting by themselves. An old man near the front stared out the window with blank eyes. A woman in scrubs scrolled through her phone. A teenager with a skateboard sat with his head down, earphones plugged in. I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes for a while. I could feel the vibrations of the bus through the glass. My stop was near the edge of town, close to an area that wasn't fully developed yet. There were some new houses under construction, piles of gravel, and empty lots with tall grass and weeds. The bus dropped me off, and I started walking towards the site. I was meeting someone there for a small job. I had been taking odd jobs lately to keep money in my pocket. My actual job at the grocery store didn't give me many hours, so I picked up whatever small work I could find. This one was simple. I just had to take photos of the area for a guy who was thinking of buying the empty lot. He didn't want to drive all the way there himself, so he paid me to do it. Easy money, I thought. I walked down the gravel road that led to the empty lot. My shoes crunched against the stones. The wind picked up, pushing against my hoodie. The lot was big, covered in yellow grass that came up to my knees in some places. A few trees grew near the back, twisted and bent from years of strong winds. There were tire tracks in the dirt, probably from construction trucks or people turning around when they realized the road didn't go anywhere yet. I pulled out my phone and started taking photos. I took wide shots, close-ups of the ground, the trees at the edge, the view of the road from the lot, everything the guy would need to see. As I moved around taking photos, I felt a strange stillness in the air. The wind had stopped. The grass stood frozen. Even the trees seemed to pause. I could hear my own breathing, quiet but sharp in the silence. I shook off the feeling and kept walking. I reached the back of the lot near the trees. The ground there dipped down slightly, like a shallow bowl. I stood there and took a few photos of the tree line. I was about to turn back when I noticed something odd on the ground near one of the trees. It looked like a black bag or cloth half buried under the dead leaves and grass. I walked closer, pushing the grass aside with my foot. It was a backpack, an old, faded black backpack with dirt and grass stuck to it. I crouched down and touched it. It felt damp. I opened the zipper slowly. Inside, there were a few notebooks, some pens, and a small plastic water bottle. The notebooks were wet at the edges, but the inside pages were dry. I flipped through one quickly. It was filled with small, messy handwriting. None of it made sense to me. Just random sentences, notes about birds and trees, lists of things like bread, eggs, batteries, matches, lighter fluid. Another page had a rough drawing of a small cabin or shed. I looked around but saw no one. The grass moved again with the wind. I felt my chest tighten a little. There was no cabin or shed nearby, only the trees and the empty lot. I put the notebook back and zipped up the bag. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me thought about taking it with me, but something told me to leave it there. It didn't feel right to touch it any more than I already had. I stood up and took a photo of it where it lay, then turned and walked away quickly. I felt like the trees were watching me leave. As I walked back towards the road, I felt uneasy. My shoulders felt heavy, like someone was pressing down on them. I reached the gravel road and walked back towards the bus stop. The bus came after a while, and I got on, sitting in the same spot as before. I looked out the window, watching the empty lot disappear behind me. I couldn't stop thinking about that backpack. Whose was it? Why did they leave it there? Where were they now? I felt a cold feeling deep in my stomach. When I got home, I emailed the photos to the guy who hired me. He sent me the money within an hour. I tried to distract myself by cleaning my room, doing laundry, and watching random videos online. But my mind kept drifting back to the backpack. Later that afternoon, I decided to look up any news about that area. I searched for missing people, accidents, or any reports of someone disappearing. I didn't find anything recent. Just an old news article from 3 years ago about a man who went missing while hiking in the woods north of town. They never found him. He was last seen wearing a black backpack. My chest felt tight when I read that. I clicked on the article and looked at his photo. A middle-aged man with dark hair and tired eyes. The article said he often went hiking alone, exploring small trails and wooded areas near town. They searched for weeks but found nothing. His car was parked near a small gravel road that led to an empty lot. The same lot I had just been to. My throat felt dry. I sat back in my chair and stared at the wall for a long time. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that backpack lying in the grass. I imagined him walking out there alone, writing in his notebook, then just disappearing. The next morning, I woke up early again. The sky was cloudy and gray. I felt like I needed to go back. I didn't know why. Something about it felt unfinished. I got dressed quickly and left the house without eating. I took the bus to the same stop and walked down the gravel road. The air felt colder than the day before. When I reached the lot, I walked straight back to where I found the backpack. But it was gone. The ground was disturbed, the grass bent down where it had been, but the backpack itself was missing. I looked around, scanning the tree line and the tall grass, but saw nothing. My chest felt hollow. The trees swayed gently. I stood there for a long time, just listening to the wind and the distant sound of cars on the main road. I don't know how long I stood there before I turned and walked away. On my way back to the bus stop, I felt like I was being watched. Every step felt heavier, like I was walking through water. I kept my eyes forward and didn't look back. When I got on the bus, I sat down and stared at the floor. My mind felt numb. That day at home, I didn't do anything. I just sat on my bed, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me. In the weeks that followed, I went back to my normal routine. Work, home, sleep. But I kept thinking about that backpack, about the man who went missing, about how it just disappeared overnight. I never went back to that lot again. Sometimes when I walked down the street or sat on the bus, I felt like someone was watching me from far away, like a shadow standing behind a tree, just out of sight. But life went on. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The memory faded slowly, buried under other worries and other days. But sometimes late at night when everything is quiet, I think about that morning, about how the wind stopped, how the trees stood still, how the world felt like it was holding its breath. And I wonder what really happened out there, and if some questions are better left unanswered. Because the truth is, I never found out what happened to that man. I never found out where the backpack went. And deep down, part of me knows that I don't really want to know. Because some things are better left where we find them. Some things aren't ours to touch or carry or fix. They belong to the silent places, to the empty lots and the quiet forests where the world doesn't quite reach. And when I think about that, I feel a coldness deep in my chest. The kind that makes you realize how small you really are, and how the world doesn't owe you any answers. It just keeps moving, with or without you, like the wind through the trees, like the quiet shadows on an early morning, like the echo of footsteps on a gravel road that no one else can hear. I woke up to the sound of my phone vibrating on the table next to my bed. It was still dark outside, and the glow of the screen lit up my room just enough for me to see the outline of the wardrobe against the far wall. I reached over, grabbed the phone, and saw that it was only 4:38 a.m. I sighed, placing it back down. I had set an alarm for 5:30 a.m. because I needed to leave early to get to a job site. I worked construction, mostly ground prep and framing. That morning we were heading out to a new subdivision. They were starting on the west side of town, and the boss told us we had to be there by 6:30 a.m. to unload the lumber before traffic picked up. I closed my eyes, hoping to drift off for that last hour, but it didn't come. My mind was awake now, thinking about the day ahead. After about 10 minutes of staring at the ceiling, I decided there was no point trying to sleep again. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and sat for a moment, feeling the cold wood floor under my feet. I rubbed my eyes and reached for the hoodie hanging from the chair, pulling it over my head as I stood up. I walked to the bathroom, flipped on the dim yellow light, and turned on the sink faucet to splash some water on my face. My eyes looked tired in the mirror. My hair was a mess, sticking up on one side, flattened on the other. I wet my hands and ran them over my hair, pushing it back to look somewhat normal. I brushed my teeth, then left the bathroom, grabbing my work pants from the hook on the wall and pulling them on over my boxers. I put on my socks and boots by the door, lacing them tightly, feeling each tug wake me up a bit more. I walked into the kitchen and turned on the coffee maker, listening to it hiss and drip while I grabbed my lunch bag from the fridge. It was leftovers from last night, rice, boiled eggs, and a few pieces of fried chicken. I tossed it into my bag with a bottle of water. I poured coffee into a travel mug, added sugar, then grabbed my keys from the hook by the door. As I stepped outside, the air hit me hard. It was humid, sticky even though the sun hadn't come up yet. The cicadas were still humming, and I could hear crickets somewhere in the grass. I walked to my truck, threw my bag in the passenger seat, and climbed in, closing the door softly so I wouldn't wake my neighbors. My headlights lit up the gravel driveway and the trees lining the edge of the yard. I backed out slowly, then turned onto the narrow road that led to the highway. The road was empty at that hour. The only lights were from the occasional farmhouse porch or from dim yard lamps flickering on fence posts. I sipped my coffee, feeling the warmth spread down my chest. I turned on the radio, keeping it low, just enough to hear a country song mumbling through static. As I drove, the sky began to lighten, turning from dark blue to a pale gray. I reached the highway ramp and merged on, picking up speed. My truck rumbled over the cracks in the pavement, the suspension squeaking softly each time. About 20 minutes into the drive, I noticed a sign for a gas station ahead. I didn't need gas, but I figured I'd stop to use the bathroom before getting to the site. I pulled off, rolling into the lot as the first hints of orange lit up the sky behind the building. The lights inside were bright, fluorescent, making the place look colder than it actually was. I parked, climbed out, stretched my arms, and walked inside. The cashier, an older man with thin gray hair, was standing behind the counter, eyes half closed, staring at his phone. I nodded to him, and he didn't even look up. I walked to the bathroom in the back. The floor was sticky, and the toilet seat was stained with old watermarks, but I didn't care. I finished, washed my hands quickly, and headed back to my truck. When I got back on the highway, there were a few more cars around, mostly other trucks carrying equipment. I drove with one hand on the wheel, sipping my coffee again, feeling a little better. After another 15 minutes, I turned off onto a side road leading to the new development site. It was just a dirt path right now, with tire tracks dug deep into the soft ground. I could see the outline of the work trailer up ahead, and a few trucks already parked near it. I pulled in, parking next to one of the older guy's trucks. I shut off the engine, grabbed my bag, and climbed out. The ground was soft under my boots, a bit muddy from the storm 2 days ago. I walked to the trailer, opened the door, and was hit with the smell of stale coffee and damp wood. The guys inside were talking quietly, waiting for the boss to show up. I set my bag down in the corner and sat on an upside-down bucket, resting my elbows on my knees. I closed my eyes, listening to their low voices mixing with the hum of the fluorescent light above us. After about 10 minutes, the boss showed up. He was a big man with a thick beard and a permanent frown. He told us what we needed to do: unload the lumber, stack it along the south end of the site, and then start digging the forms for the foundation footings. We all filed out of the trailer and headed to the trucks. The sun was up by now, casting long shadows across the cleared field. We started unloading, the smell of fresh-cut lumber filling the morning air. The sound of it slamming onto the dirt and gravel was loud, echoing across the empty lots. By noon, it was hot enough to make your clothes stick to your skin. I was soaked in sweat, wiping my forehead every few minutes with the sleeve of my hoodie. We broke for lunch and sat in the shade of the trailer. I ate quietly, listening to the sound of a generator humming in the distance. Flies buzzed around us, landing on our food every chance they got. After lunch, we went back to work, digging the forms and setting up the string lines to keep everything level. Around 3 in the afternoon, the boss told me to take the pickup and head back to the yard to pick up some rebar they forgot. I didn't mind. It was a chance to sit in the AC for a bit. I grabbed the keys from him and walked over to the pickup, climbing in and turning on the engine. The cold air blew over my face as I pulled out of the site and back onto the main road. The drive to the yard was about 30 minutes away, down a long stretch of highway bordered by woods and fields. The windows were up, the radio was off, and it was quiet except for the hum of the tires on the pavement. About halfway there, I saw something up ahead on the side of the road. At first I thought it was just a piece of tarp or a trash bag caught in the grass, but as I got closer, I realized it was an old car. It was off the road, buried halfway in the ditch, covered in dirt and weeds that had grown up around it. The windows were missing, and the metal was rusted through in places. It looked like it had been there for years. I slowed down as I passed it, looking at the way the grass grew up into the undercarriage. It reminded me of a skeleton buried in the ground, only the bones sticking out. I kept driving, shaking off the feeling it gave me. When I got to the yard, I pulled up to the rebar rack, loaded up the back of the truck, and strapped everything down tight. I checked my phone before leaving. No new messages. I climbed back in, turned the truck around, and headed back to the site. As I was driving back, I kept thinking about that car. I had driven this road a few times before, but never noticed it. Maybe the grass was cut back recently, exposing it, or maybe I just never paid attention. Either way, it stuck with me, and as I drove past it again, I slowed down, looking at it closely. The trunk was open, hanging down into the ditch, and the interior was just bare rust and torn-up seat foam. I noticed what looked like an old tarp stuffed into the trunk. I could see the corner of it flapping slightly in the breeze. I drove on, trying not to think about it, but something in my stomach felt heavy. I made it back to the site, and we finished the day without any problems. At the end of the day, I climbed back into my own truck, waved to the guys, and started the long drive home. It was nearly dark by the time I reached that stretch of road again. I saw the outline of the car up ahead. The sun was down, but there was just enough light left to see the shape of it in the ditch. As I passed, I glanced at it again, and I swear I saw the tarp moving, like someone shifting under it. My heart started beating faster. I slowed down, almost to a stop, and stared at the car through the passenger window. The tarp wasn't moving anymore. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, the dashboard lights casting a pale green glow over my hands gripping the wheel. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to just keep driving, pretend I didn't see anything. But another part of me, the part that had been taught to always check, to always make sure, told me to go look. I pulled off onto the shoulder and turned on my hazards. I sat there for a minute, gathering myself. The cicadas were loud outside, buzzing in the tall grass. I opened the door slowly, the dome light turning on above me, and stepped out onto the gravel shoulder. I left the engine running and walked carefully down the slight slope toward the ditch. The grass was tall, up to my knees, and it scratched at my legs as I pushed through. When I got closer to the car, I could smell the rust and wet earth. The metal was cold under my hand as I grabbed the edge of the trunk and looked inside. At first I didn't see anything except the tarp. It was old, stained with dirt, and torn along one side. I leaned in a bit more, pushing the tarp with the toe of my boot. That's when I saw it. Underneath the tarp was a pair of shoes. They were old, covered in mud, but they were clearly shoes. I felt my stomach tighten. I reached down and grabbed the edge of the tarp, pulling it back slowly. What I saw made me step back so fast I almost fell into the grass behind me. There was a body in the trunk. The clothes were rotted and torn, and the skin was gray, almost blending in with the rusted metal of the car. The smell hit me then, a thick, sour stench that made my eyes water. I turned away, covering my mouth with my hand, trying not to throw up. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my ears. I stood there for a few seconds, staring at the I woke up before sunrise like I always did. It was still dark outside. I could hear the quiet hum of the small refrigerator in the kitchen and the ticking of the old wall clock near my bed. I lived alone in a small rented house at the edge of town, not far from the main road, but far enough that I felt surrounded by emptiness at night. The area wasn't rural, but it felt quiet and lonely. I could see a field from my back window and a line of trees that hid the houses on the next street. I liked waking up early. It gave me time to think. Sometimes I would make tea and stand at the back door, watching the faint light spread behind the trees. That morning I did the same. I boiled water, poured it into my old chipped mug, and stepped outside onto the back porch. The wood creaked under my feet. The air was cold. My breath showed in the dim light. The ground smelled like wet dirt. It had rained the evening before, and the grass was still damp. I stood there sipping tea, looking at the trees, seeing nothing unusual. Everything felt normal. After finishing my tea, I went inside to get ready for work. I worked at a small repair shop in town. I fixed electrical tools, cleaned engines, checked wiring. It wasn't a big job, but it paid enough to live alone and keep my small house. I packed my lunch, washed my mug, and locked the door behind me before walking down the cracked driveway to my car. Driving to work felt normal. The sun was rising by then, turning the sky light orange and pink. I saw the same people on the road. A man walking his dog near the corner, two old women chatting by the bus stop, a boy riding his bicycle fast down the footpath. Nothing felt off or different. I worked through the day, fixing a customer's old table fan, rewiring a vacuum cleaner that smelled burnt inside, and tightening the loose bolts of a small lawn mower. By evening, my back hurt a bit from leaning over the work table. I closed the shop, locked the shutters, and drove home as the sky turned gray and blue again. I felt tired but peaceful. I stopped at the small store near my street and bought bread, eggs, and 2 instant noodle packets for later in the week. I greeted the cashier with a nod, paid, and walked out into the quiet evening. As I stepped into my car, I saw a man standing on the other side of the road, near the old telephone pole. He was wearing a dark jacket and jeans, his hands in his pockets. I couldn't see his face well because it was getting dark, and he was facing away from the streetlight. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Maybe he was waiting for someone or just taking a walk. I drove home, parked my car, and carried the bag of groceries into my house. I cooked rice and lentils for dinner. While cooking, I felt uneasy for no reason. I kept thinking about the man by the telephone pole. There was no reason to feel worried, but I felt it anyway. I ate dinner sitting near my small living room window, looking outside. It was pitch dark. Only my porch light made a small bright circle outside the door. I couldn't see anything beyond that. After eating, I washed my plate and went to bed early. I couldn't sleep. My mind felt restless. I turned from side to side. I closed my eyes, but my ears felt alert to every noise outside. I heard the wind move through the trees, a car passing on the road far away, and the faint scratching sound of branches brushing against the roof. I forced myself to keep my eyes closed. Sometime later, I fell asleep. I woke up again in the middle of the night. I didn't know what time it was. My room was dark. The moonlight was faint through the thin curtain. My heart was beating fast, but I didn't know why. I lay there listening. The house was silent. The refrigerator still hummed, and the clock still ticked, but there was another sound mixed with them. A softer, rhythmic sound. I held my breath and listened harder. It sounded like footsteps on wet grass. Slow and careful. They came from behind my window, near the back porch. I felt frozen. I didn't move a muscle. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a stray dog or a cat, but the footsteps were too heavy and deliberate. They weren't small animal feet. They sounded like the steps of a man walking slowly across the yard, trying not to make noise. I stayed in bed, holding my breath until my chest hurt. The footsteps stopped near the window. I could hear breathing. Not loud, but enough to know someone was standing close. My curtain was thin, but it was dark outside and I had no lights on, so unless someone pressed their face to the window, they wouldn't see me. I didn't move. My neck felt stiff. My heart felt like it would burst. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. I couldn't hear the breathing anymore. I couldn't hear footsteps moving away either. I stayed like that for a long time, not moving, barely breathing. My mind felt tired from fear. At some point, I drifted off to sleep again without realizing it. The next morning, the sun woke me up. I got out of bed feeling sick and shaky. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside quickly. The yard looked normal. The grass was damp with dew. Nothing seemed out of place. I unlocked the back door and stepped onto the porch. I looked around. I saw faint marks in the wet dirt near the edge of the porch steps. They looked like shoe prints, pressed deep enough to be recent. The toes pointed towards the porch, not away. I felt my stomach twist. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? What would I say? That I heard footsteps at night? That there were footprints near my porch? They would come, look around, and say there was nothing they could do. I knew it. So I told myself it was probably a drunk man walking home from the road who wandered into my yard by mistake. I cleaned up, ate breakfast, and went to work, trying to force it out of my mind. For the next few days, nothing happened. I came home from work, cooked, ate, and slept. But I felt on edge every night. I kept the porch light on. I checked the locks twice before bed. Every little sound outside made my chest tighten. The wind in the trees, the old pipes groaning, even the neighbor's dog barking far away, made me feel like something was wrong. One evening, I came home late from work. I had stayed back to finish cleaning the workbench and sorting the tools. The sky was already dark when I parked my car. As I stepped out, I felt that same unease I had felt the first time I saw the man by the telephone pole. I carried my small tool bag inside, locked the door behind me, and turned on the kitchen light. I was heating leftovers when I heard it again. Footsteps outside. This time it was on the side of the house, near my bedroom window. Slow, careful steps on gravel and dirt. I turned off the stove and stood there, silent. My ears strained to hear. The footsteps moved closer to the back door. I moved to the living room and switched off that light too. Now the house was dark except for the kitchen. I stood there in the darkness, feeling sweat roll down my back. The footsteps stopped. I waited, my knees shaking. Then I heard the porch steps creak. One step, then another. I could almost feel the vibration through the floorboards. My mouth felt dry. I moved quietly to the side of the window and peeked out through the small gap in the curtain. I saw a figure standing on my porch. It was the same man from near the store, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His hood was up, hiding his face in shadow. He stood there, unmoving, facing the door. I couldn't see his hands. My heart pounded in my ears. I watched him for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute. Then he turned slowly, stepped off the porch, and walked around the side of the house out of view. I stayed frozen for a while. I didn't know where he went. I moved to the back window and peeked out. The yard was empty. My chest hurt from breathing too fast. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch holding a hammer I kept from the repair shop, staring at the door until sunrise. The next morning I went outside to check again. The ground near the porch was disturbed. Shoe prints deep and clear. The steps had mud smudged on them where he walked. I decided to buy a lock for the gate near the driveway. I also bought a small camera and fixed it near the back porch light, pointing towards the steps. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't have anyone to tell anyway. My parents lived in another city, and we weren't close. That night, I felt a bit safer knowing the camera was there. I slept early out of exhaustion. At around 2 a.m., I woke up. My room was dark and silent. I didn't hear anything but my own breathing. I lay there, eyes open, listening. Then I heard a soft scraping sound from the back porch, like something sliding against the wooden railing. I got out of bed slowly, took the hammer again, and walked to the living room. I stood by the window, listening. The scraping stopped. I switched on the porch light from inside and looked out through the window. There was no one there. The yard was empty under the yellow light. I stood there staring for a while, then turned off the light and went back to bed. The next morning, I checked the camera footage. I sat at the small kitchen table, phone in hand, scrolling through the night's recording. For hours, nothing. Just darkness, faint tree movement, and bugs flying past the lens. Then at around 1:45 a.m., I saw him. The man in the dark jacket walked into frame from the left side. He walked slowly, crouched down, and moved to the steps. He looked up at the camera directly, as if he knew it was there. His face was shadowed by the hood, but I could see part of his mouth. He smiled. Then he stood there for a while, staring at the camera, before turning and walking out of frame. My chest felt tight. I didn't know what to do. I saved the footage. I decided to go to the police that day after work. I felt sick the whole day. My hands shook when fixing a drill for a customer. My boss asked if I was okay, but I just nodded. After closing the shop, I drove straight to the small police station in town. Inside, the air smelled like I woke up earlier than usual that day. My alarm wasn't even set, but my eyes just opened to the dim blue light coming through my window. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and everything felt cold. The blanket felt heavy on me, but not in a comforting way. More like it was holding me down. I lay there for a few minutes, listening. The fan above me was still spinning from the night, clicking every once in a while when it wobbled. I could hear some birds starting outside, but faint, like they were far away. My chest felt tight for some reason, like I had been dreaming something bad, but I couldn't remember anything. I forced myself to get up. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. I walked to the bathroom, turned on the light, and squinted at myself in the mirror. I looked tired. My eyes were puffy, and my hair was pressed down on one side from the pillow. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, and the cold water felt like it slapped me fully awake. I didn't want to go to work that day, but I knew I had to. The office was only a 20-minute drive, and I usually left after breakfast, but since I was up early, I figured I'd just leave early and get some stuff done before everyone else came in. After getting dressed in my usual black pants and gray hoodie, I put on my shoes by the door and grabbed my bag. I stood there for a second, looking around my small apartment. The little kitchen with a sink full of 2 bowls and a mug. The small table with 1 chair pulled out. The old brown couch with a blanket folded on one side. Everything felt quiet. I left the lights off and walked out, locking the door behind me. The hallway was empty and smelled like dust and old paint. I walked down the 3 flights of stairs to the parking lot. There were only 2 other cars there at that hour. My breath came out like smoke in the cold morning air. I got in my car and started it. The radio came on, quiet static humming until music started. I turned it off. I didn't want noise. I just sat there for a few seconds, hands on the wheel, staring straight ahead. I felt uneasy, like something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what. I shook it off, put the car in gear, and pulled out onto the street. The roads were empty. The street lights were still on, making the pavement look orange under them. As I drove, the sun started to come up behind the hills. It made the sky turn from dark blue to gray, and then to a pale yellow. I passed by closed shops and dark houses. I stopped at a red light, even though there were no other cars. I looked at the empty crosswalk, at the sidewalks, at the dark windows of a bakery on the corner. Everything looked frozen. I kept going. Soon I was on the main road that led out of my neighborhood. On the left there was a large field with tall grass that looked silver in the morning light. On the right there was a line of trees, thin and tall with no leaves, just dark branches reaching up. There was fog between the trunks, thick in some places. I glanced at it as I drove past, and for a split second, I thought I saw someone standing among the trees. Just a shape, dark and still. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. Just fog and trees. I shook my head and kept driving. I told myself I was just tired, that I needed coffee, that it was probably just a dark patch of fog shaped like a person. The road curved, and soon the trees were gone. I felt better once I saw the first gas station open. Its bright lights spilled out onto the road. I decided to pull in and grab coffee. I parked by the window and went inside. The cashier was stacking gum packs on the shelf by the counter. He didn't look up as I walked in. The store smelled like burnt coffee and floor cleaner. I went to the back, grabbed a paper cup, and filled it with the strongest coffee they had. I added some powdered creamer and stirred it with a wooden stick. The smell made me feel more awake, but the uneasy feeling in my chest didn't go away. I paid, nodded at the cashier, and left. Outside, the sun was higher now, turning the fog into glowing white clouds on the ground. I sat in my car, drinking the coffee with both hands around the cup. It was too hot, burning my tongue, but I didn't care. I just needed to feel something sharp, something that pulled me back to the present. I finished half the cup and put it in the holder. I drove back onto the road. The highway to the office was only 5 minutes away. I was thinking about what reports I had to finish when I saw the car in front of me slow down suddenly. I pressed my brakes and saw that there was a dog in the road ahead. A big black dog. It wasn't moving, just standing there in the middle of the lane, staring at the oncoming car. Its head was low, and its body looked tense. The car in front of me honked, and the dog jumped slightly, but didn't run away. It just stood there, looking at the car. I felt a shiver run up my back. There was something wrong with the way it was standing. Its legs looked stiff, its tail was down, and its ears were pressed back. The car tried to go around it, moving onto the other lane slowly. As it passed, the dog turned its head to follow it, but didn't move from its spot. Now I was the one right in front of it. I slowed down and stopped, keeping a bit of distance. I could see its eyes reflecting red in my headlights. Its mouth was closed, and it was breathing fast. I could see its chest moving up and down quickly. I waited for it to move, but it didn't. I honked once, but it just flinched and then stood still again. I felt my skin crawl. It felt like it was staring right at me, not like a normal dog, but like it was thinking something. I decided to drive around it too. I moved slowly onto the opposite lane and passed it. As I did, I turned my head to look at it from the side window. Its body was shaking slightly. Its fur looked dirty and matted, and there were patches missing. I could see its skin underneath. It looked thin, like it hadn't eaten in days. Its ribs were showing under its black fur. But what scared me the most was that it didn't look scared of the cars. It looked angry. I drove off, looking in my rearview mirror until it disappeared from sight. My heart was beating fast. I couldn't stop thinking about its eyes. They didn't look like an animal's eyes. They looked human, full of hate. I shook my head again, trying to clear the feeling away, and focused on the road. Soon I was pulling into the office parking lot. There were only 3 other cars there. I parked in my usual spot and sat there for a minute, finishing the rest of my coffee. My hands were shaking. I didn't know why. It was just a stray dog, probably sick or starving, but something about it felt wrong. I kept seeing its eyes in my head. I took a deep breath and got out of the car. I spent the whole day working, trying to focus on spreadsheets and emails. People came in and out of the office, talking about their weekends and complaining about deadlines. I just nodded and kept typing. But every once in a while, I'd stop and think about that dog. The way it stood in the road, refusing to move. The way it stared at me. By the time lunch came around, I didn't feel hungry. I just drank water and kept working. When it was finally time to leave, the sun was already setting. The sky was orange and pink outside the office windows. I packed my bag and walked out. The parking lot was half empty. I unlocked my car and got in, sitting there for a few minutes before starting it. I felt tired and heavy. My head hurt from staring at the screen all day. I drove home, taking the same road I took in the morning. As I neared the spot where I saw the dog, I slowed down slightly, looking around. But there was nothing there. Just the road, the grass, and the trees. I felt relieved and kept driving. Soon I was back in my neighborhood, pulling into the small parking lot by my apartment building. I parked and sat there for a bit, staring at the steering wheel. The sky was getting dark now, and the streetlights flickered on, one by one. I got out and walked up the stairs to my apartment. The hallway smelled like old pizza. Someone must have thrown out their box without closing the bag. I unlocked my door and went inside. It was cold and dark. I turned on the small lamp by the couch and dropped my bag on the floor. I sat down heavily, leaning back and closing my eyes. My head was pounding now. I felt sick. I sat there for a long time, not moving, just listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. After a while, I forced myself to get up and make something to eat. I boiled some instant noodles and ate them standing by the counter. They tasted bland, and the broth felt like warm water going down my throat. When I finished, I washed the bowl and left it upside down on the rack. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside slightly to look outside. The parking lot was empty except for 2 cars. The streetlights made the ground look yellow and the shadows look black. I looked over to the line of trees at the end of the lot. They were swaying slightly in the wind, and then I saw something move between them. At first I thought it was just shadows, but then it stepped forward into the light. It was the dog. Its black fur looked even thinner in the light, its ribs sticking out. Its eyes were reflecting again, like 2 red dots staring straight at me. I froze, holding the curtain with my fingers. It stood there at the edge of the trees, its body low to the ground, like it was about to pounce. But it didn't move. It just stared. I let the curtain fall back in place and stepped away from the window. My heart was beating so fast I thought I was going to pass out. I stood there in the middle of my small living room, staring at the curtain, waiting for something to happen. I didn't know what to do. Call animal control? Call the police? It wasn't attacking anyone. but it was there, watching me. I turned off the lamp and stood in the dark, peeking out from the side of the curtain again. It was still there. Its head was low, its ears pressed back. I could see its breath in the cold air. I backed away slowly and went to my bedroom. I closed the door and sat on the bed, curling up with my knees to my chest. I stayed like that for hours. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. It was 5 in the morning, still dark outside, but I had decided the night before that I would go for a run today. I hadn't been running in a while, and I felt my body needed it. I lay there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how quiet it was. The whole apartment complex was asleep. I could hear the faint humming of the fridge from the kitchen and the ticking of my cheap plastic clock on the wall. I pushed the blanket aside and sat up, rubbing my eyes. My room was cold. I stood up and felt the chill on my bare feet through the thin carpet. I grabbed my sweatpants from the chair by my desk and pulled them on, then pulled a hoodie over my head. I slipped into my running shoes that I kept by the door and grabbed my phone and keys. When I stepped outside, the cold morning air hit my face. I took a deep breath. The sky was still dark, with just a hint of light far off in the east. I started stretching near the stairs of my building. The streets were empty, and there was no one around. Only the streetlights were on, casting long orange glows across the empty road. I put my phone in my hoodie pocket and started jogging down the street. I lived in a small town. The roads curved through quiet neighborhoods, and the houses were mostly single-story homes with old trucks parked in their driveways. As I ran past them, I could smell the wet grass and the faint smell of pine trees from the park nearby. My breath came out in little clouds that floated away behind me. I jogged along the main street, past the closed gas station and the dark grocery store. There was an old man who worked at the gas station every morning. I sometimes saw him smoking outside when I drove to work, but today was too early even for him. I turned left towards the park trail. It was a narrow paved path that ran along the river. In the daylight, it looked peaceful with families walking their dogs or kids riding bikes. But right now it was just empty. The trees on both sides were tall and dark, their branches hanging over the path. The river was barely visible, only a faint silver line moving through the shadows. I slowed down to a walk for a minute to catch my breath. The only sound was my footsteps and the quiet rustling of leaves in the breeze. As I walked, I kept looking around. Something about the darkness made everything feel different. Like the trees were closer than they were in the day. Like the path was longer and the river deeper. I started jogging again, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I ran for about 15 minutes, passing the wooden bench that faced the river. I always saw old couples sitting there on warm afternoons, feeding ducks or just watching the water. But now it was empty, and the wood looked dark and wet. As I kept running, I saw something up ahead on the path. It was hard to see in the dim light. At first I thought it was a log or a fallen branch, but as I got closer, I saw it was a bike. It was laying on its side, half on the path and half in the grass. The back wheel was still slowly turning. I stopped running and just stood there, breathing hard, staring at it. I looked around but didn't see anyone. There was no other sound except the river flowing quietly behind the trees. I walked slowly towards the bike. It looked like a mountain bike, black with red stripes on the frame. The chain was off and hanging loose, and the seat was twisted sideways. I felt a tight feeling in my chest as I looked at it. It felt wrong, like whoever had been riding it had left in a hurry. I stood there for a while, looking around again and again, waiting to hear footsteps or see someone come jogging down the path. But no one came. I thought maybe a kid had left it there and walked home, or maybe someone was hurt and needed help. I started looking around in the grass and trees beside the path. I didn't want to go too far off the trail because it was still dark and I didn't have a flashlight. I called out softly, but my voice felt too loud in the quiet morning. There was no answer. I walked further up the path, looking for anyone. After about 20 feet, I saw something else. It looked like a black backpack, laying open near the base of a tree. I walked towards it. The zipper was halfway open, and some books were sticking out, along with a small water bottle. I didn't touch it. I just looked at it and felt my chest tightening even more. It felt like I was seeing pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to finish. I turned around and looked back down the path. The bike was still laying there with its wheel turning slowly. I looked around at the trees, trying to see if there was anyone hiding or laying down. That's when I saw something further down towards the river. There was a narrow dirt trail leading from the paved path down to the water. I walked towards it, stepping slowly on the dry leaves and twigs. As I reached the riverbank, I saw fresh footprints in the mud. They looked like they belonged to sneakers, about the same size as mine. The footprints led down to the edge of the river and then just stopped. I stood there, staring at them. The water was calm, moving slowly under the faint light. I looked around at the trees on both sides of the river, but didn't see anyone. I felt my heart beating hard in my chest. It felt too quiet. I stood there for a few minutes, listening. I thought maybe someone had slipped into the water. I couldn't see very far because the trees on the other side cast dark shadows over the river. I kept looking at those footprints, wondering what happened here. I started feeling like I shouldn't be there, like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. I walked back up to the paved path. The air felt colder now, or maybe it was just my body feeling nervous. I looked at the bike again. It felt wrong to leave it there, but I didn't want to touch it. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was nearly 6. The sun would be rising soon, but it was still dark under the trees. I thought about calling someone. The police, maybe. But I didn't know what to tell them. There was just a bike and a backpack. No blood, no body. Nothing that proved anything bad happened. But something in my gut told me something was wrong. I started jogging back towards my apartment. I kept looking over my shoulder as I ran. The trees felt like they were watching me. I tried to focus on my breathing and the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement, but my mind kept thinking about that bike and the footprints in the mud. By the time I got back to the main road, the sky was turning a pale blue. A few cars passed me, people heading to work. I slowed to a walk near the grocery store. My legs felt heavy, and my chest was tight. I felt like I had left something unfinished back there. When I reached my apartment complex, I climbed the stairs to my floor. My hands were shaking as I unlocked my door. I walked in and locked it behind me, then leaned against it, trying to slow my breathing. I walked to the kitchen and poured myself some water. My hands were still shaking, and I spilled some on the counter. I drank the rest and put the glass down, staring at my reflection in the dark window. I felt like I needed to do something, so I grabbed my phone again and searched the local police department number. I called them and told them what I saw. They asked me some questions about where exactly the bike was and what it looked like. I told them everything, even about the footprints. After I hung up, I sat on the couch, staring at the wall. The sun was coming up now, and my room was filled with a gray light. I felt tired, but my mind was racing. I kept thinking about what I saw. I didn't go to work that day. I just sat there, staring at the wall, waiting for my phone to ring. A few hours later, it did. It was a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, it was the police. They told me they checked the area and found the bike and backpack, just like I said. They also found more footprints leading further down the river, but no one was there. They asked if I knew who the bike belonged to, and I said no. They thanked me for calling and said they would keep looking. I hung up and sat there for a long time. My hands were still shaking. I kept thinking about whoever those footprints belonged to. Where were they now? Did they fall in the river? Did they run away? Did something happen to them before I got there? I didn't know. And that was the worst part. The sun was high in the sky now. I stood up and looked out the window at the quiet street. Cars were passing. Kids were walking home from school. People were carrying groceries to their apartments. Everything looked normal. But I knew it wasn't. Somewhere out there, someone was missing, and I was the only person who saw the first signs of it. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the ticking of the clock and the quiet hum of the fridge. I kept thinking about those footprints ending at the river, and the bike laying there with its wheel still turning. The image was burned into my mind. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm. It was still dark outside. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor, feeling the cold air on my feet. I didn't feel like running that day. I didn't feel like doing anything. I just sat there, thinking about how something so normal, a morning run, could turn into something that made me feel like this. Nervous, scared, worried about a stranger I never even saw. A few days later, I saw on the local news that they found a body down the river, about 5 miles from where I saw the bike. It was a young man, a college student. They said he probably slipped and fell into the water and drowned. The police thanked whoever called about the bike, saying it helped them know where to start searching. I sat there on my couch, watching the news, feeling my chest tighten again. For a long time after that, I didn't go running in the morning. Every time I thought about it, I saw that bike laying on the path, the wheel turning slowly in the dark. I saw the footprints ending at the water, and I thought about how fast life can change. One moment you're riding your bike along the river, the next you're gone, and no one even knows until a stranger jogging by sees your bike in the dark. And that's how it ended. Not with a scream, not with flashing lights or sirens or anything dramatic. Just quiet, just darkness, a bike, foot. I woke up before my alarm went off that morning. The sun was just starting to rise outside the window, and the room was still dim, with only that gray-blue light you get before full daylight. I lay there for a few minutes listening to the silence. It was a Sunday, so there wasn't any traffic on the road yet, just quietness that filled the room like fog. I could hear the ticking of the clock on my bedside table and the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen. For some reason, I felt heavy in my chest, like a warning, but I ignored it. I had planned to hike out to the old quarry that day. I'd seen it on Google Maps a few weeks ago and wondered if there was a way to get down into it. I got up, washed my face, brushed my teeth, and put on my faded black jeans and a loose gray hoodie. I made sure my old hiking boots were laced tight. They were cracked along the sides, but still good enough for walking through rough places. I filled a metal water bottle with cold water and shoved a couple of granola bars into the side pocket of my backpack. Then I checked my phone. No messages. I turned it off to save battery and stuffed it in the front pocket of my backpack. I liked going out without my phone on. It felt quieter somehow. I left my small apartment and locked the door behind me. The hallway was empty, the floor cold under my boots. I walked down the 2 flights of concrete stairs, each step echoing, and then stepped out into the early morning air. It was cool and smelled like damp earth and exhaust fumes from the trucks that passed on the main road during the night. The sky was washed out, pale blue with streaks of white cloud. I pulled the straps of my backpack tighter and started walking toward the trail that led behind the town. My town was small, just a collection of houses, a gas station, 2 general stores, and a row of small shops. At the edge of town, the asphalt gave way to dirt and gravel roads, and beyond that, the land rolled into wide fields and then woods. I followed the road for about half a kilometer until I reached the small path that cut off to the left, leading toward the hills. I'd walked it before many times. It felt safe, normal, familiar. But that morning something felt different. I kept glancing behind me every few steps, expecting to see someone following, but there was nothing except the empty path. I walked for a good hour before I reached the tree line. The woods were thick and green, the ground damp from rain the day before. The smell of wet leaves and soil rose up around me as I stepped onto the narrow trail. Birds chirped high in the branches, and I could hear the distant sound of water running. I kept walking, breathing in the sharp, clean smell of pine needles crushed under my boots. After another hour, the trees thinned out and the ground began to slope down sharply. That's when I saw the edge of the quarry. It was wider than I'd thought from the map, almost like a crater. The sides were steep, made of exposed brown and gray rock, with loose gravel and broken stones scattered along the edges. Down at the bottom, it looked flat, with weeds growing through cracks in the stone. I walked along the rim slowly, trying to find a way down. I found a spot where the slope wasn't as steep, a narrow path worn into the stone from rain and time. I tested it with my boot. It held. I began to descend sideways, leaning against the slope to keep balance. Small stones clattered and rolled under my feet, sliding down ahead of me. My heart thudded in my chest each time the gravel gave way, but I moved slow, keeping my weight pressed toward the slope. When I reached the bottom, I stood there for a while, just looking around. The quarry was silent. The air was cooler down there. I could see marks on the rock where machines had cut and dug decades ago. There were broken concrete blocks and rusted pieces of metal scattered everywhere, half buried under weeds. In the middle was a huge puddle, almost like a pond, the water brown and still. I walked toward the water, stepping over broken pieces of metal and old boards. I stood there staring at my reflection. The water was so still it almost looked solid. I squatted down and poked at it with a stick. Small ripples spread out but quickly faded, returning to perfect stillness. I felt uneasy looking at it, like something was just under the surface, watching. I stood up and shook off the thought. I walked around the quarry for another hour, looking at old rusted pipes sticking out of the ground and what was left of concrete foundations. There was graffiti on some of the stone walls, faded words and spray paint shapes from kids who probably came here to drink or smoke. I found a spot under a rock overhang and sat down to drink water and eat a granola bar. I sat there chewing slowly, feeling the quiet around me settle deeper. The sun was higher now, and the shadows were sharper. The silence was heavy. I finished eating and stood up to stretch. I decided to walk to the far side of the quarry before climbing back up. As I walked, I heard a faint metallic clinking sound behind me. I froze. The air felt thick around my head. I turned quickly but saw nothing. The quarry was empty, silent again. I kept walking, a little faster now, eyes darting to every shadow, every dip and rock. The clinking came again, this time closer, clearer. It sounded like metal tapping against metal, soft but steady. I turned again. Nothing. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My chest felt tight. I started walking faster, then almost jogging, trying to reach the slope I had come down. The clinking followed me, echoing softly against the stone walls, steady like footsteps. I finally reached the slope and started climbing up, my boots slipping on the gravel. My breathing was harsh in my ears. The clinking didn't stop. It got louder. I scrambled up the last few feet and stood on the rim, looking down into the quarry. At first, I saw nothing. Just the still pond, the rusted metal, the weeds. Then something moved near the middle, by a broken metal frame, half buried in the ground. It was a man. He was wearing dirty jeans and a brown jacket that was stained dark in places. His hair was long and tangled. His beard covered half his face. He was thin, bony, his shoulders sharp under the jacket. In his left hand, he held a crowbar, and he was tapping it against the metal frame, making that soft clinking sound. He didn't look up at me, just kept tapping, slow and steady. My mouth went dry. I stood frozen, watching him. He stopped tapping and turned his head slightly, like he heard something behind him. Then he turned fully and looked straight at me. Even from that distance, I could see his eyes were dark and sunken. He stared at me for a long time, not moving, not blinking. Then he tilted his head to the side very slowly and smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. His lips barely moved, but his teeth showed, yellow and broken. My heart thudded so hard I thought I might faint. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the stones under my boots or the branches that whipped against my arms as I ran through the trees. I ran until my chest burned and my legs felt weak. I stopped only once to look back, but I couldn't see the quarry anymore through the trees. I kept running until I reached the dirt path that led back to town. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold my water bottle. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of town and the gravel turned back into asphalt. My boots crunched against the road as I walked the last stretch to my apartment. My shirt was soaked in sweat. I felt like I was going to throw up. When I reached home, I locked the door behind me and sat on the floor, leaning against the wood. My breathing was ragged. I sat there for a long time, staring at the blank white wall in front of me, trying to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I felt sick and dizzy. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling, the streetlight outside casting dull yellow light through the curtains. I kept hearing that clinking sound in my head, over and over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face looking up at me with that tilted smile. The next morning, I packed up my backpack, grabbed a roll of trash bags, gloves, and a few energy bars. I took the bus to the police station in the next town over. I told them everything. I told them where the quarry was, what I saw, what the man looked like. They wrote it all down quietly. An officer told me to wait there. 2 hours later, they said they'd gone to the quarry. They found signs of someone living there. A makeshift tent hidden behind an old concrete block. Rotten food, burnt cans, and a pile of small animal bones. They said he wasn't there when they checked. They said he was probably just a homeless man who wanted to be left alone. But they thanked me for letting them know. I nodded and left the station. Outside, the air was bright and hot. Cars passed along the road. Kids rode bikes on the sidewalk. Life went on. But that image of him standing there in the silent quarry never left my mind. The way he smiled. The way he didn't look surprised to see me, like he knew I would come. I never went back there. I stayed away from the woods after that. Sometimes, late at night when I walked to the store, I would hear a faint clinking sound behind me. But when I turned, there was only the quiet street and the shadows cast by streetlights. I don't know what he was doing down there or how long he had lived there. But I know I wasn't supposed to see him that day. I still think about how he stared at me, like he was deciding something in his mind. Every morning when I wake up, I hear that clinking in my head for a few seconds before it fades into the sound of the ticking clock and the hum of the fridge. And I feel a cold heaviness in my chest, knowing he is still out there, somewhere, tapping that crowbar against metal, waiting for whoever comes next. I don't know if anyone else would find what happened to me scary, but it still sits in my chest like a heavy rock. Back then I had just turned 24. I was working 2 jobs to afford my rent. One was early morning stock shifts at a supermarket, and the other was delivering groceries in the evenings. Most days I left the apartment before dawn and returned close to midnight. I was always tired, always hungry, always counting coins for bus fare. That day started normally. I woke up at 4. My eyes burned when I opened them, like they always did, from lack of sleep. I brushed my teeth while leaning against the bathroom wall, so I wouldn't doze off standing up. It was still dark outside when I left for the supermarket. I walked past the other apartment doors in silence. The hallway light flickered as I passed under it. It always flickered. I stepped outside into the cold morning air, zipped my cheap jacket up to my chin, and started walking towards the bus stop. Work was normal. Unpack boxes, put things on shelves, slice open cardboard with a rusty blade, sweep stray noodles off the floor, get yelled at for stacking cans wrong. My hands were dry and cracked from the cold storage. I finished at noon. My second job didn't start until 3 p.m., so I went home to rest for a couple hours. I microwaved a small bowl of leftover rice and ate it sitting on my floor, staring at the wall. Then I lay down on my mattress without a blanket, set my alarm, and drifted off instantly. When I woke up, my chest felt heavy. My alarm was vibrating violently beside my head. I sat up too fast and felt dizzy. It was a cloudy afternoon, dim even though it wasn't late. I splashed water on my face, put on my delivery jacket with the reflective stripes, and left the apartment again. My delivery shift was in the city. I used a small motorbike to weave through traffic. The orders came one after another. Heavy water bottles upstairs, bags of rice, crates of eggs, people yelling at me to be careful. My thighs hurt from carrying so much up the narrow stairwells. The apartment buildings in that area were old, cramped, with peeling paint and dark hallways. I was used to the smell of stale cooking oil in every corridor. I didn't think much of it. Around 9 p.m. the orders slowed down. My last delivery was a single bag of groceries. The address was a bit further out, towards the edge of the city where the streets went quiet at night. I checked the map and sighed. It was about 15 minutes away down a long straight road lined with low industrial buildings and shuttered shops. I started the motorbike and headed that way. The road was empty. No cars, no people. Just streetlights standing far apart, leaving wide patches of darkness between them. I drove through those patches, feeling the cold air sting my cheeks. My headlight showed the cracked road surface, pieces of trash blown against the gutter, a few weeds growing out of the sidewalk cracks. I reached the address. It was a small single-story building with metal shutters pulled down over the windows. I checked the number twice to make sure I was at the right place. There was a faint yellow light inside, leaking out from around the edge of the front door. I knocked softly and waited. No one came. I knocked again louder, feeling the ache in my arms from carrying bags all day. Still no answer. I leaned down and placed the bag in front of the door. Then I took a photo for delivery proof and sent it in. I turned back to my motorbike, ready to head home. I was already thinking about the leftover rice I still had in the fridge, and how I would just eat that and go straight to sleep without even showering. That's when I heard something behind me. It was a quick scraping sound, like metal on concrete. I turned around sharply, my heart thumping. The door was still closed. The bag of groceries was sitting there, untouched. The street was silent. I felt a chill on my neck and looked around. The road was empty in both directions. No cars parked. No windows lit up. Just my motorbike engine clicking softly as it cooled in the cold air. I shook my head and climbed onto the seat. As I started the engine again, I looked back at the building one more time. The light was still on inside. Something about it felt wrong. I couldn't explain why. I forced myself to look away and turn the bike around. I drove back the way I came. The streetlights felt even further apart now. I tried not to focus on the dark spaces between them. My chest felt tight with unease. I told myself I was just tired, that I hadn't eaten enough today, that I was overthinking. Halfway down the road, I passed a small empty parking lot beside an old warehouse. I noticed a large white van parked at the edge. Its side was facing me, and all the windows were covered with some sort of reflective sun shield, even though it was night. The van's headlights were off, but as I drove past it, I saw the faint red glow of its brake lights. It wasn't parked. The engine was running. I kept driving, trying not to look obvious. My mirror showed the van pulling out from the parking spot. It turned onto the road behind me, keeping a distance. My hands felt sweaty on the handlebars. I tried to breathe calmly. Maybe they were just leaving at the same time as me. It was just coincidence. I drove faster, telling myself I was being paranoid. The van kept pace behind me. I changed lanes, and it changed lanes too. I slowed down. It slowed down. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sped up, weaving between the faded lane markings, and the van sped up too, closing the distance. I was coming up on an intersection with a traffic light. It was red. There were no other cars. I ran the light without thinking, almost skidding as I turned sharply onto a side street. I didn't know the area well. The street was narrow, lined with small shuttered shops and metal security gates. I glanced back. The van had turned too. Its headlights washed over the cracked buildings as it followed me. I felt like throwing up. My vision blurred with panic. I drove faster, engine screaming, trying to remember the map in my head. The street ended in a T-junction. I turned left, then right, then left again, making random turns through the dark, silent neighborhood, hoping to lose them. But the van kept appearing behind me. It was always there, no matter how many turns I took. Its headlights were blinding when I glanced back. I couldn't see the driver. The windows were tinted too dark. I saw a narrow alleyway between two buildings. It was barely wide enough for my motorbike. Without thinking, I swerved into it. My handlebars scraped against a brick wall, sparks flying. I forced the bike forward, scraping along the rough bricks, until I reached the end of the alley. It opened into a small courtyard with garbage bins and piles of broken wooden pallets. I turned off the engine and jumped off, dragging the motorbike behind one of the big metal bins. I crouched down, trying to control my breathing. My chest burned. My legs were shaking so hard I thought I might fall over. I heard the van's engine outside the alley. It stopped. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps walking into the alley. The sound of boots scuffing against concrete. I pressed myself against the cold metal bin, squeezing my eyes shut. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. I heard breathing. Slow, heavy breathing. It sounded like they were standing just a few feet away. I didn't dare move. I barely even breathed. There was silence for a long time. Then the footsteps moved again, back towards the road. I heard the van's engine start up, then fade away into the distance. I stayed crouched there for what felt like hours, but was probably only 10 minutes. My knees hurt from the cold ground. My fingers felt numb. Eventually, I forced myself to stand up. My entire body was trembling. I wheeled the motorbike out of the alley as quietly as I could. The streets were empty again. I didn't see the van anywhere. I got back on and started the engine. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I drove home as fast as I could, taking wide main roads with traffic and lights and people. When I finally reached my apartment building, I parked the bike in the locked cage and ran inside. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time, unlocked my door with fumbling fingers, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked both bolts and slid the chain across. I stood there in the dark room, listening. My ears rang with leftover fear. I couldn't hear anything outside. No van, no footsteps. I went to the window and peeked through the curtain. The street was empty except for a couple parked cars. I kept watching for a long time, but nothing moved out there. Eventually, I sank down onto the floor, hugging my knees to my chest. My throat felt tight. I stayed like that for hours, until the sky outside turned pale with dawn. I didn't go to work the next day. I didn't even call in sick. I just lay on the mattress staring at the ceiling. My phone buzzed with missed calls and messages, but I ignored them. I kept thinking about the van, about the footsteps, about what might have happened if I hadn't hidden in that alley. Later that day, I finally ate something. Cold leftover rice from the fridge. My hands were still shaking as I lifted the spoon. I couldn't stop thinking about how quiet the footsteps were, how calm the breathing sounded, like they weren't even worried about being caught, like it was normal for them to follow someone down dark streets late at night. After that night, I quit the delivery job. I couldn't bring myself to drive around those streets again, knowing that van might still be out there. I found a small cleaning job instead, early mornings only. Less money, but I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep without waking up in a cold sweat. Sometimes even now, when I walk home late from the bus stop, I hear a faint engine behind me. Or I see a van parked by the curb with its windows covered. I know it's probably just another delivery van, just another parked car. But every time, hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember that camping trip in Australia so clearly, even though it happened a long time ago. It was before the days when everyone had weather forecasts in their pocket. Before you could just check an app to see if you were going to get slammed with a storm or if the day would be calm. Back then we just went out and hoped for the best. We didn't really think about how dangerous it could get. We just packed up our tents and food and headed out into the country with that easy confidence you only get when you're young or when you've done something so many times you forget what could go wrong. It was late summer, I think, and the days were long and hot. We set up our camp by a lake somewhere in the country. I can't remember exactly where. It was just another quiet lake in the bush, the kind of place that looks almost exactly the same as any other small lake in Australia if you don't pay close attention. Dry grass near the water, gum trees leaning over the edge, a dusty parking area with potholes big enough to swallow a wheel if you weren't careful. There were maybe 4 or 5 of us. We pitched our tents close together like always, thinking about the social part of the camping trip first and practicality second. There were birds calling in the trees as the sun set and insects humming everywhere. That first evening was perfect. We cooked sausages over a small portable stove, passed around a bag of bread rolls, and watched the light fade to pink and then deep blue. The lake was flat and black in the fading light. We stayed up until it was dark, telling jokes and feeling completely at ease. None of us were thinking about what might come in the night. It was later, maybe midnight or a bit after, when I woke up to the sound of wind tearing through the trees. It wasn't just a breeze. It sounded like a freight train coming down the hill behind us. At first I lay there half asleep, thinking it was just a gust. But it didn't stop. The sides of the tent started to ripple and shake. I heard branches cracking up in the trees. I unzipped my sleeping bag and sat up. There was no light, just total darkness, except for the flashes of lightning that started to come from somewhere across the lake. Each flash lit up the inside of the tent for just a split second, bright white against the thin green fabric, and then it was gone again. Then the rain started. It wasn't gentle at all. It was like someone dumping buckets of water straight out of the sky. Within seconds it was pounding down so hard that I could hear it smashing into the ground through the noise of the wind. The sides of the tent started to cave in as the wind pressed against it. I reached out and held one of the poles, trying to keep it upright, but it was useless. The wind just kept building, and the rain kept hammering down harder and harder. Another flash of lightning lit up the lake for a moment, and I saw how the surface was just chaos, water pounding water, the whole lake covered in white splashes. The thunder came almost instantly, shaking the ground under me. The tent poles bent inwards, so far I thought they would snap. A second later, they did. One of them snapped right near my hand. The sound of it breaking was sharp even through the wind and thunder. The tent collapsed down onto me, and rain came straight in. The fly sheet ripped away in the wind like it was nothing. I tried to push the fabric away from my face, but it was soaked and heavy. The water started to pool around me on the floor of the tent. The seams were leaking everywhere. I could feel cold water soaking into my sleeping bag and my shorts. It ran down my back and under my legs. I crawled out through the collapsed doorway into the storm. Outside it was chaos. I could barely see anything except when the lightning flashed. The rain hit my face so hard it hurt. I stood up, trying to see where the others were. Their tents were all down too. Just flattened shapes on the ground, some of them flapping in the wind, some torn to pieces. The air was cold, and the rain was freezing. My feet sank into mud with every step. The campsite was just a mess of collapsed nylon, broken poles, and bags half buried in muddy water. We didn't talk. We didn't even look for each other properly. We all knew what we had to do. The toilet block was the only solid building in the entire campground. It was just a small concrete block with a flat metal roof, but it was dry and it wasn't going anywhere no matter how hard the wind blew. I ran across the campground toward it, slipping and sliding in the mud. My shirt was soaked through and heavy on my shoulders. Water ran down into my eyes, and I wiped it away with my wrist as I ran. The lightning was so close now that every flash felt like someone was taking photos of me with a massive flashbulb. The thunder was deafening. Each boom rattled in my chest. When I got to the toilet block, I yanked the door open and stepped inside. The light was dim yellow from the single bulb in the ceiling. The smell of damp concrete and old urine hit me straight away. But it was warm and it was dry. I sat down on the floor, my back against the cool concrete wall, and pulled my knees up to my chest. A moment later, the others started to arrive one by one, soaked through and dripping all over the tiles. There was water pooling under us, running off our clothes, but it didn't matter. It was safe. The wind screamed outside, rattling the metal door in its frame. I could hear the roof vibrating when the stronger gusts came through. The rain beat against the small frosted window, so hard it sounded like hailstones, but it was just heavy rain. We sat there like that for hours. None of us could sleep. The thunder kept rolling across the sky. Sometimes it cracked so close that the floor under us shook and the fluorescent bulb flickered. I watched the small vent near the roof as the wind blew water through it in tiny sprays, and I wondered if the roof would hold. Every time lightning flashed outside, I could see the shadows of branches whipping back and forth through the frosted window. I thought about all the trees around our campsite. I thought about how easy it would be for one to snap and come down on a tent or a car or a person. I sat there and watched the puddle of water under us slowly spread wider as we dripped rainwater onto the tiles. By the time dawn came, I felt numb. The sky turned gray instead of black, and the rain slowed to a steady drizzle instead of the downpour from earlier. The thunder was moving off into the distance, just low rumbles every few minutes instead of the cracks and booms that had shaken the ground all night. I stood up slowly. My clothes were still wet, and my skin was wrinkled and clammy from being soaked for so long. The others were quiet, staring at the floor or at the walls. I walked to the door and pushed it open. The air outside was cool and smelled of wet earth and broken branches. The campground looked like a war zone. Tree branches were scattered everywhere. Leaves were plastered against tents and cars. The tents were in pieces, poles snapped and nylon torn into long strips that flapped weakly in the breeze. Our camp chairs were upside down in the mud, one of them half buried in a puddle. The lake looked dark and muddy, with dead branches floating near the shore. Everything was drenched and silent, except for the soft sound of rain dripping off the trees. We spent the morning gathering up what was left of our gear. Most of it was soaked through. Some bags had been ripped open, and our clothes were covered in mud. We stuffed everything into the cars as best we could. None of us said much. Everyone was tired and cold and ready to go home. As I walked around picking up broken tent poles and bits of fabric, I kept thinking about how quickly everything can change. One evening you're cooking sausages by the lake under a quiet sky, and a few hours later you're sitting on the toilet block floor wondering if the roof will hold when the next gust comes through. When we drove out that morning, the sky was still gray, but the rain had stopped. The dirt road was muddy and rutted from the storm. As we left the campground behind us, I kept looking back at the trees, half expecting to see another wall of black clouds coming over the hills. But the sky stayed quiet. The further we drove, the drier the ground got, until finally the road was just dust again. It felt like we had left another world behind us, one where wind and water ruled everything. After that trip, I never forgot how it felt to have your tent ripped away in the night. I still went camping, but I paid more attention to the sky. I checked the weather before leaving, even if it meant finding a payphone or calling someone from the road to ask. I learned what storm clouds look like in the distance and how the wind feels before the rain comes. I still think about that night sometimes, sitting on the toilet block floor with rainwater running off my hair and soaking into my shirt, feeling the thunder shake the ground, and realizing how small I was against the power of the weather. It wasn't the scariest thing that ever happened to me, but it was real, and it was enough to remind me that nature doesn't care how comfortable you were the evening before. It just does what it does, and all you can do is hope you're ready for it when it comes. That was the end of that camping trip. We never set up again that weekend. We just packed up what was left and drove back to town, quiet and tired, each of us thinking about the storm in our own way. Even though it was scary at the time, it felt good in a way to be reminded how strong the world is around us. Sometimes I think about that when I hear thunder rolling in the distance. I feel that same cold knot in my stomach, but I also feel alive, remembering how the wind tore the tents down and how the lightning lit up the world like daylight for just a second at a time. I remember that night like it happened last week. We were camping at Zion, car camping with a tent set up beside our little hatchback. It was mid-spring, and the days were warm and dusty, but the nights still dropped down enough to need a decent sleeping bag. We arrived early in the afternoon, set up our site under the big cottonwood trees near the river, and spent the evening hiking up to one of the lookouts. The wind was blowing strong that day, and I could smell the dusty desert and faint whiffs of juniper on the breeze as we climbed the rocky trail. We ate our dinner sitting on the tailgate of the car, my girlfriend eating leftover pasta she'd brought from home, and I had a cold ham sandwich I'd grabbed that morning before we left. We watched the sun drop behind the cliffs, turning them a deep burnt orange and red before they finally faded into gray as the sky turned dark. We cleaned up everything carefully, not wanting to attract raccoons or mice overnight, and crawled into the tent before it got too cold outside. I remember lying there, feeling that quiet satisfaction that only comes from a day outdoors. The tent fabric shifted gently in the breeze, and I could hear the river down below, rushing past in the darkness. The campground wasn't completely silent. There were other campers here and there, and someone's little battery lantern was glowing blue in their tent a few sites over. I could hear muted laughter from a group around a campfire, someone coughing in the cold air. The pop and hiss of burning wood carried faintly to where we lay. It must have been around midnight when it started. At first, I felt a tickling on my forearm. I shifted in my sleeping bag, half asleep, thinking it was a hair brushing my skin, or maybe just my nerves. Then the tickling came again, this time on my cheek. I rolled over, annoyed, trying to sink back into sleep. But something inside me was starting to wake up, a quiet alarm that something wasn't right. I opened my eyes in the darkness. The moon was bright that night, and enough light filtered through the mesh top of the tent that I could see shapes and outlines. I rubbed my face, feeling something small and hard under my palm. I sat up, blinking, and that's when I felt it. All over my arms, tiny movements, crawling across my skin. I shook my head, and I could feel them in my hair. I could feel them crawling around my neck and slipping down my back under my shirt. I unzipped my sleeping bag as fast as I could and sat up fully. I looked down and saw them everywhere, little black ants, hundreds of them, crawling across the tent floor, the sleeping bags my pillow. I felt panic shoot through my chest like ice water. I tried to brush them off my arms, but as fast as I flicked them away, more took their place. They were crawling on my neck, down my chest, across my bare stomach, where my shirt had ridden up in the night. I could feel them going into my waistband, down my legs, little prickly feet hooking into my skin with every step they took. My girlfriend was awake by then. I saw her shape in the dim light, her sleeping bag thrown open, her hair messy and her arms flailing as she tried to brush them off her face and neck. She stumbled out of the tent, and I could hear her gagging as she wiped them off her lips and ears. I stayed there for a moment longer, looking down at the black sea of ants swarming across the tent floor, thinking about how the hell they had gotten in here. I tried to stand up, but I felt them crawling on my feet, biting at my toes and ankles. It was like stepping into a moving carpet. I could hear them under the tent floor too, like a constant rustling, thousands of tiny legs moving all at once. My skin crawled with a sickening feeling as I grabbed my shoes and stumbled out into the cold night air. My girlfriend was already sitting in the car, the interior light glowing. I saw her wiping her face and shaking out her hair, looking pale and shaken. I stood there for a moment, trying to brush off the ants from my arms and legs, but it was useless. They were inside my shirt, my shorts, my socks. I pulled off my shirt right there and shook it out, dozens of them falling onto the ground, still moving in a writhing black mess. The night air felt cold on my bare chest. I could see the tent now in the moonlight, and I saw where they were coming from. There was a hole in the ground right next to the tent, not even 6 inches away from the edge. We must have pitched right over their main colony entrance. The ants were pouring out in a steady stream, marching under the tent fly, through the mesh gaps at the corners, flooding inside like water pouring from a broken pipe. I felt something in my ear and shook my head violently, trying to get it out. I stuck my pinky finger in and flicked it, feeling something pop out and crawl down my neck. My stomach twisted in disgust, and for a moment, I felt like I was going to throw up right there on the sand and dirt beside the tent. My girlfriend rolled down the window and said she was going to sleep in the car. Her eyes were wide and frightened, and I knew she wouldn't come back into the tent no matter what I said. I didn't blame her. I thought about joining her, but the front seats were crammed full of gear and coolers, and the back seats were too small to stretch out. I looked around in the quiet, my skin still prickling, feeling phantom ants crawling all over me. I grabbed my sleeping bag and shook it out hard, over and over, until I thought I'd gotten most of them out. I didn't want to put it back in the tent, so I walked over to the picnic table at our campsite. The wooden surface was rough under my hands as I climbed up onto it. I laid out my sleeping bag on the table and slipped inside, feeling exposed under the open sky. The moon was almost full, and the cliffs loomed above me like giant walls of stone, glowing faintly under the starlight. I could hear the river in the distance, the faint rustle of cottonwood leaves overhead, and the occasional car passing far off on the park road. But under all that, I could still feel them. Even though I knew I had brushed them off, I kept feeling little phantom crawls across my skin, like they had burrowed into my brain and left their memory behind. I lay there, staring up at the sky, feeling the hard wooden boards digging into my back through the sleeping bag. I listened to the sound of the ants still moving inside the tent, a soft, constant rustling like dry grass in the wind. I could feel the chill seeping up through the wood into my bones. My neck hurt from lying so tense, and every few minutes I'd reach up to scratch at some itch, convinced another ant was on me. I didn't sleep. My girlfriend didn't sleep either. I could see her shape through the fogged windows of the car, curled up awkwardly in the back seat, her head resting on a rolled-up jacket. Sometimes I heard her shift and cough, or shake out her hair again, still haunted by the feeling of ants crawling through it. Around 4 in the morning, the air got even colder, and a light wind picked up. I pulled the sleeping bag tight around my shoulders, staring up at the sky as the stars began to fade. My eyes felt gritty and my mouth was dry, but I didn't care. I just wanted the night to end. Finally, the first pale gray light started to creep across the horizon. I sat up slowly, my back stiff and sore from the wooden table. I could hear birds starting to sing in the cottonwoods, little chirps and whistles echoing through the quiet campground. I saw my girlfriend open the car door and climb out stiffly, her hair a mess and her face pale and tired. We didn't say anything. We just stood there looking at the tent, still crawling with ants, the ground around it moving with their black swarming bodies. We knew there was no way we were staying another night there. We packed up in silence, shaking out every piece of clothing, every bag, every shoe, making sure nothing came with us. It took twice as long to pack because we kept stopping to check everything again and again, brushing away ants, stomping them into the dust. We drove out of Zion that morning, exhausted and silent, the rising sun blinding us as it broke over the cliffs. We stopped at a gas station down the road to wash our faces and brush our teeth, and I remember looking at myself in the mirror under those harsh fluorescent lights. My eyes were bloodshot, and I had tiny red welts all over my neck and arms where the ants had bitten me. I turned on the faucet and splashed my face with cold water, trying to wash away the gritty feeling of dirt and sweat and ants, but it didn't help. The memory of them was still there, crawling under my skin. That was the worst single night of my life. I've camped in storms, I've camped in freezing wind that tore my tent half apart, I've camped in the pouring rain with water pooling under my sleeping pad. But nothing was like that night. Nothing was like the feeling of lying in the darkness, completely helpless, with thousands of tiny creatures crawling over every inch of your skin, into your ears, across your lips, down your back, everywhere. It was like being buried alive, but instead of dirt, it was ants moving and biting and filling up the world until you couldn't think about anything else. After that trip, I started checking the ground more carefully before pitching a tent. I'd stand there for a good 5 minutes just staring down at the dirt, looking for any signs of holes, mounds, trails of insects, anything at all. Even now, when I'm backpacking deep in the wilderness, miles away from anyone else, I still check the ground, still feel that phantom crawling on my skin when I lie down to sleep. We still talk about that night sometimes, me and her, when we're sitting around a fire or driving to another campsite. We laugh about it now, in that dry, tired way you laugh at something only because you survived it. But deep down, I know neither of us really think it's funny. because for those few hours, under that cold desert sky, it felt like the ants owned the world, and we were just two helpless bodies in their way. I remember that trip like it was etched into my bones. We were 17 then, me and my buddy Chris, and it was late spring in Arizona. School was almost out for the year, and the heat had come back strong in Phoenix, pushing people indoors to their ACs and ceiling fans. But we didn't care. We just wanted out of town for a couple days to get away from homework and curfews and the general suffocation of high school. Chris had this old, beat-up Ford Ranger with faded red paint and a dent in the passenger side door that he never fixed. We packed it up late in the afternoon with 2 sleeping bags, an old army tarp, a little propane stove, some top ramen packs, water jugs, and a small cooler with sandwich meat and Cokes. On the way out of town, we stopped at his cousin's place to pick up the mushrooms. They came folded in a sandwich bag, brown and gray and smelling like dirt, hidden under a layer of crushed Doritos in the glove box. We drove north through the city traffic, past the scattered homes and cactus stands of Cave Creek, the sun dipping down behind us, leaving the desert glowing pink and orange and lavender in that way only Arizona deserts do. Saddleback Mountain sat out there like a sleeping giant, just a long ridge rising up over the flats, lined with boulders and mesquite and scrawny Palo Verde trees clinging to the gravelly slopes. We parked at the end of a dirt spur road just before dusk. The sky was clear and turning navy, with the first stars blinking on. There was a light breeze, warm but not hot anymore, brushing against our arms as we pulled out our stuff. We strapped on our backpacks and walked up the faint trail toward a rocky outcropping that overlooked the valley below. The dirt crunched under our boots, and every now and then we kicked loose a pebble that tumbled down the slope. A few times I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, little desert lizards darting into cracks or under sagebrush. When we reached the top, we rolled out the tarp on the flattest part we could find, which wasn't very flat at all. The ground was packed dirt with a scattering of rocks and a few clumps of dry grass sticking up like brittle hair. We laid our sleeping bags side by side on the tarp and tossed down our packs near our feet. By then, the sky was full black. We cooked ramen on the little stove, steam rising in the dim glow of our headlamps. I remember the noodles tasted like salt and metal and hot plastic, but out there everything tasted good. After eating, we turned off our lights and just laid back looking at the stars. There were so many, more than you ever see in the city, where orange haze clogs up the sky. Out here it felt like we could fall up into the black if we stared long enough. That's when Chris pulled out the mushrooms and handed me half. They were dry and chewy and tasted like bitter dirt. I forced them down with gulps of warm Coke. Then we waited, lying there wrapped in our sleeping bags with the cool night air pressing against our faces. At first, I just felt light, like my chest wasn't as heavy as it usually was. Then the sky started pulsing around the edges. I turned my head and the rocks near us seemed to shimmer, their outlines rippling like heat waves. The stars looked closer too, like if I stood up on my toes, I could brush them with my fingers. The half moon had come up over the ridge, pale and bright, lighting up the scrub and rocks around us in a hazy silver glow. We spent hours just lying there talking. About aliens. About UFO sightings near Roswell and Area 51. About how vast the universe was and how it felt like the government knew more than it let on. I remember thinking that if I focused hard enough, I could see the movement of satellites with my naked eyes, tracking their invisible paths across the sky. Chris said he'd read about alien abductions where people lost hours, waking up with strange burns on their skin or metal implants under their flesh. The mushrooms made his voice echo, or maybe it was the quiet out there making each sound seem bigger. We both drifted in and out of sleep, waking up shivering then drifting off again. The desert gets cold at night, even after a hot day. I pulled my sleeping bag tight around my shoulders, hearing coyotes yipping far off down in the washes. At some point around 1 a.m, we fell fully asleep, still half zipping our bags, the moon bright enough that I could see the outline of Chris's face when I rolled over. Then, suddenly, it was around 4 a.m. I woke up to this deep throbbing sound. I can't even explain it right. It wasn't a rumble like thunder. It was more like a huge subwoofer in the sky, vibrating my chest and skull and pulses. My heart jumped into my throat. For a few seconds, I couldn't move. Just lay there with my eyes wide open staring at the sky, which was dark blue now with the faintest tint of dawn coming from the east. The The sound kept coming. It was so loud I felt it in the ground under me, in my teeth. I thought about those UFO shows on the History Channel, where farmers woke up to lights above their fields. I couldn't see anything at first, just the night sky and the faint outlines of rocks and bushes around us. I wanted to yell for Chris, but my voice felt locked in my chest. Then the light came. A beam of white light shot down onto us, so bright it burned my eyes and made me squint. I could see every pebble on the tarp, every wrinkle in Chris's sleeping bag, the pattern of grit and dust on my own skin. My heart started hammering, so hard it felt like it would rip out of my chest. For a few frozen seconds, I was convinced this was it. The abduction we'd spent hours laughing about. I imagined gray, spindly figures with big heads waiting above in a craft to drag us up and do whatever people always say happens up there. Probes, experiments, mind wipes. The adrenaline surge almost made me puke. My hands were shaking, and my mouth was dry as chalk. Then the light moved, sweeping off us and onto the desert slope beside us, lighting up the pale rocks and dry bushes like it was midday. The throbbing sound shifted, and as my eyes adjusted, I saw the silhouette of a helicopter hovering above us, dark against the sky, with its big searchlight sweeping back and forth. The rotors chopped through the quiet dawn, sending waves of sound through my body. The helicopter moved slowly down the ridge, its light scanning the hillside and the canyons below. As it drifted away, the pulsing thump faded into the distance, becoming a low vibration that eventually merged with the whisper of the wind. The sky was lighter by then, that deep cobalt of pre-dawn shifting into purple and gray and pale orange on the horizon. I could hear birds waking up in the bushes below, little chirps echoing in the quiet after the helicopter left. My heartbeat was still rattling inside my chest. I lay there staring up at the sky, breathing in short, shaky breaths, feeling the sweat cooling on my back despite the chill of dawn. Chris finally stirred next to me, his sleeping bag rustling as he shifted around. I felt drained, like every bit of adrenaline had poured out of me, leaving my muscles empty and trembling. The sun rose slowly, casting long shadows across the rocks and making the air turn gold and pink. We packed up quietly, rolling up the tarp and stuffing our sleeping bags into their sacks. My hands felt clumsy, and every time I closed my eyes I still saw that bright light shining down. When we walked back down to the truck, I noticed how dry my mouth was. The inside of my cheeks felt glued together, my tongue thick and swollen with dehydration. On the drive back to Phoenix, the roads were empty. The desert stretched out on both sides, silent and still in the morning heat. I kept looking out the window at the passing cactus and dry grass, thinking about how close I felt to something that night. The mushrooms were mostly gone from my system by then, but their echoes still lingered in the back of my brain, making the colors a little brighter and my thoughts a little deeper. Later that day, when we were back in town sitting on the curb outside Chris's house, he pulled out his phone and checked the local news. Turned out the helicopter had been out searching for a hiker who got lost the evening before. They found him down in a wash a few miles east of where we camped, dehydrated but alive. He'd wandered off trail and gotten disoriented in the dark. I sat there in the warm morning sun, feeling the rough concrete under my hands, the smell of desert dust and car exhaust mixing in the air. Part of me was relieved it was just a helicopter. Another part of me felt something else, a hollow feeling I couldn't explain, like disappointment, or maybe the quiet understanding that reality always comes back to Earth no matter how far your mind drifts into the stars. When I think back on that night now, years later, I can still feel the vibrations in my chest. I can still see that white light burning through my eyelids, making my heart stutter and my gut clench with pure animal fear. But I can also remember the softness of the night air on my face, the endless stretch of stars above me, the smell of desert dirt and mesquite smoke and sweat. It reminds me how thin the line is between fear and wonder, and how sometimes the scariest things turn out to be just the world carrying on with its own business, completely indifferent to whatever fears are spinning around inside our heads. I woke up early that morning to the sound of cicadas buzzing in the humid East Texas air. The sun wasn't even fully above the trees yet, but I could already feel the heaviness in the air pressing down on my tent. I rolled over on my thin sleeping pad, feeling the sweat sticking to my back, and for a moment I just lay there listening to the faint rustling of the leaves outside. It was July, and the forest smelled thick and sweet, like rotting leaves and pine sap mixed with that distant smell of mud near stagnant water. I sat up and unzipped my tent, blinking against the brightening light. My friends were still asleep in their tents, spread out around the little clearing we had picked the day before. We were in the Big Thicket National Preserve, a place I had heard about from some friends in Houston. They said it was beautiful, with giant pine trees and slow brown rivers winding through it, and I had wanted to see it for myself. I stretched my arms above my head, feeling the soreness in my shoulders from carrying my pack the day before. It felt good to be sore like that, like my body had earned its place here under the trees. I walked a little away from camp to relieve myself, stepping carefully through the undergrowth. Everything was still wet with dew, and as I moved, my feet brushed against little plants and soaked the cuffs of my hiking pants. I could smell the rich smell of damp earth rising from the ground, mixed with that slightly sour smell of my own sweat from yesterday's hike. When I came back to camp, the others were waking up. We heated water on the little gas stove and poured it into instant oatmeal packets. Steam rose up from the bowls into the muggy morning air. After we ate, we packed up our tents and rolled our sleeping bags tight, stuffing them into the bottoms of our packs. I took my time with mine, trying to roll it as tightly as I could so it wouldn't push up against the inside of my pack and dig into my lower back all day. I put on my boots, lacing them tight, feeling the familiar stiffness of the leather around my ankles. I tied my hair back, pulled on my hat, and adjusted the straps of my backpack over my shoulders until the weight felt even on both sides. When everyone was ready, we left the clearing and started back down the narrow trail. The trees closed in on either side of us as we walked. It was quiet except for the sound of our boots on the sandy soil, the occasional call of a jay or woodpecker somewhere off in the trees. We passed under tall pines with trunks so straight and thick they looked like pillars holding up the pale sky. I kept noticing how the light slanted through them in dusty beams, illuminating patches of ferns and fallen logs. The ground was littered with pine needles, and every step felt slightly soft and springy under my boots. After about an hour, we came to a small creek. The water was low, just a trickle over mossy stones. We stopped there to drink some water and readjust our packs. I squatted down near the water and splashed some onto my face, feeling the cold against my hot skin. I watched the little ripples spread out across the surface, the sunlight glinting off it in tiny flashes. I could see the sand and small rocks underneath, speckled with dark bits of rotting leaves. It was peaceful there, quiet except for the buzz of insects and the occasional drip of water from the bank. We got up and kept walking after a while. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, lined with tall grass that brushed against my knees. I kept looking around at the trees towering over us, the branches high above, swaying gently in the breeze. Sometimes we would come to small open patches where sunlight pooled on the ground, hot and white, making the air shimmer just above the dirt. After another mile or so, we heard rustling up ahead on the trail. I looked up, thinking maybe it was a deer or an armadillo. But as we rounded a small bend, I saw them. They were coming out of the woods from the right side of the trail, stepping over the undergrowth onto the path. A man and a woman. The man was holding a shotgun. The woman was carrying a machete. They both looked rough, like they had been out here a while. The man's hair was long and greasy, pulled back into a low ponytail, and his shirt was stained with sweat and dirt. The woman's hair was tucked under a torn ball cap, and she had an old green backpack slung over one shoulder. Her machete hung at her side, glinting slightly in the dappled sunlight. They didn't look at us for more than a second before moving down the trail past us, but I could feel the tension in the air as they walked by. The man's eyes flicked up and down our group, then back to the ground ahead of him. The woman didn't look at us at all. She just walked, her boots scuffing against the dirt, her grip tight on the machete handle. As they passed, a man coming up behind them on the trail, some hiker we didn't know, stopped dead in his tracks. He looked at us with wide eyes and mouthed the word run, jerking his head back toward the direction we had come from. But we didn't run. It was broad daylight, and we were in the middle of a national preserve. We just stood there for a moment, feeling the air heavy around us, watching as the couple moved on down the trail and disappeared around the next bend. The sound of their steps faded into the hush of the woods. I could feel my heart beating fast in my chest, my breath coming short and shallow even though I hadn't been moving. I could smell the sweat under my arms and feel the dampness trickling down my sides. We stood there for a minute or two, nobody saying anything, just listening to the forest sounds come back around us. A cicada buzzed loudly from a nearby tree. A crow called out somewhere off to the left. The leaves overhead rustled as a breeze moved through them, and I felt the sun hot on the back of my neck. Finally, we just kept walking. We moved a little faster than before, our boots scuffing against the sandy trail, our packs shifting on our backs with each step. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see them coming back down the trail after us. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me flinch a little inside. I could feel the adrenaline burning out in my arms and legs, leaving me feeling heavy and shaky at the same time. The trail wound on through the woods, through patches of sunlight and shadow. The air smelled of pine and dry grass. My throat felt tight and dry, and I kept swallowing, feeling the little flutter of fear still beating inside me. We passed a section where the forest opened up into a wide field of tall grass, golden in the sunlight. We stopped there and looked back, but there was no one behind us. Just the stillness of the trail stretching back into the trees, silent and empty. We kept going until we reached a wider path that led back toward the parking area where we had left the cars. It took us another hour to get there, and by the time we saw the cars glinting through the trees ahead, I felt like my legs were made of lead. The sun was high overhead now, burning down on the parking lot, making the blacktop shimmer with heat. We dropped our packs by the cars and sat down on the curb, drinking water in silence, letting the reality of it sink in. I kept thinking about them. The shotgun, the machete, the way they didn't even look surprised to see us there, like they were used to being out in those woods with weapons in their hands. I wondered if they lived out there, or if they were doing something illegal. Maybe they were just clearing brush, or maybe they were hunting feral hogs, which were a problem in those parts. But the way they moved, the way they didn't say anything, just walking past us like we were nothing, it stayed with me. We didn't really talk about it much after that. We just loaded our gear into the trunks and slammed them shut. I pulled off my boots and peeled off my socks, feeling the hot plastic of my sandals under my feet. We stood there for a while, the breeze blowing hot across the parking lot, carrying the smell of sun-baked pine needles and distant stagnant water. On the drive home, I watched the pine forests roll by outside the window. The trees were endless, stretching off into the distance, their dark trunks disappearing into green shadows. I thought about how many miles of woods there were out there, how many empty spaces where no one ever went, where no one could hear you if something happened. The hum of the tires on the road filled my ears as I looked out at the trees flashing past, mile after mile after mile. That night when I lay in bed, clean and safe in my room with the fan humming in the window, I kept seeing them. The way the man's eyes slid over us. The way the woman's hand tightened on the machete handle. I kept thinking about what that hiker had mouthed to us. Run. I wondered if we should have. If we had, maybe they would have followed us. Maybe they would have ignored us anyway. I would never know. But what I did know was the feeling I felt out there on the trail when they passed by. That cold spark of fear, like ice water in my veins, telling me I didn't belong out there, not in the same way they did. That was their place. The woods were big enough to swallow people whole, and nobody would ever even know they were gone. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of cars passing on the road outside my window, feeling the solid walls around me, the locked door, the safe dark of my room. But even there, I could still feel the hot, sticky East Texas air and see the shotgun glinting in the pale forest light as they disappeared around the bend. We had been planning that trip for months. My wife and I both needed a break from work, from the screens, from everything. We wanted to feel small again, lost under big skies, with nothing but old trees and mountains around us. Banff had always been on our list, but this was the first time we actually made it out there together. We flew in, rented a car, and drove straight to the park, eager to hit the trails before the sun dipped too low. I remember how beautiful the drive was. Wide highways lined with pines, jagged peaks tearing into the clouds on either side. We saw 3 bears on the drive up. First a little black bear trotting along the tree line near the road, then another, bigger one lumbering in a meadow, head down in the grass. The third was a grizzly far off on a slope, almost blending in with the rocks. I stopped the car and we watched it for a while, both of us silent, the engine ticking in the cool air. Seeing them out there, wild and quiet, made my stomach tighten a bit. I'd seen plenty of bears on TV or behind fences, but seeing one on its own turf reminded me that out there, it was just them and us. No barriers. No illusions about who was in charge. We made it to the trailhead later that afternoon. It was quiet, just a few cars in the lot, and the air felt clean and sharp. We double-checked everything before heading out: bare canister, bare bag, bare mace. It felt like a checklist designed to remind us that if we messed up, there wouldn't be anything between us and a 1,000-pound predator. But we felt prepared. Nervous, but prepared. The hike to camp wasn't long, maybe 5 miles in, but it was steep in some places. The trail wove through dark spruce forests and opened up into small clearings where the sun felt warm on our backs. Every so often we'd stop and just stand there, listening to the wind move through the trees. It felt good to sweat and feel my heart beating hard under my ribs, to hear my wife's footsteps behind me on the dirt. We reached camp with enough daylight left to set up without rushing. It was a designated site, with a flat spot for tents, a little clearing, and that big metal food pole in the center. It was just a tall steel pole with a crossbar at the top, designed so you could hoist your food bag up high and out of reach. There were a few other tents scattered around, but not many people. Everyone nodded politely but kept to themselves, lost in their own quiet evening routines. We cooked near the pole, away from our tent, just like we'd been taught. Pasta and instant sauce, hot and simple, washed down with a few little bottles of whiskey we'd carried in. The sunset was deep orange and purple, spilling behind the ridges in waves. We sat there eating and drinking until the shadows swallowed everything, and the cold crept in. I felt a little drunk when I crawled into the tent that night. Just enough for the world to spin gently if I turned too fast. My wife was already inside, curled up in her sleeping bag. I took off my boots and left them in the vestibule, like I always did, and before I zipped the fly shut, I pulled out the bear mace and tucked it into one of my shoes, just in case. I didn't want to keep it inside the tent, because I'd heard horror stories about people fumbling it in the dark and spraying themselves blind. But I also didn't want to keep it too far away. The shoe felt like the best compromise. Accessible if I reached out quick enough. It got really cold that night, colder than I expected for summer. I woke up at some point to pull the top of my sleeping bag tighter around my head. The whiskey made my mouth dry, and I remember thinking I should drink some water, but the thought of unzipping my bag and letting the cold in kept me still. I dozed off again, half asleep, half awake, listening to the fabric of the tent flutter every time a breeze moved through camp. That was when I heard it. A sound low and heavy, crunching slowly through the dry needles and bits of gravel outside. At first I thought it was another camper getting up to pee, but the footsteps were too heavy. You could tell when it's a person. Their steps are lighter, faster, with more of a pattern. This was different. It was slow, deliberate, and heavy enough that I could feel it faintly through the ground. My eyes snapped open in the dark, heart kicking hard against my chest. I didn't move at first, just laid there listening, every muscle locked up tight. I heard it move closer to the tent. The nylon rustled slightly where it brushed past. I turned my head, trying to see, but it was pitch black. My wife was asleep beside me, breathing slow and deep, but when the thing outside exhaled, a loud huffing breath that I felt more than heard, her breathing stopped. She was awake. I felt her hands slide across my chest, fingers clenching hard around the fabric of my base layer. She didn't say anything, didn't even breathe, just clung to me with all her strength. I moved my hand as slowly as I could, inching it toward the side of the tent where the vestibule was. My arm shook as I felt for the zipper. I didn't dare pull it down, just pressed my fingers against the fabric until I found the lump of my shoe underneath. My heart was pounding so loud I felt like it would give me away. I slid my hand into the shoe and wrapped my fingers around the canister, feeling the ridged safety tab against my thumb. The thing outside moved again, its steps making the dirt and stones shift slightly under its weight. It walked around to the side of the tent, close enough that I could hear it breathing through the thin walls. Each breath was deep and rumbling, like a big animal that didn't care who heard it. It sniffed at the tent, a wet snuffling sound right next to my head. I felt my wife's grip tighten, so hard it almost hurt. Neither of us moved. Neither of us made a sound. It felt like hours passed, though later I realized it must have been 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. I laid there in the dark, gripping the bear mace so hard my hand went numb, feeling the panic rise and fall in my chest like waves. I remember thinking about what I would do if it tore through the tent, whether I'd even have time to pull the safety tab, whether spraying it would do anything if it was already on top of us. I thought about her too, how helpless she felt, clinging to me like I could protect her from something this big. I felt small and useless and terrified in a way I hadn't since I was a kid. The bear, because I knew it was a bear by then, there was nothing else that heavy out there, eventually turned and walked away. Its footsteps faded back into the trees, slow and quiet, until all I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. My wife finally let go of me and buried her face into my chest. I could feel her shaking, her tears soaking through my shirt. I didn't say anything, just wrapped my arms around her and pulled her close. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night. We laid there in the cold, listening to every sound, every whisper of wind through the pines. I kept my hand on the bear mace the entire time, afraid to let go even after my fingers went stiff and cramped around it. I think I drifted off for a few minutes here and there, but every time I closed my eyes I saw that bear tearing through the nylon, its teeth and claws and black eyes filling the tent. When dawn finally came, the relief felt like a physical thing pressing down on us. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the cold morning air, knees weak under my weight. The ground was covered in bear tracks. Big, wide prints in the soft dirt, circling our tent, stopping near where my head had been. I stood there staring at them, the adrenaline making my hands shake. We packed up fast that morning. Neither of us talked much. The other campers asked if we heard the bear come through camp. Everyone had. It checked most of the tents, sniffing around for food. Someone's bag of trail mix got torn open where they left it by accident under the food pole. Nothing else was damaged. Just a curious bear moving through, looking for something easy. We hiked out quietly, each step taking us further away from that fear, but never really removing it from our minds. Even now, years later, I can still hear that slow, rumbling breath against the thin fabric wall. I can still feel my wife clinging to me, both of us frozen in the dark, hoping that if we stayed quiet enough, stayed still enough, it would leave us alone. And it did. That's all it was. A bear looking for food, not for us. It left us alone, and we hiked out, and we drove home, and we went back to work and screens, and all the small daily fears that feel so big in the moment. But nothing has ever felt as big as that bear moving around our tent that night, in that cold, dark forest, with nothing between us but a few millimeters of fabric, and all the courage we could gather to stay silent and still until it was gone. I remember the smell of the water before anything else. That heavy, sweet, rotting smell that comes off the bayou at sunset. I had driven in from Baton Rouge that morning, stopped at a gas station just off I-10 near Butte La Rose to top off and grab a can of iced coffee. The sun was still low then, but the air was already thick and warm. I had been planning this solo overnight paddle for weeks. I wanted to test my hammock camping setup over the water for the first time. Everyone on the forums made it look so peaceful. The stillness of swamp water below you, dragonflies humming past, nothing but cypress knees and low mist at dawn. I wanted that. I parked near the boat ramp, unloaded my sit-on-top kayak, and packed it down with my dry bag, hammock tent, food bag, bug spray, flashlight, small first aid kit, and a little bottle of bourbon I kept hidden from myself until trips like this. I clipped my paddle to the kayak, pushed off, and felt the quiet swallow me up before I even reached the bridge. The long concrete stretch of I-10 ran above me like some endless ceiling, semis roaring overhead, making the water around my kayak ripple with every passing truck. The shadows under the bridge were cool and blue even as daylight grew. I paddled under it, watching dark water swirl into pale green as I entered Henderson Swamp. Cypress trees rose from the water like pillars holding up nothing. Spanish moss drifted down in long strings. Egrets stood motionless on half-submerged logs. The water was silent except for insects clicking and a few bullfrogs croaking somewhere in the distance. I felt the sun on my arms as I paddled deeper, weaving through channels and open pools, always scanning for fallen logs or stumps that could catch my kayak and flip me. I saw lily pads everywhere, wide flat discs with little purple flowers blooming in their centers. Once I saw a snake slip from a branch and disappear into the water, leaving only a ripple. I tried not to think about it. I paddled until I felt my arms shaking. I had been going for hours, weaving in a wide loop through the swamp, seeing no one. I found 2 cypress trees close enough together, growing out of water that was maybe waist deep. Perfect for my hammock setup. I tied one strap to a thick trunk on the head side, and the other to a tree that looked a little skinnier, but still solid for the foot side. I tugged the straps hard, testing them, feeling them bounce back. They felt firm enough. I clipped the hammock in place, zipped on the bug net, and set up my little gear sling under the hammock to hold my dry bag, flashlight, and flip-flops. I climbed in just before sunset. I lay there swaying gently above the water. The smell was strong, but I got used to it. I watched the sky turn purple and then black. Fireflies flickered in the moss. I didn't bother with dinner. I just drank a little bourbon from the bottle, let the warmth hit my chest, and closed my eyes listening to the frogs and the insects and the splash of fish jumping somewhere out in the darkness. I felt safe somehow, floating alone in the middle of nowhere, nothing to do but breathe. I woke up to something tugging at my weight. For a second I thought I was dreaming. I felt the hammock shift under me. I was on my side, and I tried to roll over, thinking maybe I just needed to adjust. That's when I heard the noise. A sharp, dry snap from the foot end strap. I froze. My brain felt like it was on fire. I reached up and grabbed the sides of the hammock just as I felt my feet drop lower. Another creaking groan came from the strap. I couldn't see it in the darkness, but I knew that tree was giving way or the strap was slipping off. I tried to lean towards the head end to even out my weight, but it was too late. I felt the whole foot side give way under me. Suddenly I was pitched backwards, my feet splashing into the cold swamp water. My ass half submerged, shoulders still hanging from the head side strap. The hammock folded around me like a cocoon. The bug net pressed against my face. Water was already soaking through the bottom. I tried to grab the zipper, but it was twisted. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I felt the hammock swaying under me, water sloshing into my sides as I twisted to find the zipper tab. I kept thinking about alligators, even though I hadn't seen any all day. I kept thinking about something big with teeth gliding silently under the black surface towards my dangling feet. I kept thinking about what it would feel like to be dragged under in the dark. No struggle, just warm water closing over me and disappearing forever. I fumbled with the zipper, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't grip it. I took a deep breath and tried again, feeling the netting press against my mouth as I moved. The kayak floated just out of reach behind me. I could see its pale green bow bobbing gently in the moonlight. I tried to swing myself up, but the hammock twisted, making the foot end dip deeper. Cold water rushed over my thighs and I panicked, kicking my feet, feeling them sink into thick silta mud below. I felt something brush my ankle, maybe a stick, maybe a fish, but I let out a breath so fast it sounded like a sob. I thought I was going to scream, but I kept my mouth shut, grinding my teeth together so hard my jaw hurt. I pulled again at the zipper, feeling the seam catch. I yanked with both hands, ripping it halfway open before slipping sideways out of the hammock and plunging into the water up to my chest. The swamp was cold and slick, little bits of algae clinging to my arms. I scrambled to stand but slipped on the mud and dropped back down, water splashing over my face. I gasped and felt something crawl across my shoulder. Maybe a spider or just floating weeds, I didn't care. I shoved the netting off me and waded towards the kayak, feeling the muck suck at my feet with every step. When I reached the kayak, I grabbed the side and nearly tipped it over as I tried to haul myself up. The kayak rocked, and for a second I thought it would flip, dumping everything into the swamp, but it steadied. I climbed in, chest heaving, water dripping down my face and arms, soaking my shorts and shirt. I sat there in the kayak in the darkness, holding my paddle, feeling the tremble in my muscles. I looked back at the hammock, sagging half submerged between the trees, the foot side strap dangling loose into the water. I realized the tree I tied to had rotted out near the base. It was only about as wide as my thigh and half hollow. The strap must have crushed into the rotten wood, splitting it, until it gave way under my weight. I didn't bother trying to fix anything. I reached over and unclipped my dry bag from the gear sling, water dripping from it. I checked my phone inside, still dry thankfully. I clipped it to the front of my life vest. I grabbed my little flashlight, clicked it on, and began paddling back the way I had come. The beam lit up strips of moss and dark water ahead of me. I couldn't see far, just enough to find my way. Every splash of my paddle sounded too loud. Every shadow between the trees looked like the shape of an alligator's head floating just under the surface. I didn't see any, but my mind kept replaying stories I'd read about them lunging out of the water silently, grabbing dogs off riverbanks without a splash. I paddled hard, arms burning, breathing ragged in the humidity. It felt like an hour, but probably wasn't. The maze of the swamp felt endless in the darkness. Sometimes I'd turn down a channel that dead-ended in a wall of cypress knees and rotting logs and have to back out, spinning the kayak carefully, trying not to tip. The smell of mud and decay was stronger now that I was wet. My clothes clung to me, my legs slick with mud up to my knees. The flashlight flickered once, making me panic, but it stayed on. Finally, I saw the shape of the bridge ahead, pale concrete pillars rising into the night sky. The sound of trucks overhead felt like relief. I paddled under the bridge, letting the faint glow from streetlights far up the embankment guide me to the boat ramp. I pulled my kayak up onto the muddy shore, my arms so tired they felt numb. I walked up to my car barefoot, mud squishing between my toes. I didn't even bother rinsing off. I strapped the kayak onto the roof rack, climbed into the driver's seat, and sat there for a long time with the windows down, listening to the rumble of trucks and feeling my heart slow down. I never camped over water again after that. Not because I thought I would die if I did it again, but because I realized how fast things can go wrong when you're alone in the dark, when no one knows exactly where you are, when your only shelter is a strip of nylon and two trees that might not be as strong as they look. I learned to respect the swamp that night, learned to respect my own fear, learned to respect the quiet that feels peaceful until it turns on you without warning. I still paddle there sometimes, but I always come back before sunset, and I always check the trees before I tie anything to them. And I never forget how that cold water felt when it swallowed my legs in the middle of the night, while the rest of the world slept miles away, unaware of me dangling there, waiting for whatever might come up from below. I woke up to the feeling of something pressing against me hard. At first I didn't understand what was happening. My girlfriend was smooshed up against my side, shaking. I could feel her breath on my neck, fast and shallow. She wasn't saying anything out loud, but I felt her hand gripping my arm, her fingers digging into me through the sleeping bag. I blinked in the darkness, confused, until I heard her whispering, almost like her lips were brushing my ear. It was just a shaky little whisper telling me to wake up, over and over. My chest went tight. I was instantly awake. My eyes adjusted to the darkness of the tent, and I realized she wasn't just cuddling closer in her sleep. She was awake too, awake and terrified. I held my breath, and that's when I heard it, a snorting, sniffling noise right outside the tent. It was a wet, heavy sound, the way an animal breathes when it's sniffing around. My first thought was that it was probably a raccoon or maybe a possum. We'd seen raccoons scurrying along the tree line earlier before we crawled into the tent. They liked to sneak up and steal any food scraps left out by campers. I didn't think much of them, but then the snorting got closer, and there was this strange deep grunt that vibrated through the ground and into my chest. My girlfriend was gripping my arm so tight I could feel her nails pressing into my skin. My own breath had gone shallow now, like my body was trying to make itself small and quiet. The snuffling stopped for a second, and then the wall of the tent right next to my head pressed inward with a sudden force. I flinched so hard my back rammed into her knees. The fabric stretched inward, tight enough that I thought it was going to rip open. I could hear the creature's breathing now, right against the thin polyester. It was a rough, moist breathing. I tried to think. Raccoons didn't stand this tall. They were tiny compared to this. My brain quickly tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe it was a fisher, though I'd never seen one in real life. But the way the nose was pushing down at us, it was big. It felt solid and heavy. I thought about bears. I knew black bears were skittish, but this didn't feel like a curious sniff and move on. This thing was pressing at the tent like it wanted to come in. My heart was pounding so hard I felt dizzy. I imagined the animal clawing through, the thin polyester ripping open, and then I pictured it scrambling in with its claws or teeth, or whatever it had, thrashing around in the small tent space, tearing everything apart, us included. I could almost hear the sound of it happening in my head, like a memory of something that hadn't happened yet. But it was 3 a.m. The entire campground was silent. I didn't want to shout. If I screamed, I'd wake up every other camper in the park. Everyone would come out of their tents half asleep and panicking, and if it was a bear, it would just make it worse. I tried to think what else it could be. The snorting continued, moving slowly along the side of the tent. The nose pressed in again, just above where my shoulder was. The tent pole groaned under the pressure, and I saw the shape of the animal's snout silhouetted by the dim moonlight outside. My girlfriend was shaking so hard the sleeping bag was rustling against the pad. I felt sweat trickling down my neck. I didn't smell bear, though. Not that musky, thick scent you always hear about. I didn't smell anything except the stale plastic of the tent and the cold, damp night air. The tent pressed inward again, harder this time, and I heard a low grunt. I felt the sound in my chest more than my ears. It sounded deep, big, heavy. I thought the tent was going to rip open right there. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I felt like I might vomit from the fear. I knew if I didn't do something, it was going to come inside. And if it did, we wouldn't have a chance. I didn't have bear spray. We'd left it in the car because the park didn't usually have bear issues, and it felt silly to carry it to a developed campground with flush toilets and a host station. My only weapon was the heavy metal flashlight next to my sleeping bag. I reached out with shaking fingers and felt the cold metal of the flashlight. I slid my hand around it slowly, trying not to make noise. The tent pressed inward again. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt like it was being squeezed shut. I flicked the light on. The beam of light blasted against the fabric of the tent, lighting it up like a glowing lantern. I aimed it right at the spot where the nose was pushing in. The pressure stopped. The tent snapped back to its normal shape. The breathing on the other side went silent. My girlfriend was still shaking against me. I held the flashlight there, pointing it directly at where the animal had been. For a moment, everything was still. My ears were ringing with the rush of blood through my head. Then I heard a grunt, deep and short, and the sound of something shifting its weight on the dirt and grass outside. Heavy footfalls moved away from us, slow but sure. I felt the thumps through the thin foam sleeping pad under me. It wasn't running away, but it was leaving. My chest ached with the relief of it. I kept the flashlight pointed at the tent wall for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a minute. The footsteps faded into the trees. The snorting and sniffing noises were gone. I lowered the flashlight, but I didn't turn it off. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night. I sat up, propped against my rolled-up jacket, clutching the flashlight in my lap, and she lay curled up on her side, staring at the thin, glowing fabric of the tent, her eyes wide and glassy. We listened to the silence outside, waiting for the noises to come back. But the night was quiet except for the chirping of crickets and the rustle of a breeze moving through the top of the trees. I thought about unzipping the tent and looking outside to see if there were tracks. I wanted to know what it was, but the fear of meeting it again, face to face, kept me inside. When the sky finally started to go pale with dawn, I felt my shoulders loosen a little. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could. The air outside was cold and damp, and it smelled like pine needles and the ashes from old campfires. I stepped out slowly, barefoot on the cold, packed dirt. The world was covered in soft gray light. I looked around. There were marks in the dirt next to our tent where something had stood and shifted its weight. I crouched down and looked at them closely. They weren't boot prints. They weren't raccoon prints. They looked almost like deer prints, but bigger. The dirt was dry and hard-packed, so the prints weren't clear. I touched the depressions with my fingers and felt how wide they were. I stood up and turned in a slow circle, scanning the edge of the campsite. The other campers were still asleep. I saw the outlines of their tents through the trees, some with little lanterns still glowing dimly inside. The world felt so normal in the pale dawn. Birds were starting to chirp in the bushes nearby, but everything in my chest still felt wrong. My girlfriend climbed out of the tent behind me. Her hair was a mess, and her eyes were red from not sleeping. We didn't say anything. We just looked at each other. Her lips were pale. I reached out and squeezed her hand. My fingers felt numb with cold. We packed up in silence that morning. I didn't feel safe. Even as the sun rose higher and washed the campground in warm yellow light, I felt like something was still watching us from the trees. We left the campground and drove to a small diner on the way home. The coffee tasted burnt and the eggs were rubbery, but the warm food made my hands stop shaking. Neither of us really spoke about it. It felt like if we said it out loud, it would make it real in a way that we weren't ready for. That day, as we drove the long highway back home, watching the green trees blur past us, we both knew without saying it that we wouldn't be tent camping again anytime soon. The thin polyester walls felt too small, too weak. I kept picturing the way the tent pressed inward, the way the flashlight beam lit up the outline of its snout. It was too close, too real. The thought of that thin layer of fabric being the only thing between us, and whatever was out there made my skin crawl all over again. I don't know what it was that night. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was something else. I didn't smell bear, but it was big enough to push in the tent poles with no effort. Big enough to make my chest feel like it was caving in. Big enough that I never wanted to sleep under thin fabric walls again. That's why now, whenever we go camping, we rent a cabin. Solid walls. A door that locks. I know that nothing is really guaranteed safe. But after that night, I need more than a zipper between me and what's out there in the dark. I woke up before the sun that day. The sky was still a dark blue with a faint line of orange on the horizon. I was sleeping in my mom's small old tent. The smell of the thick nylon walls mixed with the damp air of the Oregon coast was strong in my nose. My sleeping bag felt warm, and I could hear my mom outside zipping up the tent door, moving around to get breakfast started. I unzipped my bag and sat up, the cool air making me shiver for a second. I heard birds outside, little chirps and whistles that made the place feel peaceful and safe. I stepped out of the tent, and the cold, wet grass touched my toes through my socks. The world outside was quiet except for the breeze moving through the tops of the tall pine trees around us. I could smell salt from the ocean, even though we were way up on the foothills, a 25-minute drive down to the main highway that ran along the coast. The campground was empty. There were only a few spots there, just clearings with old fire rings and broken wooden tables. Ours was near the edge of the hill, where you could look down through the trees and see hints of the ocean between them if you squinted. My mom was standing by the little propane stove she brought, heating water for coffee. She looked relaxed, wearing an old flannel shirt and sweatpants. Her hair was tied back in a messy bun. I remember thinking how peaceful she looked there in the early morning light, steam rising from the kettle while fog floated between the tree trunks behind her. We spent the whole day there. She made instant coffee and oatmeal for breakfast. Then she read a paperback mystery novel while I walked around the campsite, kicking pine cones and listening to crows calling from somewhere high up. Later, she took out her camp chair and sat facing the little trail that led down the hill. She just sat there, sometimes looking at the trees, sometimes closing her eyes. I think she liked listening to the wind in the branches. I sat next to her and scrolled through my phone, but there wasn't any signal, so I ended up just sitting there too, picking at my fingernails and watching bugs crawl on the ground. Around noon, a truck came up the rough gravel road. It was a loud diesel, with mud caked on the wheel wells and the smell of exhaust drifting behind it. It pulled up near our site and stopped. I watched my mom stand up and brush off her pants. She walked over to the driver's side window. There were 4 men in it, all wearing ball caps and jackets. They looked like they had been working or hunting or just driving around the hills for fun. I couldn't hear what they were saying. One of them leaned out the window, smiling. My mom nodded a few times. They talked for a couple minutes, then the truck started moving again, rumbling back down the hill until the sound disappeared behind the trees. When she walked back over, she didn't say anything about it. She sat back down, picked up her book, and went on reading like nothing happened. I didn't ask either. It didn't feel like anything worth asking about at the time. Later that day, as the sun was starting to go down behind the trees, we built a fire in the ring. We had hot dogs and beans for dinner, sitting on the log bench near the fire, poking sticks into the flames. The sky turned pink and purple, and the air felt colder by the minute. I watched bats flying high overhead, flipping around like paper scraps caught in the wind. My mom threw a handful of pine needles into the fire, and they burned bright for a second, filling the air with the smell of resin. When it was dark, we crawled into the tent. I could hear crickets outside, and the fire popping as it died down to embers. I got into my sleeping bag, feeling the chill of the night air on my face. I lay there listening to my mom's breathing across the tent. It was slow and steady. I stared at the nylon roof above me, watching shadows of branches sway when the wind moved the trees. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was full dark. The tent was pitch black inside, and I could barely see the faint outline of my mom sitting up. Her shape was just a darker shadow in the darkness. I heard her take a sharp breath, like a quiet gasp. My eyes opened wider, trying to adjust. I turned my head towards her, but before I could say anything, I felt her hand cover my mouth. Her hand felt warm and a little shaky. My heart started to pound immediately. I could feel the adrenaline rush into my arms and legs, making me tense up inside my sleeping bag. I froze there, completely still under her hand. It was dead silent. No crickets, no wind. Just silence, like the world was holding its breath. Then, through the quiet, I heard it. Footsteps, They were soft at first, crunching on the dirt and pine needles right outside the tent wall. The steps moved slowly, like someone trying not to be heard. I felt my throat close up with fear. I could hear the steps get closer until they were right beside where my head was. The nylon of the tent wall was so thin that I felt like I could hear their breathing, though I couldn't tell if it was theirs or mine. My mom's hand pressed a little firmer against my mouth, telling me not to make a sound. Then I saw it. The little flap that covers the zipper on the tent door moved. Just a little, like someone brushed against it with their hand or foot. I stared at it, my eyes wide open in the dark. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was outside would hear it thumping through the silent tent walls. The footsteps paused. For a few seconds there was nothing. No movement, no sound. I could feel tears starting to build up in my eyes because I was so scared. I tried to breathe through my nose as quietly as I could. I felt my mom shift beside me, just a tiny bit, and then I heard her voice, strong and loud in the quiet. She said, "Kenny, grab the gun." Her voice didn't shake. It was calm and hard. For a second, there was absolute silence outside. My body was frozen. I could barely process what she said. Kenny was my dad, but he wasn't there. It was just us two. But whoever was outside didn't know that. I heard the footsteps again, but this time they were moving away. Faster. Whoever it was walked away from the tent, back towards the road. I lay there, staring at the flap of the tent, still seeing it twitch in my mind, even though it was still now. We didn't sleep after that. My mom kept sitting up for a while listening. Eventually she unzipped the tent and peeked outside. I could see her silhouette against the slightly lighter sky. The moon was out, casting faint light on the campsite. She didn't go outside. She just sat there with the tent flap open, looking out into the darkness. I lay there, listening to every tiny sound, every breeze in the trees sounding like footsteps coming back. Morning finally came. The sky turned gray, then light blue. Birds started singing again. My mom packed up quickly. She didn't say anything while we rolled up the sleeping bags and took down the tent. The fire pit was cold and empty. The grass was wet with dew. I kept looking over my shoulder at the tree line, expecting to see someone standing there, watching. When we were driving down the hill, the campsite disappeared behind us into the forest. I felt relief wash over me as we got closer to the highway. My mom drove in silence, her hands gripping the wheel tight. I knew she was thinking about it too, what happened that night. We never talked about it much after that. When I think about it now, years later, I still feel my heart race. I can still hear those footsteps in the quiet of the night, can still see that flap moving right in front of my eyes. I know nothing happened to us. We left safe, untouched. But the fear I felt that night was so real and deep that it left something in me, like a scar under my skin. I think about how quick my mom was, how calm her voice sounded when she said those words that saved us. I think about how dangerous that night could have been if she hadn't spoken up. Sometimes when I go camping now, I lie awake listening to the sounds outside the tent. Every snap of a twig or crunch of leaves makes my mind go back to that moment. I still hear her voice in my head, strong and fearless in the dark, telling the empty night to back off. I never forget what could have happened if she hadn't spoken those words. We were lucky. That's all it was. Just lucky. I arrived at Theodore Roosevelt National Park North Unit late in the afternoon, back in 2009. I had driven a long way, and my shoulders were tight from gripping the steering wheel against the high winds that blew across the plains. It was the kind of wind that never let up, where the grass moves like water and the trees bend and creak with a tired groan that you feel deep in your chest. The place felt empty when I pulled into the campground. It was built for about 30 tents, but mine was the only vehicle parked there. And as I stepped out, I was met with nothing but wind and silence. There were cottonwood trees lining the outer edge of the campground, their leaves trembling with the gusts, and beyond them the buttes and valleys stretched out under a pale blue sky. I walked around for a minute before setting up my tent, just to get a feel for the place. The wind slapped at my clothes and whipped hair against my face. It felt raw and open, like there was nothing between me and the sky. I noticed the concrete picnic tables placed around each tent site, and some had their metal trash cans chained to posts so they wouldn't blow away or get dragged off by animals. I could hear the distant rattle of dry leaves rolling along the pavement and the occasional sharp creak of tree branches above me. When I finally picked a spot, I took my time setting up the tent. The wind was relentless, slamming against the tent walls like a living thing, so I used every guy wire I had, anchoring them into the ground at all the right angles. Normally I was lazy about that, just staking down the corners and tossing my sleeping bag inside. But that day, with gusts slamming through the valley like invisible freight trains, I wanted to be sure it wouldn't collapse in the middle of the night. Once I finished, I sat down at the picnic table and boiled some water on my little camp stove for dinner. I didn't feel hungry, but I forced myself to eat a freeze-dried meal and sip tea, watching the shadows lengthen on the ground and the sun sink lower behind the buttes. It felt lonely, but not in a sad way, just a heavy quietness that sat on my shoulders as the world darkened. By the time I finished cleaning up, it was dark. The stars came out sharp and cold in the sky, so many that it felt like looking into deep water with no bottom. The wind died down a little as the night settled in, and the only sound left was the whisper of air moving through the cottonwoods and the rustle of grass. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, feeling the chill creep in through the thin walls of the tent. It wasn't long before I fell asleep. Driving all day and setting up camp against the wind had worn me out. My last thought before sleep was how quiet the campground felt. No other campers, no headlights, no murmuring voices or car doors slamming shut in the dark. Just me and the stars and the cold plains. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. My eyes opened to darkness, and for a moment I didn't know why I was awake. It was that heavy sleep where you wake up confused, your mind swimming slowly back to awareness. I could hear a sound just outside the tent. It was a steady, splashing noise, rhythmic and familiar. My brain recognized it before I could think too hard. It was the sound of a cow pissing on the ground, just a few feet away from my head. I grew up in dairy country. My earliest memories were of walking barefoot through the milking barns, feeling the warm manure squish between my toes, the smell of hay and silage, and cow shit so thick it settled into your clothes and hair and never fully left. I knew the sounds cows made in every part of their lives: eating, breathing, walking, pissing, dying. So when I heard that noise in my half-asleep state, it felt normal. My eyelids fluttered closed again. For a moment I let myself sink back into that heavy sleep, comforted by a sound that had been part of my life for so long. Then it hit me, hard and cold. I was in North Dakota. I was in the middle of a national park. There were no dairy farms here, no black and white Holsteins wandering around a campground at night. The noise didn't belong. It was like hearing footsteps in your living room when you're home alone. The fear came all at once, sliding up my spine and locking my shoulders tight. I moved as quietly as I could, holding my breath as I unzipped the small mesh window in my tent. The zipper teeth felt impossibly loud in the silent dark. My fingers were shaking as I pushed the flap aside and pressed my face against the screen to look out. The moon was bright that night, big and silver, flooding the valley with enough light to see everything in sharp detail. The world outside glowed pale blue and silver under it. I looked out and my chest clenched so tight it felt like my ribs would snap. There were buffalo everywhere. A whole herd, at least 50 of them, standing around my tent. Their massive heads swung slowly back and forth as they grazed, the moonlight catching the curved sweep of their horns. Their shaggy coats looked silver-tipped under the moon. I could see the puffs of their breath rising in the cold night air. Some of them stood still, staring out at the hills beyond the campground, and others shuffled forward a step or two, tearing at the grass with quiet snorts. One stood right next to my tent, so close I could have reached out and touched its flank if not for the thin layer of nylon between us. My first thought was to grab my camera. The sight was unreal. Wild buffalo, so close I could hear them breathing, their hooves shifting against the dirt and gravel. But then I thought about what would happen if I clicked the shutter and the noise startled them. I looked at their thick necks and powerful shoulders and imagined 50 of them suddenly bolting in panic, crushing everything in their path. My tent, my body, flattened under pounding hooves in the dark. I set the camera down slowly, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I sat there for a long time, not daring to move. My eyes adjusted fully to the moonlight, and I watched them graze, shifting their heavy bodies with a grace that felt impossible for animals their size. Their fur rippled in the wind like slow water, and their shadows stretched across the ground, blending into one shifting, living mass. I could smell them through the thin tent walls, that deep, musky smell of animal sweat, dirt, and grass. My ears rang with silence and adrenaline. I thought about how fragile the thin fabric of my tent felt between me and them. just a few millimeters of nylon keeping me from the heavy weight of their bodies. At some point, I unzipped the other tent windows so I could see all around me. I sat there, legs crossed, staring out at them from every angle, the moon casting long pale stripes across my sleeping bag. They moved slowly through the campground, silent except for the snuffling of their noses in the grass and the quiet tearing as they grazed. Time stretched out in that silence. I felt like I wasn't even in my body anymore. It was like watching a nature documentary with the sound turned off. Only I could feel the vibration of their hooves against the ground through my knees. I watched them for what felt like hours. My mind drifted to everyone I loved, people who would never see what I was seeing at that moment. Faces floated in my memory, and I felt a deep ache in my chest for them. I thought about how far away they all were, sitting in warm houses under electric lights, sleeping in soft beds while I sat alone in a small tent under the moon, surrounded by silent giants. The Pink Floyd song, "Wish You Were Here," drifted into my mind unbidden, and I could almost hear the opening chords in the cold quiet. I mouthed the lyrics to myself, not daring to make a sound. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the herd began to move off. They drifted away from the campground in small groups, their broad backs fading into the shadows of the cottonwoods and down the slope toward the river. The silence felt even deeper once they were gone, like the air itself was holding its breath. I sat there for a long time after they left, my eyes wide open, listening to the empty quiet and the whisper of the wind picking up again. Eventually I unzipped my sleeping bag and lay back down, staring up at the tent ceiling lit pale by the moon. My whole body felt heavy and weak with relief and awe. The adrenaline slowly drained out of me, leaving behind an aching tiredness that wrapped around my bones like a blanket. I thought about how close I had come to getting crushed without them even noticing. I thought about how unreal it felt to be so close to something so wild and powerful, and how lucky I was to have seen them like that, moving like ghosts under the moon. Sleep came slowly. My mind replayed the sight of their massive heads, their shaggy shoulders shifting in the moonlight, their breath hanging in the cold air. Eventually my eyes closed, and I drifted off with that song still playing softly in my memory, thinking about everyone I wished could have been there to see it with me. When I woke up the next morning, the campground was empty again, just torn up patches of grass where they had grazed and wide, round hoof prints pressed into the dirt all around my tent. The wind had picked up again, rattling the tent walls, and the sky was pale and empty. For a moment I sat there in the cold light of dawn, listening to the flapping of the tent fabric, and I wondered if it had all been a dream. But when I stepped outside, I could still smell them in the grass. The scent of their warm bodies and the musky sweetness of grazed prairie lingered like a memory in the morning air. I packed up slowly, feeling every movement in my shoulders and legs. As I drove out of the campground, the sun rose behind me, lighting up the buttes and valleys in gold and pink. The road curved away into the wide plains, and I left behind nothing but my footprints and the quiet echo of that night under the moon, with only the buffalo for company. I remember the morning clearly because the fog was lifting off the coastline in thin strips, and I could finally see the driftwood logs scattered across the beach like broken ribs. The girls were chattering softly behind me, complaining about the humidity and how their shirts clung to their backs. We'd been hiking for 2 days already along the Nuka Trail, weaving in and out of forest and beach, moving with the tides. My calves were burning from the weight of the bare barrel and group gear, but I didn't mind. I've guided outdoor trips like this for years, and my body knew the rhythm of these treks. That day was warmer than usual, somewhere around 25 degrees Celsius. The sun felt strong against my neck as we walked across a stretch of open sand, exposed by the low tide. The beach was wide here, maybe 70 meters from forest edge to water line. Waves rolled in slow and lazy, their edges curling in thin lines of foam. I glanced behind me to count heads again. 15 girls, all between 15 and 16 years old. Most of them wore oversized hats and sunglasses and stomped along in boots they hadn't fully broken in. A couple of them dragged their feet a little. Some were looking down at shells and rocks as they walked. One girl bent down to pick up a sand dollar and slid it into her side pocket. I was scanning the far side of the beach when I saw it. At first it was just a flicker of tan for moving through the driftwood, like a shadow passing through sun-bleached logs. Then it stepped out onto the sand fully, and I realized what I was looking at. A cougar. A big one. Its coat looked dusty golden under the sun, tail curved and flicking at the tip. It was running, not in a focused sprint like it had spotted prey, but in this erratic zigzag pattern up and down the beach, doubling back over its tracks, then darting sideways. My gut clenched. I had seen cougars before, mostly at dawn or dusk, and always behaving cautiously or curious from a distance. But this was midday, hot sun overhead, and it was out on the wide open sand. I stopped walking and put my hand up to pause the group behind me. The girls shuffled to a halt. I didn't say anything to them yet. I just stood there watching that cougar. My chest felt tight. The cougar kept running up towards the driftwood piles, circling them, then coming down towards the water line, pausing, looking around, then darting off again. Something was off about it. It wasn't hunting. It wasn't walking calmly. It looked confused or sick or panicked. I weighed our options in my head. We were a large group, 16 people counting me, and cougars rarely attack such big groups. But this one was acting strange. I thought about trying to skirt around it by the tidal shelf, staying as close to the water as possible, but the tide had already started to rise again. I didn't like the idea of getting pinned against the cliffs if it decided to follow us along the narrow rock shelf. I felt my breathing get shallow and forced myself to take a slow inhale. Then another. The cougar paused, turned its head towards us for a brief moment, then darted back up towards the driftwood. I knew right then continuing forward wasn't worth it. I told the girls to take off their packs and rest on the logs while I called the float plane company. They answered on the third ring. I told them where we were and what we'd seen. They said the soonest they could come was the next day, tide and weather permitting. The pickup site was back the way we had come, at a flat stretch of beach where the plane could land on the water and nose up to shore. I also called the park rangers. They already knew about the cougar. Apparently, it had been spotted a few times earlier in the week, behaving oddly near the same beach. They told me it would probably leave on its own, but they'd send someone to check it out just in case. We turned around and retraced our steps back to the previous campsite. My legs felt heavy walking back. Every driftwood stump or dark shape between the trees made my nerves jolt a little. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the forest line for any flicker of movement. The girls were quieter now. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but they felt my tension. The way guides carry fear in their posture, even if they don't say it out loud. When we got back to the old campsite, I did a quick perimeter check. We were on a small shelf above the beach, sheltered by big spruce trees. We set up tents close together in a tight circle. I helped the girls hang their food bags and reminded them to keep their boots and socks inside the tents at night so nothing dragged them off. I barely slept. Every time the branches creaked, I imagined paw steps outside the tent. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the nylon ceiling as the moonlight shifted shadows across it. I thought about how we looked from the forest, 16 small human shapes in thin fabric shelters, warm and unaware. When dawn came, I crawled out stiff and cold. The girls were still asleep in their tents. I stretched my arms overhead, feeling the dull ache in my shoulders and back. Mist curled between the trees. My boots were damp when I put them on. I stood there for a while, just listening. Crows were calling in the distance. The air smelled of salt and wet wood. I grabbed my mug and boiled some water for instant coffee, sipping it as I watched the gray light slowly brighten. Eventually, I told everyone to pack up. We moved as one big slow machine, stuffing sleeping bags, rolling tents, stuffing wrappers into garbage bags. The pickup was scheduled a few hours after high tide, so we needed to move. When we got back to the area where we had seen the cougar, I told them to drop their packs in a cluster while I did a sweep to make sure we hadn't left anything from the day before. I walked along the logs, scanning the sand for candy wrappers or stray straps. That's when I saw them. Fresh cougar tracks. Clear as anything. For padded toes, wide heel pad, slightly oval shape, pressed into the sand not even 100 feet from where we had camped. My throat went dry instantly. The tracks were deep and crisp, no rain or tide wash over them. It had come down from the tree-line sometime in the night, walked along the edge of the beach, then turned back up into the forest. I stood there for a moment just staring at them. My scalp felt prickly. I imagined it standing in the shadows, its yellow eyes watching our camp, its tail flicking silently behind it. Maybe it circled closer. Maybe it sat there for hours, listening to the sound of us breathing in our tents. I didn't want to think about it, but my brain wouldn't stop playing images in loops. I hurried back to the group, my boots crunching over the sand. I didn't say anything about the tracks to the girls. No point in scaring them now. I just told them to get ready to move out. We sat there in a tight bunch waiting for the plane, staring out at the choppy water. The wind had picked up and small whitecaps dotted the surface. I kept scanning the forest line over and over, eyes darting from log to log, branch to branch. I felt exposed out there on the open sand. When the plane finally came into view, flying low over the water, the girls all stood up and started waving. The engine roared as it taxied towards us, spraying water to either side. The pilot waved back through the glass. We loaded up fast, passing bags and barrels into the float plane's hold. As I climbed in and buckled myself down, I glanced back at the beach. I felt a tight knot in my chest finally loosen a little. The pilot powered up the engine, and we skimmed across the water, then lifted up into the air. I looked down at the coastline as we rose higher, the forest stretching out dark and dense all the way to the mountains in the distance. As we banked to turn back towards the inlet, I saw a helicopter coming in low over the trees. It was painted white and green. It hovered near the spot where we had seen the cougar and landed in a spray of sand and needles. I could see two figures in ranger uniforms stepping out with what looked like tracking dogs pulling at their leads. They moved across the sand towards the driftwood piles, heads down, scanning for prints. I don't know what happened to that cougar. Maybe it was sick. Maybe it had been injured or was starving, which would explain why it was behaving so strangely in broad daylight and coming so close to humans. But that day stayed with me. The way it ran up and down the beach like it was confused. The way it circled back to our camp in the night. When I closed my eyes that evening back in town, lying in a clean bed with white sheets, I still saw its prints pressed into the wet sand, each pad mark holding the silent memory of its passing. After that trip, I kept thinking about how easy it is to forget we are never really alone out there. We walk along trails thinking we are in control, but there are eyes in the forest that see us long before we ever see them. We plan routes, teach safety protocols, carry bear spray and satellite phones, but in the end we are guests. And sometimes, even with all our plans, we sleep under thin nylon walls while something ancient and quiet moves just outside the circle of our light, watching us, deciding whether to stay hidden or come closer. It reminds me every time why I keep my boots by my head, my knife within reach, and why I check the darkness again and again before letting myself close my eyes. We planned the trip for months. It was something I had been looking forward to because work had been non-stop, and I just wanted to get away with my wife and my son for a while. He was only 3 at the time, still in that stage where everything is new and exciting, where a bird flying overhead makes him point up and laugh like it's the greatest thing he's ever seen. We decided on Mount Rushmore. It wasn't far from home, but far enough that it felt like a real vacation. We borrowed my father-in-law's hybrid travel trailer for the week. He'd just gotten it the year before. It wasn't brand new, but it was nice, clean, comfortable, and it had those pop-out sides for sleeping. Canvas and vinyl and metal poles that folded out, so it felt like a tent but with a heater and electricity and a real bathroom. We left early in the morning to beat the heat. The drive was beautiful. South Dakota was full of rolling hills and flat lands and sudden rises of dark rock that cut through the earth like scars. As we got closer to Mount Rushmore, the hills turned into forested mountains. Tall pines, tight switchbacks, sudden drops off the side of the road where if you lost control, there wouldn't be any stopping. I tried not to think about that as I drove. My wife sat in the passenger seat reading the signs for tourist traps. My son sat in his car seat, half asleep, head tilted to the side, his mouth open slightly. I looked back at him in the mirror every few minutes. Just checking, just making sure he was okay. We got to the campground mid-afternoon. It wasn't an official K-way or anything, but it was a good campground. Gravel lots for each site, water hookups, electric hookups, picnic tables, and fire rings. The man at the front office gave us a little map. I could tell he'd drawn the roads on himself with a ruler and a black marker. Our spot was near the edge of the campground, tucked up against a slope of pine trees that rose steeply behind us. It felt secluded, which was what I wanted. No noise from other campers. No headlights sweeping past us at night. Just quiet. We set up quickly. I backed the trailer in and got the stabilizers down, hooked up the water and electric, and then popped out the sides. It always made me nervous, those pop-outs. Canvas and vinyl don't feel strong enough when you're used to hard walls, but they make the space feel so much bigger inside. We rolled out the awning too. It was a big awning, maybe 10 or 12 feet, and it gave us plenty of shade. My son ran around underneath it, dragging his little stuffed dinosaur through the dust. My wife laid out the folding chairs and set up his small plastic table with his toy trucks on top. It felt good, peaceful. The air smelled like pine needles and dry earth. The sun filtered through the branches and left shifting patterns on the camper. I remember thinking, this is it. This is what I needed. No deadlines. No customers yelling on the phone. No noise except the breeze and my son's soft humming as he played. We made an easy dinner that night. Hot dogs over the fire. My son ate half of his before deciding he liked the bun better than the hot dog. My wife had a hard cider, and I drank a beer. We sat by the fire until he started yawning so much that we knew it was time for bed. Inside the trailer, we turned on a small battery lantern, brushed our teeth, and climbed into the pop-out beds. My wife and I slept on the bigger one on the passenger side of the trailer. My son slept in the smaller one on the other side. I lay there for a while, listening to the forest sounds outside. The crickets, the rustle of leaves, a distant owl. The canvas felt thin between us and the world, but I liked it. It reminded me of when I used to tent camp with my dad, just hearing everything at night. I fell asleep to the sound of my son's gentle breathing from across the trailer. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The first thing I noticed was the sound. At first, I thought it was just wind. Strong wind, blowing through the pines and shaking them so hard I could hear the branches hitting each other. But then I heard the rain. Heavy, hard rain, pelting the canvas above my head so loud it sounded like gravel being poured onto a metal roof. I opened my eyes and could see flashes of light. Lightning, bright enough that it lit up the entire trailer for a split second each time. The thunder came seconds later, shaking the camper. I lay there for a minute listening, feeling the canvas walls shake each time the wind gusted. And then I felt it. The trailer lifted. Just a little, but enough. Enough that my chest tightened and I sat straight up. I unzipped the little window on the side. Rain hit my face instantly. Cold, sharp rain. I looked out into darkness. Each flash of lightning showed me the awning. It was thrashing up and down, bent at a weird angle. One of the metal legs was dangling off the side of the trailer. The wind was so strong it was pushing the entire trailer up off the stabilizers on one side, just slightly, just enough to feel it under me as the weight shifted and the frame groaned. My wife was awake by then. I could see her eyes wide open in the dark, but I didn't say anything. I just swung my legs out and shoved my feet into my shoes. The rain was so loud I couldn't hear anything else. No words if she was speaking. No sounds from my son, though I could see his small shape still lying curled up under his blanket on the other side. I opened the camper door and was hit with the full force of the storm. The wind almost pushed me back inside. Rain stung my face, so hard I had to close my eyes as I stepped down onto the gravel. I could barely see. Water ran in sheets across the ground. My socks were wet within seconds as rain poured into my shoes. Lightning flashed again, and I could see the awning clearly for just a moment. One of its legs was still attached, bent almost sideways. The other was gone, snapped off at the top, and lying twisted on the ground. The canvas part of the awning was flapping so violently I thought it was going to tear off completely. I reached up, trying to grab the handle to crank it in. My fingers slipped off the wet metal twice before I finally got a grip. The wind was so strong that each time I tried to crank, it resisted me. The entire awning wanted to lift up and away, like a parachute trying to take off. Lightning flashed again. Thunder cracked so loud and close that I felt it in my chest. The smell of ozone burned in my nose. I kept cranking. My hands were numb and shaking, half from the cold rain and half from fear. I felt like at any moment the wind could just pick me up and throw me across the campground. I finally got the awning rolled in far enough that the flapping stopped. The metal leg was still bent sideways, sticking out at an angle like a broken arm. I couldn't do anything about it. I turned to go back inside. That's when I saw the hail. The first few pieces bounced off the gravel with a sound like rocks. They were small at first, then bigger. Marble size, then golf ball size. The noise when they hit the roof of the trailer was deafening. Each impact shook the metal shell. I ran back up the steps and dove inside, slamming the door behind me. My wife was sitting up in bed, holding our son in her arms. He was awake now, crying softly, half from the noise and half from the cold draft coming through the seams of the pop-out. The hail hit the vinyl sides so hard that I thought it would rip right through. Each strike made the canvas bulge inward before popping back out. I went to his side of the pop-out and pressed my hands against the vinyl, half thinking I could hold it in place if the hail tore through, even though I knew how stupid that was. My hands shook against the cold surface. The thunder rumbled continuously, overlapping claps that never seemed to end. The lightning was so bright and constant now that it felt like daylight, but a violent, flickering daylight that hurt my eyes. We sat there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 15 or 20 minutes. My son cried himself out and just clung to my wife, his eyes wide and unfocused. The trailer kept lifting slightly on the wind gusts. Each time it felt like it was about to flip over. I pictured it happening. I pictured the wind getting under the trailer, lifting it onto its side, throwing it down the slope into the trees. I pictured the pop-out canvas ripping open, and my son flying out into the hail and wind and lightning. I sat there, feeling my hands go numb against the cold vinyl, thinking about how stupid I was. How I had brought my family out here thinking it would be peaceful and fun, and now they might die because of it. Eventually the wind slowed. The hail turned back into heavy rain. The lightning moved further away, the thunder coming with longer gaps between the rumbles. I sat back on my heels, soaked, my hair dripping into my eyes. My wife just held our son against her chest, rocking him slightly, even though he wasn't crying anymore. She didn't say anything. Neither of us spoke. There was nothing to say. When it was finally quiet again, just rain tapping gently on the roof, I crawled back into bed. My wife lay down beside me, her back to me, still holding our son in her arms. I lay there staring at the canvas ceiling, lit dimly by the glow of the battery lantern. I listened to the dripping water outside, to the soft, shaky breathing of my son, to the tired sighs my wife made each time she exhaled. I didn't sleep much the rest of that night. I just lay there, thinking about how small we really are, how thin the walls are between us and the world, how quickly everything can change. I thought about my son, about how I would have done anything to keep him safe. But in that moment, all I could do was hold my hands against a vinyl wall and hope the storm passed. In the morning, I stepped outside into the fresh, wet air. The ground was littered with broken branches and torn leaves. The air smelled clean, like pine needles and rain. The bent metal leg of the awning stuck out at an awkward angle. The gravel driveway was covered in little white hail stones melting in the sun. My shoes squelched with water as I walked around the camper, checking for damage. I never really thought much about danger out there. The first few times I went to the festival, it was peaceful. Just a bunch of hippies and old folks, artists and musicians, people dancing around the fire with their drums and flutes, people sleeping under the stars, kids running around with glow sticks, the smell of incense, campfire smoke, and damp earth mixing into something I started to crave each spring and fall. The festival grounds were in a big nature sanctuary, mostly woods and rolling fields, with a creek running through it, an old wooden bridge that rattled under your feet, and trails that led out to mossy oak groves. It felt like a world apart from my life in town. Away from bills, cars honking, asphalt heat, angry bosses. Out there, it was just sky, trees, and good people. The first year I went was about 10 years back. Maybe 200 people there in total. I remember arriving late in the evening after work, the sun setting pink and orange behind the tree line. I parked, got out, and I could hear drumming coming from deep in the woods. A soft thump-thump-thump, echoing and weaving through the trees. I carried my old green canvas backpack, my rolled-up foam mat, and my sleeping bag down the main trail toward the festival clearing. There were colored flags hanging from ropes between trees, little handmade signs painted with arrows pointing to tea tent, healing space, fire circle. I felt so welcome there, like I'd stumbled into a secret garden where no one cared what job you worked or what your last name was. People smiled at me, barefoot and dusty, some wearing bright tie-dye, some half naked, all of them glowing under lantern light. Back then, I camped by the creek, under a sycamore tree with white peeling bark. I'd sit in the shallow water during hot afternoons to cool off, let the small fish nibble at my toes. At night I'd lay in my tent with the flap open, listening to frogs and crickets, the faint sound of flutes drifting down the trail. I'd get up early, walk up to the ridge, and sit on a flat rock to watch the sunrise with steam rising from my coffee cup. It was peace I didn't know I needed. I kept coming back year after year, making friends with people who felt like family. But as time went on, things started to change. The place was still beautiful, the old trees still stood watch over us, the creek still burbled along its bed, but the crowds got bigger. Word got out in the nearby town that there was a big party happening out in the woods. At first it was just a few new faces, younger folks with pickup trucks blasting country music as they drove in, a bit louder, a bit rougher, but still mostly respectful. But each year the number of them grew. Last year there were over 500 people at the May Festival. The vibe was different. Fewer drummers and dancers, more drunk people stumbling around with beer cans, more trash left on the trails, more folks blasting loud recorded music late at night, drowning out the flutes and drums. I kept coming back anyway. It was my place, my people, my trees. And honestly, I wanted to help keep it safe. That's why I volunteered for night security last year. It was a way to pay off my festival fees, sure, but it was also a way to give back. Make sure no one got hurt. Make sure no one trashed the creek or cut down saplings for firewood. We walked around in pairs, each of us with a flashlight and a radio. We'd check on the main fire circle every hour, do rounds through the camping areas, make sure the gates were locked after midnight so no cars could drive in without us knowing. That night started off just like any other. The air was humid but cooling down as the sun set. Crickets sang in the grass. The moon rose full and bright above the oak trees, casting silver shadows across the field where tents were clustered. I checked in with the other guards at the front gate just after dark, then walked back down to the fire circle to keep an eye on the crowd. People were dancing barefoot on the packed earth around the fire. Sparks rose into the black sky as logs cracked and shifted. A couple women had taken their tops off and were dancing with long pieces of fabric, swirling around their heads like ribbons. Men drummed in a half circle on plastic buckets, gems, and bongos. The air smelled like sweat, with smoke, patchouli, and weed. I stood back a bit, leaning on a tree, just watching. I could feel the bass of the drums in my chest. It was beautiful in a rough, primitive way. That's when I noticed him, a local guy I'd seen earlier in the day. Tall, heavy-set, sunburned shoulders, wearing dirty jeans and no shirt. He'd been drinking since noon, I heard. His girlfriend was one of the women dancing topless by the fire. She was laughing, head thrown back, arms lifted to the moon, her hair glowing silver. I don't know what snapped in his head. Maybe it was the drugs. Maybe it was just him. But his face changed, like a mask dropped away. One moment he was grinning and clapping along. The next his eyes went flat and cold, his lips curling back in disgust or anger or jealousy. He pushed through the drummers, stomping into the dance circle, yelling something I couldn't hear over the drums. He grabbed her by the wrist and yanked her away from the fire, nearly pulling her off her feet. She shouted something back, but he didn't stop. He kept yanking, hard enough that her feet skidded on the dirt. People stopped drumming. A few folks started shouting at him, telling him to calm down, but he ignored them. Another guard, Tyler, came jogging up. I followed. We tried to pull him back, get him to let her go, but he shoved Tyler away hard enough that he stumbled backwards into a drum. That's when he pulled out the pocket knife. I didn't even see it unfold. One moment his fist was closed. The next there was a small silver blade glinting in the firelight. He swung fast. Tyler threw up his arm to block it, and the blade sliced across his forearm, spraying blood onto the dirt. Tyler yelled and staggered back, clutching his arm. The woman screamed and tried to run, but the guy grabbed her hair, jerking her back. I didn't think. I just lunged, wrapped my arms around his chest from behind, locking his arms up over his head, my forearms under his biceps, my hands behind his neck, locking it in tight, pulling his shoulders back until I felt his joints strain. His knife hand went limp. He dropped the blade. The woman scrambled away on her hands and knees, sobbing. Tyler was pale, kneeling in the dirt, blood running down his fingers onto the ground. The guy didn't give up. He thrashed and twisted, trying to kick back at my shins, trying to elbow me in the ribs, but I kept the lock tight. My chest burned from holding him still. His sweat soaked my arms. I could smell the sour reek of beer and sweat and damp dirt rising off him. His skin was slick, and every time he twisted I thought I'd lose my grip, but I didn't. I just focused on breathing slow and staying planted, my boots grinding into the dirt for better grip. He snarled, this low animal growl, his whole body trembling with rage. He sounded like a feral dog caught in a steel trap. People gathered around, but kept their distance. I saw Tyler tying a tourniquet around his upper arm with a bandana, his lips pale, hands shaking so bad he fumbled the knot twice before getting it tight. I kept my eyes on him while holding the drunk in the lock. I watched his blood drip onto the dirt, watched his face go waxy under the flickering firelight. My arms felt like they were tearing at the shoulders, holding this thrashing man still for what felt like forever. My chest burned, my wrists burned, my knees trembled. The guy's breathing grew ragged, foam gathering at the corner of his mouth as he cursed and screamed, his voice hoarse and cracking. Spit sprayed my arms and face. I didn't care. I just held on. The radio on my belt crackled. Someone said the police were on the way, but they were coming from town, almost 30 minutes out. I remember thinking 30 minutes had never felt so long in my life. I focused on each breath, each second, counting in my head to keep myself calm. He twisted again and almost broke free. I grunted and tightened the lock, feeling the tendons in his shoulders stretch under my grip like old leather straps about to snap. He screamed again, a sound that came out broken, almost like he was crying. I felt his chest heave under my forearms, his heart pounding so hard I could feel it against my own arms. Someone brought over zip ties. We tried to get his wrists bound, but he kept twisting and jerking. I just held him until he finally slumped forward, exhausted, still cursing under his breath, his sweat dripping onto the dirt. His breath came in ragged wheezes. The drums had gone silent. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire and the quiet crying of his girlfriend, sitting on the ground hugging her knees. When the cops finally showed up, their headlights cut through the trees in long white beams. 2 officers came jogging down the trail with flashlights. I let go of the lock as they took him, forcing him down to the ground to cuff him. My arms dropped limp to my sides. I could barely feel them. My shoulders were screaming with pain, like the sockets had been ripped out. My hands trembled so badly, I had to shove them in my pockets to hide it. I walked over to Tyler. He was sitting against a log, eyes closed, his head leaned back, breathing shallow. The bandana around his arm was soaked through with dark blood. The paramedics arrived just after the cops and took over. I stood there in the flickering light of the fire, my boots planted in his blood-stained dirt, feeling the adrenaline drain out of me in waves until all I felt was a deep emptiness. They carried Tyler out on a stretcher. The drunk guy was hauled off in cuffs, his head hanging down, hair covering his face. Someone threw dirt on the blood to soak it up. People drifted away from the fire, some back to their tents, some over to comfort the girlfriend who sat rocking back and forth, staring blankly into the flames. I stood there long after they were gone. I watched the fire burn down into coals, watched the sparks float up into the black sky like dying fireflies. My arms felt heavy, my chest ached, I still remember that camping trip like it happened last week. I was about 13 years old back then, in Scouts, and our troop went to Joshua Tree National Monument in California. That place isn't like any regular forest campsite. It's mostly rocky sand, stubby shrubs, Joshua trees that look like alien plants, and giant piles of boulders everywhere. There are no big leafy trees like in a normal forest, no soft pine needles on the ground, no thick dirt, no streams or ponds nearby. It just feels dry and quiet and wide open, with every small sound carrying a long way across the sand and stone. I remember feeling excited when we drove up in the evening. The sun was going down behind the mountains far away, making everything glow orange and pink, and the giant rock formations cast these sharp, dark shadows across the ground. Our troop had about 20 kids plus a few adult leaders. Most of them set up their tents in a big loose circle around the fire pit that had been dug out years ago by other campers. It was just a circle of blackened rocks with a flat, sandy area in the middle. I think everyone liked feeling close to each other and to the fire, but Matt and I thought we were too cool for that. We wanted to set up our tent away from everyone else, out where it felt like real adventure. We found a flat, sandy spot about 100 feet from the main group. There were a couple big boulders to our right, like 20 feet tall, and to our left was open desert scattered with small Joshua trees and scrub bushes. We pitched our small 2-person A-frame tent, staking it down tight because the wind at night could come in strong and cold. I remember rolling out my sleeping bag, shaking it hard to get rid of any little thorns or pebbles that might be inside, then putting my backpack up against the back of the tent as a pillow. Matt did the same. After that, we went down to the campfire to eat dinner with everyone. That evening was pretty normal. We roasted hot dogs on metal skewers, burned marshmallows on purpose just to flick the flaming sugar off into the fire, and listened to Mr. McBird, our scoutmaster, tell us about the plan for the hike tomorrow. We would be doing about 6 miles up and around the bigger rock formations to learn navigation. After the meeting, we sat around the fire and talked about school, movies, and girls, and one of the dads told a dumb joke about aliens stealing his socks last time he camped here. Around 9:30 or so, people started drifting off to their tents. Matt and I stayed at the fire a little longer, staring at the glowing coals in silence. I remember feeling the cold really start to settle in by then, so we decided to go to our tent. We used our flashlights to walk across the sand and gravel back to our spot. Every step crunched, like stepping on dry cereal, because the ground was made of tiny sharp pebbles mixed with sand. Even our soft rubber-soled shoes made noise. The cold air felt thick and empty around us, and when we zipped ourselves into the tent it felt a little safer, warmer, like we were in our own small house. At first it was peaceful. We lay there in our sleeping bags, zipped up tight with only our noses sticking out because of the cold. The nylon walls of the tent flapped a little whenever a gust of wind came through, and outside it was so silent we could hear the sand grains rolling against the tent fabric. I could see Matt's face in the dim light from my small battery lantern, and he just looked tired, not scared or worried about anything. We said goodnight to each other and turned off the lantern. I closed my eyes, listening to the wind, feeling my heart slow down from the day's excitement. I'm not sure how long I lay there awake. Maybe 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. I couldn't tell. But I suddenly noticed this sound, like crunch, 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 coming from outside the tent. Heavy footsteps on the gravel and sand. At first I didn't think much of it. I just lay there in the dark, eyes wide open, thinking it must be one of the adult leaders coming to check on us. But the steps sounded different from normal walking. They were big steps, slow and heavy, not rushed or casual. Each footfall made a grinding noise in the sand that felt deep, like whoever was out there weighed a lot more than us kids. I remember my heart starting to beat faster, and my breathing turning shallow. I turned my head slowly towards Matt's side, listening. The footsteps stopped. I held my breath, waiting for them to start again, and then they did. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They seemed to move from the left side of the tent to the right, about 10 or 15 feet away. They didn't sound like light, fast steps of a kid trying to prank us, and they didn't sound like the steps of an animal scurrying around. They sounded like a big man walking across gravel. I felt a wave of fear run through my chest, making me feel hollow and shaky. The first thing that came to mind was Mr. McBird. He was a fun guy, always joking around with us, so I thought maybe he was trying to scare us. I whispered his name in my head, thinking maybe he would say something funny and jump out at us. But then I heard a voice from down near the fire, far away, calling out to someone else. It was Mr. McBird's voice, clear as day, coming from the campfire area. My stomach dropped. It couldn't be him. The footsteps paused again. Then they started up again from a different spot, not exactly where they had stopped before. This time they were even closer, but not right next to us. I wanted to call out for Joe, my older brother, to come up and check, but he was down at the fire ring too, talking to his friends. I tried to tell myself it was him. Maybe he came up to prank us and ran back fast to answer if we called. But that didn't make sense. There was no way he could run that far back over gravel and sand without us hearing every single step. There were no bushes or trees to hide behind, just open desert. The footsteps were so loud and heavy we would have heard him running away. My body felt like it was frozen in place, but my mind was racing. Every part of me wanted to sit up and unzip the tent door and shine my flashlight outside, but fear pinned me down. I just lay there, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling of the tent, trying to control my breathing. I could hear Matt breathing fast too. I knew he was awake, but neither of us spoke. We just lay there listening. At some point, Joe must have heard us calling from up at the fire ring. I don't even remember shouting out to him, but I remember seeing his shadow outside the tent and hearing him unzip it. He crawled inside with us, squeezing between our sleeping bags. I felt a little safer with him there because he was older, stronger, and less afraid. But even with him there, the footsteps didn't stop. They started again, softer this time. Joe waited until they got close, then unzipped the tent quickly and stuck his head out, scanning the dark desert with his flashlight. Nothing, just rocks and sand and Joshua trees. He closed the tent again and told us to calm down. even though he didn't sound sure of himself either. He lay down between us again. The footsteps came back after a few minutes, crunch, 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 and again he unzipped the tent and looked out. Nothing. The desert was empty in every direction. This happened over and over for what felt like half an hour. Footsteps getting close, him checking, seeing nothing, and coming back in. Each time he checked and saw nothing, my fear grew deeper, like there was something out there that was invisible, or something that could move without leaving a trace. But I forced myself to think rationally. There were no ghosts, no monsters, nothing supernatural. It had to be a person or an animal. But it didn't feel like a person, and it didn't sound like an animal. Eventually Joe gave up. He told us it was probably a small animal making weird noises, and that we should just go to sleep. He crawled out of the tent, zipped it up behind him, and walked back down to his tent near the campfire. I remember hearing his footsteps fade into the distance, light, quick steps on the gravel. The difference between his footsteps and the heavy ones we heard was massive. His steps were quick and light. The mysterious steps were slow and deep, pressing hard into the sand. Matt and I just lay there in the silent dark again. My chest hurt from how hard my heart was beating. Every time the wind shook the tent, I felt like it was something brushing against the nylon. The footsteps returned again later, but this time they were softer, like a lighter animal walking around near us, or like the person was walking further away. They never came as close as before, and eventually, my fear started to fade into exhaustion. My eyelids felt heavy, and my breathing slowed down. I think Matt fell asleep before me, because I could hear his slow, even breathing in the dark. When I woke up in the morning, the sun was already up and shining strong through the thin tent walls. It felt like being inside a lantern. The cold of the night was gone, replaced by a dry, sharp heat that made me want to unzip my sleeping bag right away. I crawled out of the tent into the bright morning. Everything looked normal. The sand and rocks stretched out in every direction, bright and harsh under the sun. The giant boulders beside us cast short shadows, and the sky was perfectly blue without a single cloud. Matt came out of the tent too, rubbing his eyes. We walked around the tent looking for footprints. I don't really know what we expected to see. The ground was all small pebbles and sand mixed together, so footprints didn't show up clearly like they do in soft dirt or mud. We saw some small scuffs here and there, maybe from animals or from us walking around the tent before bed, but nothing that showed big boot prints or clear human tracks. When we walked back down to the fire ring, everyone was eating breakfast, heating up instant oatmeal, and drinking from metal cups. We asked around casually if anyone was walking around our tent last night. Everyone shook their heads or laughed it off. We even asked the little kids, but none of them had left their tents. The adults said no too. No one admitted it later either. Not that day, not on the drive home, not at the next troop meeting. And I believed them. No one ever confessed to sneaking up there to prank us. And honestly, the footsteps didn't sound like a prank. I woke up that morning with the sun already creeping through the thin nylon of our tent. The air was humid and still, the way it always is in Alabama summers, and I could hear the steady trickle of the stream nearby. My brother was already up, crouched outside with his small portable stove, heating water for coffee. I could smell it mixed with the damp earth and the smoke from last night's fire that still clung to the camp. We spent most of that morning hiking along the trail, looking for animal tracks in the soft mud near the stream. He showed me deer prints, raccoon prints, and pointed out where a turtle had slid into the water overnight. We didn't talk much. We never really had to. He was always quiet, the type who watched before he spoke. I spent most of the morning just watching him, the way he moved so easily with his heavy pack, how he knew where every small noise came from. The sun was harsh on the back of my neck by noon, and sweat rolled down my spine into my shorts, making them stick to my legs. I didn't care. I was with him, and that meant I was safe. Later that afternoon, we set up camp again in a small flat spot about 50 yards from the stream, surrounded by trees so thick their branches reached out to touch each other overhead. Our fire crackled low as the sun started to sink down, throwing long shadows across the dirt. The air smelled like pine sap and moss and burnt wood. My brother cooked beans and rice with chunks of jerky in them and handed me a steaming metal cup. It tasted like smoke and salt and warm. We sat on old fallen logs by the fire, him sipping his coffee and me drinking filtered water from my bottle, just talking about things that made me feel older than I was. Guns, girls, cars, dumb things. He laughed when I said I wanted a Mustang when I turned 16, his face soft and relaxed in the glow of the firelight. The cicadas screamed in the woods around us, their calls blending into one long sound that rose and fell with the breeze. I remember thinking that was probably the happiest I'd ever been. Just him and me, no noise from the world, no school, no parents, just us. It was still bright out when we heard voices coming down the path. Two men appeared from between the trees, stepping onto the narrow trail like they'd always been there. They were dirty, their hair slick with sweat and oil, their clothes dark with old stains and streaks of mud. They carried rifles slung loosely on their shoulders and wore heavy boots caked in dried dirt. Their eyes shifted quickly over our camp, our fire, our packs, and then to us. One of them asked about hogs, if we'd seen any rooting around. My brother told them we had seen a few deeper in the forest. The men just stood there, nodding, asking questions about how long we'd been out here, how long we were staying, looking at our packs, our tent, our fire pit, our shoes. Their eyes never stopped moving. They left after a while, turning back the way they came, their boots crunching through the leaves until the noise faded away into the sound of cicadas and the bubbling stream. But the woods felt different after that. The sun slipped away and the darkness felt thick and close, pressing in against the orange ring of firelight. We sat there quietly for a long time, neither of us talking. My brother watched the fire, and I watched him, his jaw tight and his shoulders tense. Eventually, he told me to get into the tent and sleep. So I crawled into my sleeping bag, the nylon sticky against my sweaty arms and legs. I fell asleep listening to the crackle of wood burning and the distant sounds of night birds calling through the trees. I woke up to barking. Loud, sharp barks echoing off the trees like gunshots. My heart was hammering before I even opened my eyes. I could hear the dogs moving through the undergrowth, their collars jangling, their barks frantic and high. I kicked at my brother through the sleeping bag, my foot thudding against his ribs. He whispered that he was awake, that they'd been getting closer for an hour. His voice was calm but flat, like he wasn't surprised at all. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the thin roof of the tent glowing faintly with moonlight, feeling my chest rise and fall so fast I thought I might pass out. The dogs barked and whined, their voices getting closer and then further away, over and over. I could hear men yelling too, shouting commands or names or curses. Their voices were deep and carried easily through the still woods. My brother whispered again, saying they were hunting hogs with the dogs. That's how it's done. The words calmed me just enough to let sleep drag me back under, though the noise of the dogs still circled the edges of my dreams. I don't know how long I slept before he woke me again. His hand gripped my shoulder hard enough to hurt, shaking me awake. He told me to put my shoes on quickly and be quiet. My heart jumped back into my throat, and I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, sliding my feet into my shoes with shaking hands. The barking and yelling were still there, drifting through the trees like smoke. I stepped out of the tent into the cold, damp air, and he bent down, telling me to climb onto his back. I did, wrapping my arms around his thick neck, feeling the straps of his pack pressing into my knees as he walked silently up the hill away from our camp. He moved so quietly I could barely hear his boots on the wet leaves. The moon was bright enough that I could see the silver shape of the stream down below, the faint orange glow of our dying fire flickering between the tree trunks. He set me down in a thick clump of bushes, and I crawled in deeper, feeling the wet branches scrape against my arms and neck. He lay down beside me, pulling his pistol from his holster and racking the slide with a quiet metal sound. I could hear my own breathing, fast and ragged, but his was slow and deep. He looked out at the camp through the bushes, the barrel of his pistol steady as stone. The dogs came first, 4 of them, dark shapes moving fast between the trees, their noses to the ground, whining and barking as they circled the tent. Then came the men, 5 of them, their flashlights cutting through the darkness in harsh white beams. 2 carried rifles, one slung casually over his chest, the other holding his like he was ready to shoot at anything that moved. Their voices were low and rough as they spoke to each other, their words blending with the barking of the dogs. They walked around our camp, shining lights into the tent, poking at our packs, looking around like they were deciding something. I could feel my stomach churning with fear, my legs numb and my hands shaking so badly I had to press them into the dirt to keep quiet. My brother leaned in close to my ear, his breath warm against my cheek, and told me that if they came up the hill towards us, I had to run. Don't stop, don't look back, stay off the trail, look for flashing lights. He pressed a flashlight into my hand, the red filter glowing dimly when I switched it on. I nodded, even though I didn't know if he could see me. I felt hot tears filling my eyes, but I blinked them away quickly, trying to breathe like he was slow and quiet. We stayed there for a long time, just watching them circle our camp, listening to them talk in low voices that carried just enough for me to hear they were talking about us. My brother's hand was steady on his pistol, his finger resting along the frame. My hands were buried in the cold dirt, my knees shaking against the ground. The dogs whined and barked, their noses catching our scent, but not knowing where it came from. Then the men started shouting into the woods, screaming out, "Where y'all at?" And I flinched so hard I felt my teeth rattle. Then came the gunshots. Loud cracks that echoed off the trees, sending flocks of birds into the air screeching in panic. My brother pulled me down behind the hill, covering my body with his chest pressed against my back, so hard I could barely breathe. The shots kept coming, 5 or 6 more, loud and angry, until finally they stopped. I could hear the men laughing, the dogs barking and whining, their collars jangling as they moved away from our camp. My brother rolled off me, and we lay there in the dirt, the smell of moss and wet leaves filling my nose. My ears were ringing from the gunshots, and my whole body felt like it was vibrating. Then I heard it, a faint siren in the distance, growing louder and louder until blue and red lights flashed through the trees like a distant storm. My brother switched on his flashlight and shone it low to the ground, pointing it at the lights in short bursts. The men down by our camp turned towards the lights, their flashlights swinging wildly before they disappeared into the trees, the dogs running after them. We waited there in the bushes until the game warden's truck rolled up the dirt path, its spotlight sweeping through the forest. My brother stood up, pulled me to my feet, and we walked back down to our camp, packing up our gear in silence. The game warden drove us out of the forest in the back of his truck, the night air rushing past us, cold and sharp. I sat with my knees pulled up to my chest, staring out at the dark trees moving past, feeling the cold metal of the flashlight in my hand. My brother sat beside me, his pistol tucked back into his belt, his eyes fixed on the darkness behind us. On the drive back he told me I'd been brave, that I'd done exactly what he'd needed me to do. I didn't feel brave. I felt tired and cold and small. I asked him not to tell Mom and Dad. I didn't want them to know how scared I'd been, how close we'd come to something neither of us wanted to think about. He just nodded, staring out into the dark road ahead. When we got back to the staging area, the sky was just starting to lighten in the east, the first faint hints of morning creeping through the trees. We sat on an old wooden bench by the ranger station, waiting for the sun to rise enough for someone to come and give us a ride home. I sat there with my brother's arm around my shoulders, the air damp and cold, listening to the first birds start to call from the trees. My legs hurt from how tightly I was holding them against my chest, and my eyes burned with exhaustion. I felt safe with him there, his broad chest rising and falling slowly, his hand resting on my arm. I don't know what happened to those men or their dogs. The game warden never told us. They disappeared into the woods that night, and we never saw them again. We went home, and I still remember that night like it just happened. My girlfriend and I had driven up to Loon Lake for the 4th of July weekend back in 2014. We loved camping, and that place was perfect for it. It wasn't a formal campground with sites lined up and rules posted everywhere. It was dispersed camping, which meant you just found your own spot out in the trees or near the lake and set up. You could hear the wind moving through the pines all day. At night, it got so quiet that every branch crack or animal footstep in the needles sounded like it was right next to you. We found a little spot off a dirt road. The lake was about a quarter mile down a faint trail, hidden behind thick pine trees and huge granite boulders. Our site was flat and covered in soft pine needles. We set up the tent facing a small clearing so we could sit out and look up at the stars later. There were no lights out there except the faint glow of the moon. During the day, we could hear other campers here and there, distant voices, people cutting wood, or the occasional shout of kids playing. But when we set up, we couldn't see any other sights directly, which made it feel like we had that entire patch of forest to ourselves. When the sun went down, we made dinner on the little propane stove I kept in the truck. We boiled water and made instant mashed potatoes and cut up sausages. Nothing tasted as good as simple food out in the woods after a long day. We sat by the little fire ring someone had made years before and fed sticks into it until we had a nice blaze going. We didn't talk about anything special, just about how peaceful it was and how good it felt to be out there without cell service or work calls. We could hear small insects buzzing near the lantern, and the fire snapped and popped as it burned down the damp sticks we threw in. After dinner, we walked down to the lake with our dogs. The trail was dark, so we carried headlamps. The moon reflected off the water in thin silver lines. It felt cold standing there on the rocks with the breeze coming off the lake. The dogs sniffed around and drank from the edge, and we just stood there for a while looking at the reflection of the stars on the water before heading back to the tent. We zipped up the rainfly to keep the cold air out and crawled into our sleeping bags. I lay there listening to the breeze move through the treetops and the distant sound of frogs near the lake. Everything felt so calm that I didn't think twice before drifting off to sleep. At some point in the night, I woke up to my dogs shifting around. I could hear a distant voice at first, just a low mumble. I checked my watch. It was just after 1 a.m. At first, I thought it was campers just talking late into the night, maybe laughing or drinking. But after a few seconds, I could tell it wasn't normal conversation. The voices were sharp, angry, and getting louder. My girlfriend was still asleep, so I stayed quiet and tried to listen without waking her up. The sound was coming from the east of us, maybe 100 yards away through the trees. I couldn't see them, but from earlier in the evening I knew there was a group camping out that way. When we'd walked the dogs before sunset, I saw a small clearing with 2 different vehicles parked there. One looked like an old red Jeep Cherokee with a rooftop carrier, and the other was a newer silver SUV. At the time, I thought it was just one big group, but now listening to the yelling, I realized there were actually 2 groups over there. The voices sounded different. One was a younger guy with a typical American accent, and the other was a deeper voice with an Eastern European accent, thick and rough. I lay there on my side, staring at the wall of the tent lit up faintly by the moonlight coming through the mesh. My dogs shifted again, ears perked. The yelling got louder, and then I heard a woman's voice shouting something. I felt my chest tighten as the anger rose in their words. Then came the scraping sound, like metal on rock or a machete being pulled out from a sheath or off the ground. I couldn't see anything, but I could imagine it in my mind, that thin blade catching the moonlight as it came up. There was crashing through the undergrowth, heavy footsteps pounding against dirt and pine needles, snapping twigs. I heard running. For a split second, I thought they were coming toward us. I felt this cold rush wash over my chest and arms as adrenaline kicked in. I stayed frozen, barely breathing. My dogs started to growl low in their throats, but I reached out in the dark and pressed their necks, trying to calm them without a sound. Then I heard another noise, something that cut through the air sharper than the shouting or footsteps. It was the metallic slide of a gun chambering around, followed instantly by a gunshot. The crack rang out so loud that my ears buzzed inside the tent. My girlfriend woke up with a sharp inhale, but I held my hand out, telling her without words to stay quiet. The dogs were starting to shift around, confused and scared. Another shot came, then another. I lost count after 5. It was just pop, 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 pop. I could hear the bullets cutting through tree branches somewhere out in the darkness. Every time a shot rang out, I flinched, expecting the thin nylon of our tent wall to burst open from a stray round. My heart pounded so hard I felt like I could hear the blood moving through my neck. I tried to keep the dogs from barking. I grabbed their collars and pulled them down next to me. My girlfriend was trembling. I could feel the sleeping pad shake underneath us. I didn't say anything to her. We just lay there, silent, feeling the earth vibrate with each gunshot echoing out through the trees and across the empty granite slopes of the lake basin. Then there was silence, just the ringing in my ears and the sound of my dogs breathing heavy with fear. My mind was spinning. I thought about what I would do if I heard them coming closer. If they stumbled into our campsite, would they kill us to keep us quiet? Would they even care that we were just campers who happened to be nearby? My stomach felt like it was tightening into a fist. I could taste acid in my throat. After a minute or two, I heard more muffled voices. They were arguing again, but it was quieter, more controlled, like they were tired from the adrenaline or maybe realizing what had just happened. I heard scraping noises again. Then the younger American guy's voice rose up in anger. Then the Eastern European man's voice, louder and deeper, roaring something. More scuffling. My body felt locked up, like if I moved a muscle, it would somehow draw their attention through the trees. I kept my ear turned toward their sight, trying to hear every sound. There was a long pause, then a quick shuffling of feet, followed by a heavy thud that echoed out between the trees. It sounded like someone's head hitting a rock. My chest tightened again. I could hear a woman crying, her voice rising up but then muffled. I heard a car door slam, then another, then the engine of a small SUV starting up with a rattling roar that filled the forest. Headlights swept between the trees, streaks of light flickering across the pine trunks. I saw them through the thin gaps in the forest. The vehicle rolled forward slowly. Then it stopped. Another door opened and closed. I heard the dull scraping of boots against dirt. Then the engine revved and the vehicle pulled away, tires crunching over gravel and dirt until the sound faded off into the distance, leaving only the echo in its place. My body was locked tight against the sleeping bag, sweat dripping down my chest and neck even though the air outside was freezing cold. My girlfriend was breathing fast and shallow. I could feel her ribs rising and falling under her sleeping bag. Neither of us said a word. We just lay there for what felt like hours, listening for any other noise, any footstep, any sign that they might come back. The dogs eventually curled up against us again, still tense, ears flicking at every small snap of a twig outside. I must have fallen asleep again sometime before dawn. When I woke up, the sun was just coming up through the trees, casting that cold gray-blue light across the forest floor. Everything looked calm and normal again. Birds were calling out from high up in the pine branches. I sat up slowly, feeling the stiffness in my shoulders and neck from lying tense for so long. My girlfriend rolled over and looked at me. Her eyes were puffy, and I could tell she hadn't slept much after that either. We packed up in silence. I didn't make coffee like I usually did. I didn't even bother to cook breakfast. We just rolled up the sleeping bags, took down the tent, and loaded everything back into the truck. As I tied down the last strap on the cooler, I looked off through the trees toward where the other campsite had been. I couldn't see anyone. I couldn't hear anyone either. No cars, no voices, no movement at all. It was like nothing had happened, like the forest had swallowed up the noise and left nothing behind but the pine needles and old campfire rings. When we drove out down the dirt road, I passed by the other site just to look. The place was trashed. There were crushed beer cans, food wrappers, some clothes scattered around, and the smoldering remains of a campfire still sending up thin wisps of smoke. I didn't see any blood or bodies, but there were deep footprints in the dirt, running back and forth, and what looked like drag marks toward where the vehicles had been parked. I didn't stop. I just kept driving until we reached the highway, and I could feel my chest loosen up a little. All the way home, I kept seeing that night play over in my head. The gunshots echoing through the trees, the sounds of running feet, the thud of someone getting knocked out cold. I thought about what would have happened if a stray bullet had come through our tent. I thought about what it meant to be out in the middle of nowhere, where no one could help if something went wrong. I thought about how fast people can lose control when anger mixes with alcohol and fear. By the time we got home, I felt like I hadn't slept in days. Still, even now, when I think back on it, I can hear those gunshots ringing out again in my mind, louder than anything I've ever heard in the forest. And every time I go camping, I still remember that night at Loon Lake. I still remember lying there in the dark with my dogs pressed up against me, hoping to God that those men wouldn't come crashing through the trees. I always loved the rolling hills and quiet wind of the prairie. The Flint Hills in Kansas felt like they stretched out forever, grass taller than my shoulders swaying back and forth in waves, the sun lighting it up like gold during the day, and the moon making it all silver at night. I was 19 then, working on a short seasonal contract at the Tallgrass Prairie Preserve. My job was mostly to collect plant samples, check on tagged areas, record notes about invasive species and soil moisture. It was peaceful, honest work. I liked how simple it felt, away from everything else. Just me, my little blue tent, and the open sky. Most evenings I'd sit by my camp stove and watch the sun go down over the grass. Everything quiet except for crickets and the wind. But one night, after finishing work early, I decided to drive over to the nearby fishing lake. There were some older folks there, drinking coffee out of stained thermoses and casting lines from folding chairs. I didn't plan to talk to anyone, but I guess seeing a young girl alone made them curious. They asked where I was staying. I told them I was camped out at a primitive site up near the ridge, away from the RV hookups. They got real quiet for a second, all of them glancing at each other, before an older man with a camo had asked if I was there alone. I said yeah, I liked it that way. He reached into his truck and pulled out a small revolver, held it out to me with both hands like he was handing over a baby bird. I remember laughing. I said I'd be fine. I didn't need a gun. They all looked worried, tried to convince me again. Said a girl shouldn't be out there alone at night without protection. I told them I grew up with older brothers and knew how to handle myself. Finally, they gave up, the man sighing as he tucked the gun back into his waistband. They left around midnight, headlights cutting across the water and vanishing into the darkness beyond the trees. It was a warm night. Cicadas buzzed in the grass and frogs croaked along the shore. I turned off my lantern and crawled into my tent. It smelled like dust and sweat and dry grass, a smell that made me feel calm. I lay there listening to the crickets until my mind went quiet and I drifted off. I didn't even bother to zip up my sleeping bag all the way, just pulled it up under my arms. The breeze moved through the mesh window and cooled my skin. I woke up later and didn't know why at first. It felt like someone shaking my shoulder to wake me for school, that sudden jolt out of sleep. My heart was thudding before I even opened my eyes. The tent was dark except for a pale strip of moonlight coming through the mesh ceiling. At first I just lay there, eyes half open, feeling a chill across my arms. Then I saw them, two eyes staring down at me from the very top of the tent. They weren't animal eyes reflecting moonlight sideways or glowing like you see on raccoons. They were human eyes, and they were looking straight into mine. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stared back, trying to understand what I was seeing. The eyes shifted a little, and I saw the faint outline of a forehead pressed against the mesh, a nose flattening it slightly. I don't know how long he'd been there, kneeling on top of my tent, looking in. I gasped out loud. Not a scream, just a sharp inhale that tore itself out of my chest. The eyes blinked, and then the weight lifted off the tent roof with a shudder as he pushed himself off. I heard his footsteps crunch in the gravel and thorns around my tent as he ran. I didn't even think. I threw the sleeping bag aside and clawed for the zipper, hands shaking so bad I couldn't get it undone at first. I could hear him running, his feet snapping dry stalks in the dark as he disappeared. I didn't grab my shoes. I didn't grab my keys from my backpack or my phone from the pocket on the tent wall. I just shoved my whole body through the half-open flap and sprinted barefoot into the night. The ground was covered in goat heads and sharp thorns. They tore into my soles, made every step burn, but I didn't stop. I ran through dry grass taller than me, branches scratching at my arms and face, rocks slicing the bottoms of my feet. I stumbled once, scraping my knee open on gravel, but I scrambled back up, panting so hard it felt like my chest was going to tear apart. I could see my car parked by the dirt road. The moon was bright enough that it lit up the silver paint like a beacon. I didn't even look behind me. I didn't care if he was chasing me or watching me or hiding. I just ran. My breathing was ragged, every inhale tasting like blood and fear. When I reached the car, I grabbed the handle and pulled so hard it felt like I was going to rip the door off. It was locked. My keys were in my backpack inside the tent. For a second, I just stood there shaking, blood running down my leg from my knee, feet burning and raw, my heart smashing into my ribs like it was trying to escape. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go back to the tent. I didn't want to stand there in the open either, an easy target if he came back. Finally, I ran around to the passenger side and felt under the frame. My dad always kept a spare key under the wheel well back home, and I'd copied the habit. My fingers found the magnetic box, and I yanked it open, grabbing the little spare key with shaking hands. I unlocked the door and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it again so fast I almost jammed the button. I curled up in the driver's seat, shaking so bad I couldn't put the key in the ignition at first. My hands kept missing. When I finally got it in, I turned it and the engine roared to life, loud in the silent hills. I flicked on my headlights, the beams cutting across the gravel lot and the prairie grass. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see movement or hear footsteps. It was like he'd melted away into the night. But I couldn't make myself calm down. My whole body felt like a live wire, vibrating with fear. I didn't care about leaving my tent or my shoes or my backpack behind. I slammed the car into reverse, tearing across the lot, gravel spitting out from under the tires. And then I was on the dirt road, bouncing so hard I thought my head would hit the roof. I drove fast, too fast, headlights shaking across the hills and tall grass, until I reached the little town about 30 minutes away. I pulled into the first motel I saw, a squat brick building with flickering neon lights. The sign said 24-hour check-in. I parked crooked in front of the office, ran inside barefoot, feet leaving little bloody prints on the concrete. The clerk behind the counter barely looked up from his phone. I slapped down my debit card and didn't even listen to what he said, just grabbed the key he slid over and hurried to the room. The door squealed when I pushed it open. The carpet smelled like mildew, and there were crushed brown recluse spiders in the corners. I didn't care. I locked the door, shoved the little chain lock across, then sat down on the bed and started to cry. My feet were full of thorns and tiny shards of gravel, little dots of blood blooming on the stained carpet under me. My knee was scraped raw, and dirt was ground into the wound. I could hear water dripping in the bathtub and the hum of the broken air conditioner. The bedspread smelled like cigarette ash and sweat. I pulled it around me anyway, needing to feel something over my shoulders, something solid. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there listening to every sound, heart thumping hard every time I thought I heard someone outside the door. At sunrise, I finally calmed down enough to pull the thorns out of my feet one by one, using my fingernails to dig them out, wincing with each sting. The cuts were shallow, but there were so many of them, like 100 little needles buried under my skin. When the sun rose all the way, and I could hear cars driving past on the highway outside, I felt safe enough to stand up. My feet hurt with every step as I walked to the bathroom to wash my knee and splash water on my face. The mirror was cracked down the middle. I looked like hell, hair tangled, face pale, eyes swollen from crying all night. I used a washcloth to scrub the blood off my feet and picked the last few thorns out with the edge of a broken bobby pin I found on the floor. Then I limped back to the bed and sat there staring at the peeling wallpaper for a long time. Later that morning, I drove back to the campsite. I went slow, scanning the fields and roadsides the whole way, but I never saw anyone. When I pulled up, my tent was still there, the flap hanging open where I'd torn it in my panic. My shoes were sitting half in and half out of the doorway. I grabbed them, checked my backpack, and packed everything up as fast as I could, hands shaking with every zip and fold. I never saw footprints around the tent except for my own and the faint drag marks where he'd slid off the roof. But I didn't care about details then. I just wanted to leave. I drove straight back to the preserve headquarters and told my supervisor I was done with field camping. I didn't tell her why. I just said I'd finish my data collection in daylight hours and commute in from town each day. She gave me a look like she knew something was wrong, but she didn't press it. I spent the next few nights in that same brown recluse-infested motel. I checked under the sheets and behind the curtains and under the sink every hour, convinced he'd somehow find me there too. But he never did. No one ever came for me again. When my contract ended, I packed my little car with all my gear and drove away from the Flint Hills, the sun rising behind me as I crossed into Oklahoma. I never went camping alone after that. The memory stayed with me, vivid and sharp, the way my feet burned against the gravel as I ran barefoot through the darkness, the way his eyes looked staring down through the mesh, dark and blank like a doll's eyes, like he was looking at an animal in a cage. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes at night, I can still see them looking down at me in the dark. It's funny. I always thought the worst thing out there in the prairie was a coyote or a stray bull. I never thought it would be another person. Looking back, I wish I'd taken that revolver when they offered it to me. Maybe I wouldn't have needed it. Maybe he wouldn't have come back if he'd known I had it. Or maybe it wouldn't have changed. We left Pennsylvania early in the morning, the sun still down as we loaded up the car with our heavy backpacks and hiking poles. I remember feeling tired but excited because we had been talking about this Cranberry Lake 50-mile loop for months. I drank my coffee on the drive while my friend took the first shift behind the wheel. The roads were quiet for the first few hours, but as we moved into New York, traffic picked up. Trucks, slow cars, construction. It all ate up our time, and both of us sat there in silence for a while, just wanting to finally reach the trailhead. When we finally pulled into the small dirt parking lot, it was later than we planned. The sun was already dipping low behind the trees, and I felt a bit of anxiety rush in. I like setting up camp before dark, having time to breathe and cook without rushing, but there was nothing to do except get moving. We strapped on our packs, did a quick check that we had everything, locked up the car, and stepped onto the trail. It felt good to walk after sitting in the car all day. My legs stretched out under the weight of my pack, the straps biting into my shoulders, as they always do the first day. The trail was beautiful, lined with pines and birches, the ground covered in pine needles, rocks, and damp patches of moss. The smell was clean and earthy, that perfect mix of old leaves and soil and lake air. We didn't say much as we walked. I remember just focusing on keeping a steady pace, listening to the quiet around us, the way our footsteps crunched, and the fading calls of birds heading to roost. We reached our first planned campsite, right as it was turning dark. The sky had a deep blue glow to it, and we saw the stream before we saw the cleared camp area. It was wide, maybe 15 feet across, with rocks lining the banks and the sound of water bubbling over stones. The campsite was only about 20 feet off the trail, flat with a fire ring and a few logs to sit on. My friend set up his small green tent, while I rigged up my hammock between two trees a bit further from the trail. The air was cool and damp, and mosquitoes were starting to come out, buzzing near my ears as I worked. Dinner was quick. We boiled water for our dehydrated meals, sitting quietly and eating in the growing darkness. We didn't bother making a big fire, just lit a small one with some fallen sticks to keep the bugs away for a bit while we ate. I remember staring at the flames, watching the embers float up into the black sky. The stream sounded peaceful behind us, steady and calming. It felt good to sit down with the weight off my feet. My shoulders finally relaxed. After eating, I brushed my teeth, tucked my smellables away, and settled into my hammock. The fabric wrapped around me tightly, and my sleeping bag felt warm against the cool night air. I could hear my friend moving around in his tent, zippers closing, sleeping pads squeaking as he got comfortable. I lay there in the dark, listening to the stream and the breeze moving through the trees. My body was tired, but my mind felt awake, thinking about the miles ahead, about work, about random things that pop into your head when you finally lie down in silence. Eventually, my breathing slowed, and I drifted into that thin sleep you get on the first night out in the woods. I don't know how long I was asleep when I heard my name. It wasn't loud, just a hushed call from my friend's tent a few feet away. At first I didn't move, thinking I had dreamt it, but then I heard him again, saying he was hearing something. I stayed still listening. I could hear the stream, the rustle of some branches, maybe a few crickets, but nothing that sounded big. I called out loudly into the darkness, just a firm noise to let any animals nearby know there were people here. I didn't really want to get up, so I settled back into my hammock, pulling my sleeping bag tight around my shoulders. Not 10 minutes later, he called my name again, a bit louder this time. I could hear the tension in his voice, even though he tried to keep it calm. I sighed, unzipped my hammock bug net, and swung my feet down onto the ground. The air was cold, the ground damp with dew already forming on the grass and fallen leaves. He stepped out of his tent with his small flashlight in hand. I grabbed my big flashlight and put my headlamp on, turning both on as we started scanning the camp area. I moved my light along the tree trunks, the bushes, our packs hanging from a branch. Everything looked still. The fire was long out, just a dark ring of stones now. I could hear my friend's breathing, shallow and quick, as we both listened. Nothing but the wind moving softly through the tops of the trees. Then I turned my light up the trail, the way we had come in earlier, and I saw it. There was a strange, bright light coming from up the trail. It wasn't flickering like a fire, it was steady and clear. My first thought was that it must be another campsite. Maybe someone was burning a huge fire, bigger than what was allowed, or maybe they had a lantern up high. But it looked so bright and unnatural, almost blue-white instead of the warm orange of fire. We stepped onto the trail, my boots crunching lightly on the gravel and dirt, and tried to see better. The light just stayed there. We stood still for a minute, listening for voices or movement. Nothing, just the wind through the branches overhead. I turned off my flashlight and headlamp, thinking maybe I could see better with my eyes adjusted to the dark. As soon as the darkness settled around us, I saw it. The light wasn't just there, it was moving toward us, slowly and steadily. I felt a chill run through my arms and down my back. It didn't look right. It moved in this odd swaying pattern, like someone stumbling forward. I glanced at my friend, and even in the dark, I could see the whites of his eyes, wide and locked on the light. My chest felt tight, and for a second I thought maybe someone was coming down the trail drunk, maybe someone who would be angry finding us camped there. I flicked my light back on quickly, and the light stopped moving. It just stood there, glowing bright. I turned my light off again, and it started moving toward us once more, that same odd stumbling motion that made my stomach twist. My friend grabbed my arm hard. I could feel him shaking slightly. We both started yelling out into the dark, just loud noises, trying to scare off whatever it was. We shouted again and again, our voices echoing off the trees around us, but there was no sound coming back. No human voice, no footsteps, no reply, just the stream behind us and that cold wind blowing through the trees. The light kept coming, moving in that unsteady, eerie way. It looked so wrong, like it wasn't a person walking but something floating, swaying side to side. My mind felt blank and sharp at the same time. Every hair on my neck stood up, and I felt sweat prickling under my shirt even in the cold air. We backed up slowly off the trail, my boots sliding on a patch of damp pine needles, and hurried back to camp. We grabbed our knives out of our packs, my friend putting in his contacts with shaking hands so he could see clearly. I could hear his breathing, shallow and fast, and I felt my own chest tightening. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it thudding in my neck. We stood there for a moment, both of us holding our knives, headlamps on, listening hard to the silence. The wind had died down now, everything so still it almost felt fake. We stepped back onto the trail, slowly moving toward where we had seen the light. My eyes were watering from staring so hard into the darkness. As we moved forward, I finally saw what it was. There, rising above the tops of the trees in the distance, was the full moon. Bright and round, glowing with that pale silver light that makes the forest look like a dream. The movement we saw wasn't anyone walking. It was the branches moving slightly in the wind earlier, making the moonlight shift and sway through the trees. Now, with the wind gone, it stood still, glowing and silent. I felt my shoulders drop all at once. My knees felt weak with relief. My friend let out a long, shaky breath, wiping his face with his hands. We both stood there for a long time, just staring at the moon, the fear melting away into quiet embarrassment. My chest was still tight, but now it felt almost funny, like all that panic had been for nothing. But standing there, in the dark, quiet forest with that cold silver moon shining down, I felt small and human and real. I felt the cold air on my face, the dampness of my shirt, the ache in my calves from the hike, the dirt under my fingernails from setting up camp. I felt alive in a way I never do at home. We walked back to camp, put our knives away, and settled back into our shelters. I lay there in my hammock, staring up at the thin outline of tree branches against the moonlit sky. I could hear the stream bubbling along just as it had before. My friend shifted in his tent, zippers opening and closing as he got comfortable again. I closed my eyes, feeling the tiredness in my bones, my shoulders relaxing into the hammock fabric. The fear was gone now, replaced with a quiet calm that made me feel heavy and warm inside my sleeping bag. I could still see the moon behind my closed eyelids, that perfect white circle that had scared us so badly. I woke up in the morning to birds calling out across the forest, the sun rising pink and gold through the trees. I packed up my hammock and felt the stiffness in my legs as I bent down to roll up my sleeping bag. My friend was already up, making coffee on his small stove, steam rising into the cool morning air. We didn't say anything about the light at first. We just packed up camp in silence, ate a quick breakfast, and headed back onto the trail, the dirt crunching under our boots as we walked. But as we hiked that day, pushing up long hills and down rocky slopes, stepping over fallen trees and splashing through shallow streams, I thought about that night, about how our brains play tricks on us in the dark, about how fear grows so big in silence, in shadows, in the unknown, and about how small and human I felt standing there under that huge cold moon, surrounded by dark, endless trees and the quiet breathing of the forest. We didn't talk about it again for the rest of the trip. I woke up early that morning with the sun just starting to come through my thin curtains. The air felt heavy in my small room. It was summer, and the mornings always started warm before turning into blistering heat by noon. I felt lazy but forced myself to get up. I had planned to go for a long walk down the old service road behind my town. I didn't really have anything else to do that day. I wasn't working that week, and I didn't have anyone I needed to see. I grabbed my water bottle and an old army backpack that used to be my dad's. I packed some leftover sandwiches, 2 boiled eggs, and a pack of biscuits I had in the cupboard. I filled up 2 bottles of water and stuffed them inside as well. I pulled on my shoes and tied the laces tightly, then grabbed my cap before heading out. The road behind my town was mostly abandoned. It used to connect 2 small villages, but now was overgrown, with weeds sprouting through cracks in the asphalt. Trees had started leaning over it from both sides, giving it an enclosed feeling in some parts. I liked it because no one ever came there, and I could walk for hours without seeing anyone. That day, I walked slowly, feeling the breeze against my arms. The sun rose higher as I went further along the road. The sky was bright blue with only a few small clouds drifting by lazily. Birds chirped and fluttered between the trees. I kept walking until the road curved and dipped into a small valley covered in thicker woods. The trees here grew closer together, and their leaves blocked out some of the sunlight, making it cooler and darker under their branches. I checked my phone and saw I had no signal. That always happened in this spot. It didn't bother me much. I put it back in my pocket and kept walking. I passed an old sign half covered in ivy. It used to have the name of the next village on it, but now it was faded and unreadable. I stopped to drink some water, then walked on, feeling sweat roll down my back as I moved. My shoes crunched on fallen leaves and twigs. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Even the birds seemed to be gone now. There was only the sound of my breathing, my footsteps, and the faint rustle of the trees as the wind moved through them. I walked for another hour before deciding to sit down. I left the road and stepped into a small clearing just off to the side where the grass had grown thick. I sat down with my back against a tree and opened my backpack. I ate one of the sandwiches slowly, staring out at the silent trees in front of me. The shadows between them were deep, and I could see small flashes of movement now and then as bugs flew around. I felt calm. After eating, I leaned back and closed my eyes. I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes again, the shadows had shifted and the sun was higher in the sky. I felt stiff from sleeping against the tree, so I stood up and brushed off the bits of grass and dry leaves stuck to my shirt. I decided to keep walking deeper down the road. I knew that at some point, it ended near a creek. I had never been all the way down there before. The path started sloping downwards, and the trees grew even thicker on both sides. The air felt cooler here, damp, and it smelled of earth and old leaves. I walked slowly, feeling a bit uneasy now. The place was silent in a way that felt heavy. No insects buzzed, and there were no bird calls or rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. I tried to shake off the feeling and focused on the ground in front of me. My shoes brushed away dry leaves, revealing cracked and broken asphalt underneath. After another 30 minutes, I started hearing the sound of water. I knew I was getting close to the creek. The road here was covered in moss, and the trees pressed in from both sides, their roots breaking through the asphalt in places. I saw a gap in the trees ahead and walked faster. When I reached it, I saw the creek flowing steadily about 10 feet below. The water was brownish, but clear enough to see the rocks at the bottom. There was an old concrete bridge crossing it, cracked and crumbling, with weeds growing out of its sides. I walked onto it slowly, testing the concrete with each step. It held my weight fine. I stood in the middle of the bridge and looked down at the water below, watching it swirl around the rocks. I felt a sudden chill on my skin despite the warm day. I looked up and scanned the trees on the other side of the creek. Everything looked normal, just trees and more trees stretching off into the distance. Still, the feeling didn't go away. I felt like someone was watching me. My skin prickled, and I felt a tightness in my chest. I shook my head and told myself it was just nerves. I turned away from the edge and looked down the road. It continued past the bridge, curving slightly before disappearing into the trees. I felt an urge to keep walking, though a part of me wanted to turn back. I crossed the bridge and stepped back onto the road. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I walked quickly, almost tripping over a broken piece of asphalt. I glanced around as I walked, looking between the trees. I saw nothing but trunks, branches, and shadows. The road here was narrower, and bushes pressed in from the sides. I kept walking until I heard a sound behind me. It was faint, like a stick breaking underfoot. I stopped dead and listened. The forest was silent again. I looked back down the road, but saw nothing. My heart was beating fast, and I felt sweat dripping down my spine despite the cool shade. I turned back around and started walking again, faster this time. Every few steps, I looked over my shoulder. I felt exposed on the road, like something could come out of the trees at any moment. My breathing grew shallow as I walked. I reached a part where the road was almost fully covered by fallen branches and dry leaves. It looked like no one had been here in years. I stepped over a large branch and kept going. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me. It grew heavier, pressing down on me like a weight. I heard another sound behind me, closer this time. It was a faint rustling in the bushes. I stopped and listened again. Silence. I waited, staring into the trees, feeling my chest tighten with fear. I saw nothing. I forced myself to keep walking, but my legs felt weak and shaky. I reached another small clearing to the side of the road and stepped into it. I crouched down behind a tree and listened, holding my breath. For a long moment, everything was silent. Then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate crunch of leaves. Something was walking down the road towards me. I stayed crouched, trying not to move. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat. The footsteps came closer, slow and steady. They stopped near where I had left the road. I could hear breathing now, deep and calm. My stomach twisted in fear. I stayed crouched, barely breathing. I waited for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few minutes. The breathing continued, steady and patient. I felt sick with fear. I didn't dare move. Slowly, the breathing grew fainter, and I heard the footsteps move away down the road. I stayed crouched, shaking, until I was sure it was gone. I stood up slowly, every muscle aching from tension. I peeked around the tree, but saw nothing on the road. My mouth felt dry, and my legs were trembling. I forced myself to step out of the clearing and back onto the road. I started walking back the way I came, keeping my eyes on the trees and listening for any sound. My steps were quick and quiet. I didn't stop to drink water or rest. The sun was starting to sink lower, casting long shadows across the road. Everything looked darker now. I felt cold despite the sweat soaking my shirt. I walked for what felt like hours, never stopping, always listening. The road stretched on and on, the trees leaning over it like silent watchers. I didn't hear any more sounds behind me, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me the entire way. When I finally saw the curve in the road that led out of the woods, my knees almost gave out with relief. I walked out of the trees and into the open field beyond. The sun was low in the sky, orange and red, casting long shadows across the grass. I kept walking until I reached the edge of the field where the houses began. I didn't look back at the road behind me. I felt sick and dizzy with fear and relief. My legs were weak, and my hands were shaking. I walked back home slowly, my feet dragging with exhaustion. When I reached my small house, I unlocked the door with trembling fingers. I went inside and closed it behind me, locking it again. I leaned against it for a long time, feeling the cold wood against my back. My breathing was ragged, and my chest hurt with tension. I slid down to sit on the floor, my backpack still on my shoulders. I stayed there until my breathing slowed and my body stopped shaking. I took off my shoes and went to the sink to drink water straight from the tap. My mouth felt dry and sticky. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Every sound outside made me flinch. I kept remembering the feeling of being watched, the sound of slow footsteps behind me, and the calm, deep breathing so close. I didn't sleep at all that night. When morning finally came, I felt heavy and numb with exhaustion. I decided I would never go back down that road again. Whatever was there, whether it was a person or something else, I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to know. I told myself it was probably just someone else walking that road, maybe a hunter or a farmer checking traps. But deep down, I didn't believe it. Days passed, but I couldn't shake off the feeling. Even walking to the local store made me uneasy. Every time I saw trees or shadows, my chest tightened, and I felt that cold, prickling fear rise again. I knew that I would never feel the same way about quiet woods again. That road had felt safe to me once. Now, whenever I thought about it, all I could remember was the silent trees, the heavy feeling of eyes on my back, and the sound of slow, patient breathing behind me. I was working at a small landscaping company that summer, mowing lawns and trimming hedges in a quiet suburban area about 30 minutes from where I lived. My boss, Ken, had a contract with a large estate that sat at the end of a long private road, hidden behind old oak trees and tall hedges. It was one of those places you drive by and barely notice because of how secluded it is, with only a rusted metal gate marking its driveway. He told me to spend the day there trimming back the ivy and shaping the bushes along the long curved driveway that led up to the main house. It was a Tuesday, and he dropped me off with the tools and said he'd be back around 5 to pick me up. I didn't mind being left alone. I liked the quiet work, and it paid well enough. The morning air was humid, sticking to my neck and arms, and the smell of cut grass and dirt was heavy around me. I started trimming the ivy crawling up one of the stone walls that bordered the driveway. Every so often, A bird would screech or leaves would rustle, making me pause and look around, half expecting someone to be standing there watching me. But there was never anyone. By noon, sweat had soaked through my shirt, and my arms ached from holding the trimmer steady. I sat under a tree to eat my sandwich, looking up at the house in the distance. It was a huge 2-story stone house with dark wooden shutters, a wide porch, and a detached garage off to the left. The grass around the house was neatly cut, the flower beds were clean, but there were no cars in the driveway and no sign of anyone being home. After lunch, I got back to work trimming the bushes along the right side of the driveway. Around 2, I heard a truck drive up the private road behind me. I didn't turn around at first, thinking it might be Ken coming to check on me early, but when the sound stopped and I glanced back, I saw a red pickup parked about 50 feet down the driveway. The engine was off, windows rolled down, and I could see a man sitting inside. He was wearing a dark green baseball cap and sunglasses, just sitting there, not moving, staring straight ahead. I felt a chill crawl up my neck despite the heat. I bent down and picked up a few trimmed branches, pretending to focus on my work while glancing at him every few seconds. He didn't move for several minutes. Then, slowly, he turned his head towards me. I froze for a second, feeling my heart slam against my chest. He didn't wave or nod, just kept staring. I felt exposed standing there in the middle of the driveway with no one else around. Finally, he started his truck, backed up a little too quickly, and turned around, driving back down the private road. I kept watching until the dust he kicked up settled back down, and the sound of his engine disappeared completely. I tried to shake off the feeling that he'd stopped just to watch me, but I couldn't. I kept glancing back down the driveway every few minutes for the rest of the afternoon, half expecting him to come back. Around 4:30, I packed up my tools and sat under the tree again, waiting for Ken to return. The air was still and quiet except for cicadas buzzing in the trees. I felt tired and dirty, itching to get home and shower. At 5 sharp, Ken's white landscaping truck pulled up. I loaded the tools into the back and climbed into the passenger seat. As we drove down the private road, I kept looking out into the woods on either side, thinking about the man in the red truck. I didn't mention it to Ken. It didn't feel like something worth bringing up, even though it had unsettled me. The next day, Ken sent me back out to the estate to finish trimming some low-hanging branches near the garage. He dropped me off again around 8 and said he'd return at 5. The work was easier that day, just some light cutting and raking up leaves. By noon, I sat under the same tree to eat my sandwich. As I unwrapped the foil, I felt that same uneasy feeling wash over me. I turned my head and looked down the driveway towards the gate. The red truck was back, parked in the exact same spot as before. This time, the man wasn't sitting inside. The driver's side door was open, and he was standing next to it, leaning against the hood with his arms crossed, staring straight at me. My stomach twisted, and I felt my face go hot despite the breeze. I looked away quickly, pretending I hadn't noticed him, and shoved half my sandwich in my mouth, even though I wasn't hungry anymore. I could feel his gaze burning into the side of my face. After a minute, I stood up, brushed dirt off my jeans, and grabbed the rake, trying to look busy. I raked up some leaves near the tree, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. He didn't move, just kept leaning there, arms crossed, sunglasses on, staring. It felt like time slowed down, each minute stretching longer and longer with him standing there. Finally, he got back into his truck and drove off slowly, almost crawling down the driveway until he was out of sight. I felt like I could breathe again once he was gone, but the feeling of being watched stuck with me for the rest of the day. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me flinch and look around. When Ken arrived to pick me up, I climbed into the truck as quickly as I could, feeling my hands shaking a little as I closed the door. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the man. Why was he there? Why was he watching me? Did he know the owners of the estate? Was he casing the place? Or was he just some local creep who liked scaring people? My mind ran in circles all night. The next morning, Ken told me to finish clearing the clippings from the driveway and rake out the front lawn near the porch. I didn't want to go back alone, but I needed the money. He dropped me off again at 8. The day felt heavy and gray, with clouds blocking out the sun. I worked quickly, trying to get everything done before noon. As I raked up the last pile of dead leaves near the front porch, I felt the hair on my neck stand up. I turned my head slowly towards the driveway. The red truck was there again. This time, it was parked halfway up the driveway, closer than before, only about 30 feet away from where I was standing. The man was in the driver's seat, but he wasn't wearing sunglasses. I could see his eyes, small and dark, fixed directly on me. I felt my chest tighten. My mouth went dry. I dropped the rake and grabbed my water bottle, pretending to drink while my hands shook so hard water spilled down my chin. He didn't move. He didn't blink. Just kept staring. I bent down and picked up some leaves, tossing them into a trash bag, trying to keep busy. I felt exposed, like a mouse in an open field with a hawk above it. Every time I glanced at him, he was still staring. After what felt like forever, he started his truck, but instead of leaving, he pulled forward, driving slowly up the driveway towards the house. I felt my knees go weak. I stood up, frozen, as he drove past me and parked right in front of the porch. He stepped out. He was taller than I expected, with a wiry build and sunburnt skin. His green baseball cap was stained with sweat around the edges. He walked around to the back of his truck and opened the tailgate. For a second, I thought about running into the woods behind the house, but my legs wouldn't move. He pulled out a long wooden toolbox and a folded metal tripod, setting them on the ground. Then he glanced at me, his face blank, before turning and walking towards the side of the house. I stood there holding the rake, breathing fast and shallow. I waited for him to come back out, but he didn't. After a few minutes, I heard hammering coming from the side yard. I told myself he was probably just a contractor working on the house, maybe fixing something before the owners came back. But the way he'd been watching me the past 2 days didn't feel normal. I worked quickly, raking up the rest of the leaves, keeping one eye on the corner of the house. Around 4:30, the hammering stopped. I heard footsteps on gravel and saw him walking back to his truck carrying the toolbox and tripod. He loaded them up, got into the truck, and drove off without looking at me again. I felt like my whole body had been squeezed tight all day, and finally I could breathe again. When Ken picked me up at 5, I told him about the man and how he'd been there every day. Ken frowned, but just said he was probably another contractor. He told me not to worry about it, but I couldn't stop worrying. That night, I locked all my doors and windows, even though I lived on the second floor of a small apartment building. The next day, I didn't have to go back to the estate. Ken sent me to mow lawns in a different neighborhood. I felt relieved, like I could finally breathe again. But around noon, as I was mowing a front yard near a busy intersection, I saw the red truck drive by. My heart dropped into my stomach. It slowed down slightly as it passed, and I saw him behind the wheel, staring at me. Then he drove off, merging into traffic and disappearing. I told Ken about it again at the end of the day. This time he seemed more serious. He told me to keep an eye out and said he'd call the estate owners to see if they knew him. The next day, I was back at the estate, finishing some weeding near the flower beds by the porch. I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes, feeling sweat drip down my back despite the cool morning air. Around 11, I saw the red truck coming up the driveway again, slow and steady. My stomach clenched so hard I felt like I might throw up. He parked a few feet away from me and stepped out, looking around before walking to the back of his truck. I stood up slowly, rake in my hand, trying to decide if I should run or act normal. He pulled out his toolbox again and glanced at me. For the first time, he spoke. His voice was low and rough. He asked if the owners were home. I shook my head quickly. He nodded, slammed the tailgate shut, and got back into his truck. He sat there for a minute, staring straight ahead, then drove off without saying anything else. I stood there for a long time after he left, rake shaking in my hands, my heart beating so hard I felt dizzy. I finished the weeding as fast as I could and spent the rest of the day near the front gate, away from the house. When Ken picked me up, I told him what happened. He frowned and I woke up at 5 a.m. that morning because my phone alarm vibrated against the metal frame of the camp bed I was using. I was in a temporary worker housing camp in the northern part of the state, near the edge of a logging area. I had been hired to do boundary flagging and plot setup for a forest survey. It was early fall, but in this region that meant temperatures were already hovering near freezing before sunrise. I got dressed slowly, pulling on my lined pants, thick socks, and the old brown hoodie I wore under my bright orange vest. I stepped outside the small metal container cabin and took a deep breath. The air was so cold it made my nose sting. There was frost clinging to the tips of the grass, and the gravel path under my boots crunched lightly with each step. I walked to the mess cabin for coffee. The sun was still down, but there was a deep blue glow along the horizon. The camp generator hummed softly behind the kitchen building. As I poured coffee into a metal thermos, I stared out the window at the dark tree line. The trees here were thick, mostly pine and spruce mixed with aspen. When the wind blew at night, the branches creaked and rubbed together, making soft groaning sounds that carried across the camp. I checked the day's assignment pinned on the board by the kitchen door and saw I was alone for this plot setup. I was going to an unmarked slope about 3 miles away from the closest logging road. I packed extra water, my topo maps, my compass, flagging tape, and a big sandwich I'd made the night before. By 5:45, I was climbing into the old white company truck, its engine coughing clouds of steam as I let it warm up. I turned on the radio for noise, but there was no signal out here, only static. I turned it off and sat in silence as the truck vibrated under me. The drive was slow, winding through gravel roads with potholes and exposed roots. Occasionally a rabbit would dart out across the road, its eyes flashing in the headlights. When I reached the access point, there was barely a hint of sunrise showing through the trees. I parked off to the side, making sure the truck wasn't blocking the narrow track used by loggers. I loaded my small day pack, double-checked my GPS, and started walking down an old skid trail. The dirt was frozen hard. My boots left crisp prints in the frost. I like being out here alone. No chatter. No forced conversations about football or weekend plans. Just the quiet sound of my breathing and the crunch of frozen twigs underfoot. About an hour in, I reached the flagged boundary from the last team's work. My job was to extend it further east. I unrolled a fresh strip of orange flagging tape and tied it around a thin pine sapling, then continued pacing out the slope using my compass bearing. Around 9 a.m., the sun finally broke through the branches, warming my shoulders a little. I took off my hoodie and tied it around my waist, continuing in just my long-sleeve thermal and vest. As I worked, I kept glancing uphill and downhill, scanning for landmarks to note in my logbook. Every once in a while, a woodpecker hammered at a tree nearby, echoing through the cold air. After a couple hours, I decided to take a break. I sat down on a thick fallen log, digging out my sandwich. My gloves were dusty with sap and dirt as I unwrapped the foil. I chewed slowly, staring out at the rows of pine trunks sloping away from me. There was no wind now. Everything felt still. The quiet out here could almost make your ears ring. That's when I noticed it. Far down the slope, between 2 thick spruce trees, there was something pale. At first, I thought it was just a rock reflecting sunlight, but it was too high off the ground. I squinted, but my eyes couldn't quite adjust to the shadows down there. I stood up and tried to get a better angle. It looked like a person. Someone standing sideways between the trees, wearing something light-colored. It was so far away I couldn't make out any features or movement. I stood there chewing the last of my sandwich, staring downhill. My stomach felt heavy. I didn't know why I felt so uncomfortable. There were other surveyors working in nearby plots, and sometimes hunters wandered through even though it wasn't season yet. But something about it felt wrong. I didn't want to yell out in case it was a hunter, but I also didn't want to keep working with someone standing there watching me. I packed up my food and grabbed my pack, deciding I'd hike down and see what it was. My boots crunched through thick pine needles and small frozen puddles. As I got closer, weaving between the trees, I kept losing sight of the pale shape. Sometimes it looked like it moved, but it was probably just my eyes shifting focus as the sun lit up different patches of brush. When I finally reached the exact spot, I stopped short. There was nothing there, just some aspen saplings with light-colored trunks. I stood breathing heavily, looking around. My shoulders were tense. The forest was silent again, except for a single squirrel chattering somewhere above me. I felt stupid for being so jumpy. I checked my GPS and saw I was off my line by about 60 feet, so I started angling back uphill. As I walked, I felt like something was behind me. Every time I turned, there was nothing but trees and shadows. I kept working for the next couple hours, forcing myself to focus on flagging and pacing out the plot boundaries. I stopped for water at noon, sitting on another fallen log in a small clearing. I took off my boots for a minute to rub my feet. The cold ground made my socks damp and my toes numb. I looked around at the quiet trees, feeling small under them. Then I heard something far behind me, a stick snapping. I froze, listening hard. It was silent again. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I put my boots back on quickly, my fingers fumbling with the laces. I started working again. But this time I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe a bear, but I hadn't seen any fresh scat or tracks that day. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Around 2 in the afternoon, I decided to call it for the day. I was only scheduled until 3, and I had flagged enough ground to finish the plot tomorrow. I packed up, checked my GPS bearings to head back toward the truck, and started hiking west. The walk back was quiet. Too quiet. No birds. No squirrel chatter. Not even the sound of wind in the trees. I kept walking faster, feeling sweat building on my lower back despite the cold air. About halfway back to the truck, I noticed something strange. Boot prints. They were faint but fresh enough to still hold shape in the frost-softened dirt. At first, I thought they were mine, but these were bigger, wider. They were heading in the same direction as me, but slightly off to my left. I stopped and crouched down to look closer. They were definitely different boots. Heavy tread, maybe logger boots or old hunting boots. They hadn't been there when I hiked in that morning. I stood up and looked around. My heart started thudding hard in my chest. I felt exposed, like my orange vest was a target marker. I decided to keep walking but move faster. I followed my GPS track, trying not to make too much noise. I walked for another 15 minutes, constantly scanning the woods around me. Every stump started to look like someone crouching. Every dark hollow between the trees felt like eyes staring back at me. Then I saw another boot print. This time it was to my right, and another ahead of me, crossing my path. It was like someone was circling, following me through the woods. I started walking even faster, almost jogging, my pack bouncing against my back. My breath came out in short white clouds. When I finally reached the logging road, I broke into a full sprint toward where I parked the truck. My boots slipped on loose gravel, but I kept going. The truck was still there, sitting alone in the cold afternoon sun. I fumbled my keys out, unlocking it with shaking fingers. I threw my pack into the passenger seat, climbed in, and slammed the door. I sat there breathing hard, staring out at the silent trees. My hands were trembling against the steering wheel. I started the engine and drove off fast, tires spitting gravel as I pulled onto the road. I kept checking the rearview mirror all the way back to camp. When I got back, I parked near the mess cabin and sat there for a while, trying to calm down. I felt stupid for getting so scared. Maybe it was just another surveyor working an unmarked plot or a hunter scouting early. But the boot prints had felt deliberate, the way they circled me. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside the thin metal walls of my cabin made me jump. I lay there under my blanket, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the creaks of the building and the occasional groan of pine trees outside. At some point, I drifted off into shallow sleep. The next morning, I reported what I saw to the site lead. He said it was probably just a poacher or trespasser. He radioed into the main office to file a trespassing report, but there wasn't much they could do. This area was big and remote. People slipped in all the time. I still had to go back to finish the plot flagging that week. I didn't want to. Every day felt tense, every moment filled with the feeling of being watched. I never saw any more boot prints after that first day. Whoever it was didn't come back. Or maybe they were there, but just stayed hidden better. By the end of the week, I finished the job and drove back to town for my scheduled days off. As I left the forest behind, driving down paved roads with power lines and gas stations, I felt my chest loosen for the first time in days. Nothing happened after that. The job was done, and I never saw anyone out there again. But even now, whenever I'm alone in the woods, I think about that pale shape between the trees and the boot prints circling my path. It makes me move a little faster. It makes me keep checking behind me. Because out there, when it's just you and the trees, you really are alone. And sometimes, that's exactly what someone else is counting on.